Buckmore Park 24 hours. My name is Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Alongside me once again is Kieran McGinley. How was your night's sleep?
You know what? A lot better than some out there. We've spoken to a lot of drivers, Andrew, and all of them look a little bit tired, which is totally understandable. I mean, looking at the lap times, they have been really good. A couple of issues for a couple of teams in the night, which we'll get onto in just a moment. But what I have to say is the fact that the whole field is separated by 61 laps is roughly, what's that, 51 minutes?
Yeah, around
That's
that, less than an hour.
after 18 hours.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and welcome to part 3, the final part of the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box is Kieran McGinley. We're back after a good amount of rest, a good amount of sleep, and we're taking this towards the checkered flag. But we're still a long way away from that, Kieran. 5.5 hours there or thereabouts to go till we see the checkered flag. And some tired drivers out there.
Yeah, there are some tired drivers, and understandably so. You know, it's a long, old way to go. And, you know, a couple of teams have found a couple of issues during the night time, which we'll come on to in a couple of teams just to point out. We've been doing our sort of roving reporting this morning, haven't we, Andrew?
Yep.
Trying to find out what on earth happened last night. But on the whole, for the field to be separated by 61 laps, roughly that's about, say, 51 minutes. And that's after 18.5 hours of racing. That's incredibly close.
Yeah, especially for this kind of race. I think it pays testament to the preparation that Buckmore Park and the staff here at the circuit have done to prepare these karts. I was talking to a couple of the drivers. You know, there's karts out there that haven't had any issues at all. Now, that's also a testament to those teams. They've been able to keep those karts in check and not damage them. But it's actually quite opportune because we can go straight in with a rundown of the results so far. We've been doing these at the bottom of the race hour, so top of the hour on your clocks at home. So here is the situation with 5.5 hours, or 5 hours and 27 minutes to be exact, to go in the race. New leaders, they weren't there last night, but they were there or thereabouts, are DAB Motorsport. The number 2 have completed 1,291 laps of this Buckmore Park kart circuit, and their lead is 2 laps over former leaders of the race, Accelerates Racing, who still have the fastest lap of the race from, I want to say, around half six last night, which was a 49.690. I'll be honest, I don't see that being beaten now, but they're there in second place, the number 10. The Loughborough Legends and Neil, can't forget Neil, are in third place. They are 6 laps off the overall lead. They have had some trouble through the night, which we'll talk about in a bit. They say they're racing for third place. I think they're still in with a shot. We've seen how this race can change so quickly. So they're in it to win it. I just don't think they're admitting to it, which is understandable. Fourth place, the number 1, Send Hub Limited, last year's winners. They are also 6 laps down. They're only 20 seconds behind the Loughborough Legends and Neil. So that's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on. Completed the top 5 at the moment. 8 laps off the overall lead is the number 5 of Fox Motorsport. And that's pretty much where they've been throughout the whole race. Again, they're in the mix. They're in position for getting a really good result here if they can keep this pace and effort up. Broken Rib Racing. Now, we are going to confuse you a little bit because they are now a pro entry. So ignore the fact that they've got a black number board on their timing. They are effectively now, they've metamorphosed, if that's a word, to being a yellow pro kart. They're running in 6th place. They're 10 laps off the overall lead. That's the number 18. In 7th place, they've just made a pit stop by the looks of it. The number 11 of the Club 73 Young Guns. They are 11 laps off the overall lead. Again, looking good for a top 10 here. 8th place, the number 7 of the Motorsport UK Academy. They are 13 laps off the overall lead. And then we find our first clubman leader, Team ARD, who've been in the mix pretty much from the start of the race. So they've had a good night. They're 15 laps off the overall lead. They won't care about that because they are leading in their category in clubman for teams with a mix of experienced and not so experienced drivers. The number 15 there in 9th place. Wrapping out the top 10 is the number 24 of Ditchfinders. The gap between those two carts for those keeping track of Clubman is 3 laps. 11th place, the number 21 of Club 73 Mafia. They are 19 laps off the overall lead. Then we find Jimmy Broadbent, Steve Brown, Gordy Much and the guys. Cart number 8, Team 87. They've had a difficult night. Those of you on Twitter have probably seen already. Jimmy's had a bit of a bump. I had a very brief chat to him about 10 minutes ago. He's in good spirits, as he always is. But I don't think we'll be seeing Jimmy out again in the course of this race, because if he's got a bit of an injury, he needs to take care of that and get himself back to a full bill of health. And we wish Jimmy all the best in that. Might mean that he comes in here again. We had a wonderful half-an-hour chat with him last night at the back end of the stream. I felt like we needed to get the cocoa out. It was very comfortable. But they're in 8th place. Sorry, the cart number 8 are in 12th place, 20 laps off the overall lead. They've been in this great battle with the RX Mechanics in the number 9. The gap between them is 2 laps, so the RX Mechanics there in 13th. Then we find what has got to be the main story of this race so far, Kieran. The Senor Frogs. I know there's so much support in the chat for them. They've been absolutely fantastic. I think their attitude to this race it's just been brilliant. They've had a smile on their face throughout the whole thing. They're having fun with it, and they're also running really, really well. They're in 14th place now. I think they've recently made a pit stop with Ethan Payne-Bazinga coming in. I'm not quite sure who's out for them now. They're there in 14th, they're 23 laps off the overall lead. It is not inconceivable that they are in the battle for a podium, because one of those carts ahead of them, looking at the 15, the 24, the 21, have problems. They move up into the top 3. Currently they are 4th in class. They are 2 seconds though ahead of Club 73 Team Silent, who were really quick. Kind of from hour 3 to when we clocked off from commentary last night on hour 7. They're still in the mix. 15th place for them at the moment. 23 laps off the overall lead. BAR Humbug, the number 6, are next up. They have also been reclassified. They are now a Clubman team. So the number 6 is no longer a yellow pro. They are a yellow Clubman, just to really confuse you. But they are 3 points. This is an awesome battle actually going on involving Senor Frogs. Let's get through this, Andrew, so we can get focusing on it. So they're in 16th. 17th place is the number 12. Also 23 laps down. It's South Coast Racing. And then we find another one, 23 laps down. 18th place, the number 20 of Formula None. I'm doing some very quick maths in my head. That's 5 carts covered by about 15 seconds. That's crazy. Moving on, 19th place, the number 25 of HWB Racing. They're 3 laps further back. Wrapping out the top 20 at the moment is another one of our reclassified teams, the Team Rango team, who are now Clubman. They're 27 laps back in the number 4 cart. 21st, the number 13 are of TVP Racing, 30 laps off the overall lead. 22nd, the number 16 of TR6, 32 laps off the overall lead. We then find 23rd place, the number 14 of Refine Metals Racing, 39 laps off the lead. Fair way into a stint. So they're just trying to bring that one home to the end now. Club 73 Pirates have had a tough night. They're now in 24th place, the number 22, 40 laps down. 25th place, the number 26. They'll take no prisoners. A further 3 laps, or best part of 3 laps back there for the number 26. 26th is the number 17 of Mini Boost, 44 laps off the overall lead. And it looks like they've pretty much won their battle with the number 19 of Mill GP, who wrap up the order in 27th place, 61 laps off the overall lead. Kieran, what's chat saying?
I think they're telling us that it's Chris MD in the Senor Frogs cart now. The man from Jersey. I was actually speaking to Roadshaw earlier this morning, and I did ask him about this. What's this? Is there still a rivalry, Guernsey versus Jersey? Is there a chance to get fastest lap? Annoyingly, he gave a really good answer of, no, we're a team, we're in this together. I was like, oh, what an annoying answer. A very good answer.
Very good answer.
But, yeah, it's clear the team spirit is going strong, though. You can tell from Roadshaw, he is tired, but the spirits are still good in the team. They're absolutely loving it, and still in with a chance of a possible class podium. They are being really reeled in very quickly. I was actually speaking to one of the Club 73 Team Silent members as well about they were closing into the Senor Frogs. So definitely one to watch there. And I think as well, still the possibility of a podium positioning. Still 5 hours to go. We saw a couple of mechanicals before we went off air with your continued commentator cursing that followed there. So it just shows you, it might be a 3-lap lead, but a 3-lap lead can easily be wiped out.
Well, we saw one of the key moments at the start of, what should we call it? The Hour of Doom?
The Hour of Andrew, is what we should call it.
Where we had a Nassau panel come loose for Accelerate, which cost them 3 laps. We saw the same for Road to Shore earlier in the race. Lost the Nassau panel, lost 3 laps. So something as simple as that could completely change the story of this race in both categories. There we saw very briefly Chris MD coming down through Simon Sweep and Pullman's. That's a good bit of effort from him. So at the moment, that is the number 24 just behind him. So where is the number 23 in relation to the Senor Frogs at the moment? What is the pace like for Chris MD? Good. 51.0. They were all being like, oh well, we might get a couple of 50s here and there at the start of the race. They've got more than a couple of 50-somethings across the course of this race. The pace has been good, and I know it's the ifs and buts of endurance racing. So it's part of the sport, but there will be a lot of people arguing, well, if they hadn't had that technical issue earlier in the race, at the moment they would be in the top 3 of the clubman class. Which I'd say, yeah, it's absolutely true. What that does show is they've got the pace. They've got the pace, and they've got enough time here to work this back.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at Chris MD's lap at the moment, 50.7 last time around, which is pretty good. Considering their best lap time as a team has been a 50.2, he's got in the car and he's absolutely up to speed. So that's very positive signs from them at this moment in time, and I'm looking forward to seeing how much they can go. How far can they go? Let's have a look at last lap times between both teams. Again, Senor Frogs 51.3, Club 73 Team Silent 51.0. So 0.3 of a second taken out of that lap time at the moment. So Team Silent, Club 73 are starting to close the gap.
Trying to work out who we've got number 23 at the moment. I can't see a list of a grey suit in there, never mind. I'm sure chat will let us know if one of the team members are in the chat to who's in there. You see the number 2, that is your race leader, Dab Motorsport. And again, the way that endurance racing can work out, who would have said in those early stages of the race when the number 2 was in the middle of the pack, in the Will NE pack?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You'll get in trouble if you do it.
I know I will, but I've got to do my job. It was a very tough first hour and a half for this team. It wasn't until, say, like hour 3 that we noticed, was like, oh, hang on, they're coming through here. They had that difficult start. They cleared through some of the traffic, and then we really started putting the pace in. And then when we had the Hour of Doom, it's the first time we saw them in the lead, even if it was momentarily on pit stop cycle. So here they are, 2 laps in the lead. Loughborough Legends and Neil just behind. It's James Mills in the car for them at the moment. They've just got to keep it calm, because as I say, there's still a long way to go. Now I'm sounding like a broken record in that regard. I'll stop saying that when we're probably 2.5 hours out from the checkered flag. So you've still got another 2 and a bit hours of me saying it's a long way to go.
I've got a question in the chat from Chris saying, if that mechanical didn't happen to Senor Frogs, where would they be right now? Difficult to say, because it's motorsport is this beautiful thing of if, buts and maybes.
Yeah.
The true answer is we'll never know. We'll never know. Lots of variables could have happened. They could have gone, because they had that stop, they could have gone further into the race time with the fuel.
Yeah.
There's a lot of variables that can happen there.
Well, they didn't refuel.
Well, they didn't refuel, but they had that same fuel to go back out there, so they could have run slightly deeper into their stint, or their planned stint. The true answer is we could give you sort of maybe 2-3 laps they lost there, but that's about it. We can't really say would they be battling for position, because they'd be 3 laps up the road, but would they be involved in an incident? Being further up the track, we just don't know. So it's really difficult to say, but I have to say they've taken that mechanical on the chin and they've really bounced back from it. it's great to see. It's that professional demeanour you need in motorsport. They've taken to it like a duck to water.
As you say, you know, I've seen, and I said this to Harry last night, I've watched a lot of kart racing and a lot of racing of this style, and there are some times you see a team come in and it's almost like, oh, the shoulders go down when you have that first mechanical, because it does change the story of your race, and you've got to then really plug away at it to come back into it, and not all teams can do that for whatever reason. Not Harry last night. When it happened, you could see the team, it's like, oh, yep, that's unfortunate, but they got straight back on the horse and they started getting on with it, and they kept those smiles on their faces as they've done throughout the whole race. So I'm not trying to blow smoke up the backsides because they're popular cars. I really, really have been thoroughly impressed with how they've tackled this race. Here's the number 10, Accelerate Racing, second place at the moment, trying to find a way past the number 4 of Team Rango.
Yeah, Paul Gasson in the Accelerate machine at the moment, trying to make his way through the field. Very experienced driver here. And it looks like now the gap is down to 2 laps. Now that is because Dad Motorsport made a pit stop. And Accelerate are one of the teams that did run into a couple of issues during the night. They slightly ran out of fuel coming up the hill, entering pit lane. I was speaking to Mark Puxley about it, one of their drivers. Came into the pits running on fumes. When they fueled the kart, it stopped running. They had to restart the kart. Now, if you run out of fuel in these karts, the way you have to restart them is by you normally pull the lever, put the throttle down, and normally you get it to kick-start. You've got some fuel pumping round. But where they'd run it dry, there was no fuel to pump into the system.
And you've lost pressure.
And you've lost pressure. So you now have to build up that pressure. You have to get the fuel flowing in the kart again. So they had a longer stop on that one because they ran so low on their fuel. They lost a bit of time there, and that's one of the reasons why they find themselves 2 laps down on Dab Motorsport. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Now, of course, Team 87, we know. I mean, I opened Twitter this morning, and Jimmy's tweet was the first thing I saw. I thought, what on earth has happened here? Yeah, he has done himself a slight injury. Fortunately, that looks like it will be the end of his racing today. But it's one of the bridles out there at the moment in the kart.
It's going to be Ed.
It is going to be Ed. I don't think we've seen Ed.
No.
We've not seen Ed out on track at the moment, so he's flying around there now. And, you know, there's always going to be a sort of sibling rivalry. You know, I'm faster than you. I think Chris actually said in one of his notes to us that he's faster than his brother Ed. Now, whether that's true or not, time will tell. However, they are teammates in their Praga team in the Brit Car series, so
yes,
they know what they're doing. And as we were speaking to Jimmy Broadbent last night, the Team 87 stable is really, you know, this is one of the starting points of it. It's to see how it goes, see where it goes. Obviously, a couple of issues there for Jimmy, but on the whole, it's been a struggle for them. But fair play to them, they're still pounding around, they're still putting those laps in, and with 5 hours, 11 minutes on the clock, still a long, long way to go. HWB as well, and this has been a tough day for them as well. The number 25 kart, speaking to Tom Dowling, tried to run 2.5 hours in the kart, ran out of fuel out on circuit. Kart had to be pushed back to the pit lane, and that is a lot of time lost because you've got to recover the kart. The only way you can recover those karts is by one of the crew there in orange getting into a car and pushing you back to the pit lane. Now, didn't quite know where he stopped out on the circuit. What we do know is that he had to be pushed back, so he must have run out of fuel very early on in the lap, because normally if you run out of fuel you can try and coast it going through the run through. I think they do let you do that under extreme circumstances, like running out of fuel, to try and coast it. But the problem is it's such an undulating circuit. You're going to come to an uphill part at some point. Very difficult to try and coast the car uphill. So they had that. We've got a black flag for Motorsport UK Academy, the number 7 kart. We'll come on to that in just a second. But yeah, HWB lost a lot of time having to put that car back into the pits, get some fuel in the car, and as we said before, actually get the fuel pumping around the system once again. So those are the teams we sort of had a chat to about their issues in the night. I think you're caught up as much as we are.
Good stuff. Keep comments coming in, guys. You can see a lot of support for Chris MD. There is the number 7, which is unfortunately going to have to come into the pits and have a discussion with the race officials. I will label that one. We have got our homely little DDMM comms box camera stream going. Hello to everybody watching on that. If you've just got one screen, one laptop, one monitor, keep with Alpha Live, keep prioritising. There's something that's Luke Battersby in the pits.
It is Luke Battersby in the pits. But I know exactly why the number 7 is brought into the pit lane now.
Go on.
It's this track limit here on the right-hand side of your picture. That is why. That is why they've been brought in. So that will do it then. Track limits would have been that black flag penalty.
For those of you who weren't here earlier for our briefing on the track limits, it's quite nice around here. It's really easy to spot. It's the areas of the circuit or outside the circuit that are painted red here. Ooh, that's track limits. Number 21 there, we caught you there, right on cue.
You can't,
that was track limits.
No excuse against that one. That's it.
You can straddle the red bits. So imagine the thick white line at the edge of the track going down the middle of the kart, like that. That's fine. But you can't go all 4 wheels on to the red stuff. And if you do that enough times, if you do two times, you get 2 warnings. Third time, as a team, not as a driver, you get a black flag. So that's fine there from the number 7. Straight down the middle, half the kart leaning on the red stuff, the other half on the racetrack. That's okay. Break that, and you're going to be in trouble. Whoa, Chris MD skirting with the track limits there, and the Senor Frogs number 27. Still running well, still running in these low 51s, 51.2 last time around for Chris Dixon. Try and get him on later on. I promise to not talk too much about football with him. But 5 hours and 7 minutes of the race to go. That is the number 24. That is not for position at the moment. Of course, that is a key kart in the club battle because Ditch Finders are currently 2nd place of the club and entries.
I reckon Chris will be alright if you speak to him about football today because Arsenal won yesterday, so he'll be alright.
They did.
He'll be fine. He'll be absolutely fine.
We can talk about Aaron Ramsdale and how well he's doing. Yeah. I don't think the chat would appreciate that. No. Some people are tuning in for some motorsport.
Yeah, some of them.
Some of them.
Well, what's interesting though is that Chris is obviously trying to find his way through, but what this is doing is costing him a little bit of time because that's the Club 73 Team Silent machine trying to find a way through. Meanwhile, Ditch Finders are trying to find their way past HWB. That's not for position, but they have now got their way through. And
we have had a change of position for 16th place on that last lap. Formula None in the number 20, who are not that far behind this pack, have just got past BAR Humbug, and they are really going quite quickly at the moment. They're on the pace of the leaders, 50.472. Look out for the number 20 in the back of your shot. They are 1.9 seconds behind Team Silent, who in turn are 2 seconds behind Chris MD and the Senor Frogs. So if we hold this angle here, there are Senor Frogs. There's the number 23. There's the number 20. And that's a fast-looking driver in that number 20 at the moment. Spot that suit from a mile off.
Are we going to have a 3-way battle for what will be 4th place in class?
Could be more. It could be a 4. It could be a 5-way battle for that position that currently is held by Senor Frogs. So number 21 there. How are they doing at the moment? They're actually 3rd place kart in Clubman. Club 73 Mafia. Now they are some 4 laps there or thereabouts ahead of all these karts that we're talking about that are 23 laps of the overall lead, this being the number 20, the number 23, the number 27 and the number 6, just to throw them in there. But unfortunately I think BAR Humbug are just fading a little bit at the moment in this stint. 57 minutes in for their driver at the moment, just in the red there at the back of shot. Hello to Rachel Barnett. I think you're getting more jumper compliments, Kieran.
I am.
And you've gone with a different strategy today, I see.
I have. This This is what I like to call lunchtime strategy. So yesterday I was with the yellow jumper, which obviously, if anybody sees it, caution, no overtaking.
Yeah.
But now it's a blue. So if I were to go and get some food and drivers were to see a blue jumper, in theory, I'm hoping they jump out of the way. But yeah, that's my strategy.
Mega strat.
Exactly.
Good morning to Scream again on the DDMM. Are we going to be cursing any more teams? You betcha.
What is this we business? It's all Andrew. Honestly, why am I being dragged into this? I'm still not over last night. I'm still not over Rich saying, can we stop this commentator cursing? What? We
did have a request from the head honchos here at Buckmore Park. Could we stop commentator cursing teams? It's like, sorry, that
I got roped into that. I don't know how. That doesn't seem fair.
The commentator curse is going to do what the commentator curse is going to do. Good morning to Alison Pryor as well. What happened to Loughborough Legends and Neil overnight? Fuel is the story really for Loughborough Legends. They had a minor run out of fuel, I'll say. Not that long ago, actually. It says that Ollie Wadden was finishing a stint, but he was able to coast it in. But they had a far more significant. They reckon they lost about 30-40 seconds with that one. They had a far more significant one, though, in the middle of the night with Kaylee Vincent, where the carts came to a stop kind of up on the far side of the circuit to where we are in the commentary box. I should explain, we are on the inside of Cafe Corner. The 2 and the 3 have just gone through now. And Kaylee unfortunately broke down coming through the S's, which we'll point out in a second once James Mills gets to that section. Oops, there, just skipping around the number 14 and up the inside of the number 2. This is good stuff from James Mills, as we come to expect. So this point of the circuit here, this is where Kaylee Vincent unfortunately ran out of fuel and then had to be pushed all the way back down the hill, round here, back up towards Garda, and they lost 4 laps as a result of all of that. So that's what really has been one of the key moments in this race for them, and is why they are 6 laps off the overall lead. But they do have the leaders in their sights, because that, of course, is the number 2 DAB Motorsport machine right ahead of them. Pit stop for the number 19. This is Milne GP, 27th out of 27, and still plugging away, which is good to see. I
mean, 62 laps down, I think is the timing sheet is harsh after 18 hours, 19 hours. 62 laps or 64 laps does not indicate in any way. I mean, they've been lapping pretty consistently as well. They've been lapping in they've had mid-50s, they've had low 51s, they've had low 52s as well. But in any other race, they'd be doing a damn good job. It's been so competitive. Speaking to a couple of the drivers out there, half the reason why it is so competitive and it is so tiring out there is because of this match of pace that we have of drivers. It is absolutely phenomenal, and the differences between these drivers are tenths of a second, and that's exhausting over a 2-hour stint to just make sure you keep pumping in the same laps.
And it has begun, ladies and gentlemen.
The number 21.
It has begun.
73 Mafia.
Here we go.
Black
the commentary
flag.
curses have begun. Just as we were talking about Club 73 Mafia being in 3rd position, a few laps ahead. Bam! Black flag. And the chat might be a little bit pleased about that one, because that means that Senor Frogs get a little bit closer to that podium. There was a question as well. Apologies, I couldn't quite see your name, but it was regards Chris MD and how long he's been in the kart. Great timing system that we have here at Buckmore Park in terms of the timing loops and where the transponders log. And hopefully Luke Austin from Alpha Live is within earshot of me, so we can make sure that this happens again. We did it last night. And get the link for live timing in the description of the video. I don't think it's there quite now, so listen carefully. I shall say this only once. Well, I won't. I'll say it again probably in about 20 minutes time. Live.alpha timing, alpha spelt with a PH like Alpha Tauri, not Alfa Romeo. live.alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore. There you will have all of the data, and you'll see on the far right hand side a TT column. This is not for Tourist Trophy. It's for time on track. And it's currently telling me that Chris MD has been out there for 37 minutes.
What's also telling me is that the 14 is in the pits, and we saw it there being wheeled onto the sidelines. You just about see it on the inside there, just beyond this, I don't know what you call it, canopy? Is that the right word? But anyway, the cart is parked. Now, we're not sure why. This could be a case of there's a possible driver change and there's been a miscommunication. It could be that the drivers are simply saying, we haven't got a changeover, or we're not ready for a changeover. But the short answer is, I can't tell you why they're in the pits and they've parked the cart. I really cannot tell you why. Hopefully, we'll get to see them back out there soon, but hopefully with just under 5 hours left, they do go back out there and at least take the checkered flag. You've got this far.
Yeah, it can be sometimes the period of a race in these longer 24-hour karting races where a team simply runs out of drivers. I remember having this once myself in one of the British University Karting Championship 24 hours we did, where we did exactly that. Oh dear. We've just been joined. Let's get a microphone on his head. And I might need to help him with this one today.
If you've not got a camera, that sounds very bad out of context. That's just so you know.
I am going to have to.
He's going to have to help. Going to have to help our special guest here.
What we were saying about scars last night from this place. Jimmy Broadbent joins us in the commentary box. Mate,
yeah. I heard you saying about the teams running out of drivers. Like, yeah, well, well, the initial diagnosis is like I've torn something in my elbow, basically, like a ligament or something. And but we are probably going to go get checked out after this and see what it is. But yeah, about 10 minutes into my stint, I hit the drain down the bottom there.
Paddock.
And yeah, a paddock there, and just felt something twinge. And I was like, oh, that's not very nice. And then a couple of laps later, it's got worse and worse to the point where I was driving with one hand, and I had to say, like, I've got to come in. I can't stay out here. I'm in too much pain. And went downstairs. Had the lovely people, the medical guys here at Buckmore check me out. They said, don't do any more driving. I said, all right.
Yep.
So now I'm chilling out the rest of the day.
Is anything swollen?
No, actually, it looks all right.
Yeah.
But I do get to wear this fancy sling, so people feel very sorry for me.
We do.
That is the important thing. Feel sorry for me, guys.
I did say the first thing I saw on Twitter was your arm in the cast. I thought, what on earth has happened there?
Yeah. Well, it's sim racing arms, mate. They can't handle the cars, is what it is. So.
Apart from the injuries, how has the night gone for the team?
I mean, kind of the same. Like we've just not had the pace at all during the race. The best time for us is when it rains.
Yeah.
And then everything else has been physical and mental pain.
Yeah.
It's been a proper slog, this one. But we're still running. We're still going around. We're not where we want to be, as is the same yesterday. But the other guys now having to sort of try and fill in for the fact that I didn't do the vast majority of my stint. So. Those guys are definitely heroes out there for doing that. There's Ed out there now. I had a bit of fun just now as Chris was giving him some dip on the radio, and he told us in a very, very polite way to go away.
Understood.
Was it Raikkonen levels there?
Yeah, I'd say that. Yeah.
No, he's making good progress. Is Ed Bridle, and all I can say is that welcome to the club. Welcome to the club that has been broken by this bottom end of the circuit. We're quite a numerous lot, but there we go. 4 hours and 55 minutes of the race to go. Just track, where did Club 73 Mafia come out in all of that after they've been the first victim of the Mather commentator curse this morning?
They're still third in class at the moment.
Okay, I've not cursed them too much then.
Yeah, lap behind ditch finder at the moment.
Good stuff. But yeah, in terms of, we talked a little bit about it last night in Team 87. This isn't going to be the last time you're here, is it?
Well, I very much hope not. We love to be here as much as possible, really. I love to take part in some of the smaller events as well. Sort of the 90-minute races, 6 hour every now and then. Probably give it a little while first and then come back. But yeah, hopefully get up here a bit more, because one, actually, it's just a great way to stay in shape. It is a physical thing to do, even in these rental carts, which aren't quite as quick as the big boy carts. They're still enough to give you a proper workout. I guarantee if anyone's come out of this kart looking fresh, then
They've not been trying.
yeah, exactly. Or come out like this instead, apparently. But yeah, that I just think it's always great to support somewhere like Buckmore, proper heart of karting. So any chance to get up here and drive them, I'm here usually.
Yeah, I was talking earlier with Andrew about it's been phenomenally close. I mean, first to 27th, 64 laps, and that's after what's that? 18, 19 hours of racing. I mean, that's phenomenally close.
So the thing is, you hear laps, you think, oh, so that's a long time. But yeah, if you actually think of it in distance and time, if you think of it as 2 laps between the leader and accelerate, that's less than 2 minutes, which over 20 hours is ridiculously close. Yeah, it's pretty mad how it's been. For us, obviously we're a bit further back, but we've got our own little fight. It'll be nice to try and beat some of the AM teams. That would be nice.
Yeah, at the moment it's battle going on with RX Mechanics as well in the same category. It seems like it's. I feel like that's been going from hour 3.
Yeah, I mean we've been pretty much the same as them for the majority of the race. So it's been good to have someone to aim for, because you can get a little bit sort of when you're on your own. Bored is not the word, but a little bit unfocused, I think, of what's going on. So I'll just go around and see what happens. So luckily our manager Luke, sort of our team boss, he's been on it. He's got his data station. He's loving life. Yeah. So if we do this, we can save 40 seconds at the end. I'm like, Luke, we're like 4 laps behind. So, but we can do that. I'm like, okay, well, it's something to aim for. Yeah. I think that's important in these races.
It is indeed. In terms of the Praga season, hopefully we get all fixed. What's next for
next race is Snetterton. Yeah. So that's a double header at Snetterton. Should be fun, that one. It'll really the bridles were there actually doing some driving yesterday, some testing, and they were saying, watch out for the quorum, it'll ruin your neck. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to seeing how if it hurts their necks, and I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do, but do a bit of training, I think, before then.
And what sort of training have you found that you've had to do to get ready for the Praga?
I mean, basically, for neck stuff, you have some sort of contraption which looks like it's probably not out of place in some sort of Soho dungeon somewhere. But you basically attach that to your head and then just pull against it and try and resist it for as long as possible. And mainly just fitness. I'm still a little bit porkier than I would like to be, but I'm a lot fitter than I used to be, and I don't get out of the car now sort of panting and struggling to breathe, which might sound mad when you're driving half an hour, but when you're driving half an hour in a prototype with no power steering and you are having to resist the aero a bit, it is really tiring. So that's been the main thing, and a bit of arm strength as well, because they are heavy.
I didn't realise they didn't have power steering.
No.
Oh, blimey. Yeah. The car that I'm working on at the moment, shifting it around, it does have power steering. It's like, I can imagine that is very, very tough on the arms when you've not got that. Battle out on circuit. This is the number 20 Formula None kart that has been going very, very quickly. How are they doing, Kieran, relative to? I think I can see how they're doing. They've cleared that run of karts, haven't they? They're now into 4th place. Yeah, well, more importantly, they're now ahead of RX Mechanics as well as they cross the line. So that's been confirmed on the timing screen. So Formula One on a charge at the moment. They are currently 4th in class. So their charge and their rise up the order continues. And it may not be for a position in class, but it is for a position overall. And that's going to spur them on even more. So that means that your club order is now Team ARD, 15 laps off the overall lead, nearly 4 laps on the Ditch Finders, 10th overall. They're second in club. Club 73 Mafia are still 3rd after their black flag. And again, I'll say it as we did yesterday, get a black flag makes you go quicker. Club 73 Mafia seems to be doing that at the moment, so they're holding that position. Formula None now up to 4th place in Clubman. Senor Frogs are in 5th. Club 73 Team Silent in 6th, but it does look like they've just had a team track limit warning there for Club 73 Mafia. Now that would be a great battle if they weren't 3 laps apart, Loughborough Legends and Neil and Send Hub Limited. But that's the beauty of endurance racing. The drivers here can battle away as hard as they can, but I think Send Hub are just not too interested in battling now. They know it's still a long way to go. We've been saying that since minute 1, have we?
It's a long way to go. And once you get into the final hour, we sort of more understand how the strategies are really looking, how everything's going to pan out. I mean, Jimmy, you've been in endurance races. How important is that? What would you say is the turning point of the race? How is you as a team? When do you know this is where we're fighting for a position? This is sort of where we think we're going to finish.
I think like it's around now you start sort of doing those calculations. Right, okay, we've got through, we've survived the night, we've survived to this point, and you're basically setting the entire race is setting yourself up for that last stint. Just trying to understand when that last stint is and where you're going to be in that regard. So these guys, of course, they're all going to have their teams sort of back at base or whatever. Going over all the data, all the strategy stuff, so they'll know exactly what they've got to do. But I was just thinking, looking at Centaur being in fourth there. That of course is that was known as Brentwood Banter, those guys,
yes.
And they have been untouchable in the last couple of races, and here they are now, 8 laps down. I think the pace of this race is far higher than we've seen in previous years, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, if you're not thinking about the end of the race now, maybe is the time to start doing so, definitely.
There we go then. You've heard it here first. Think about the end of the race now. At that point then, Dab Motorsport leading the way on 1,337 laps. What a great number. Accelerate Racing in second place, 2 laps behind, and then Loughborough Legends and Neil, number 3 in position 3, 5 laps down on the leader. But as you said, Jimmy, 5 laps is still a very, very good gap.
It's like a bad fuel stop.
Yeah,
it's a missed fuel, it's a black flag, run out of fuel, that gap is gone. And running out of fuel, you might think watching like, oh, that's stupid, how do they do that? But like, we don't know how much fuel we've got, ever. So, and we've been told the carts will roughly do 2 hours, and that's roughly 2 hours if it's filled to the brim, and if maybe the mechanic doesn't quite fill it to the brim, you don't even know that. So like, it's a bit of a risk. So you have to, we ran out of fuel twice, I think. We ran out just coming up the hill. We ran out as someone cruising to the pit lane. So, and that was at 1 hour 45 each time, but I did 2 hours 15 earlier. So it seems to be quite variable.
And is there any fuel saving going on? Is that a chance you get to do it, or is it just pace is so strong?
The only time I ever did fuel saving was when I was out at that 2 hour 10 mark, and we were trying to wait for the fuel bay to open, and I was like, I need to probably start saving a bit here. Just to be honest though, a little bit of a lift isn't going to do much in these unless you're doing it right from the beginning, and then you might get a couple of laps out of it, but I think the pace you lose is not worth it.
Lots of support coming in on the chat, Jimmy, saying hope that you're all right. Seeing as well as folks asking about Chris MD and how he's getting on. Well, the good news is they're back up to 4th place, because we just saw Formula 1 making that pit stop. So that'll be a big reason why they were fairly quick. They were light on fuel.
I'm worried about those guys. I think that if we have a couple more issues, then we're going to get beaten by these frogs, which I'm not sure I'm ever going to be able to live down. So I'm really hoping that doesn't happen.
Another 51.1 this time round for Chris MD. 4 hours and 46 minutes to go. So who do we think will be taking the Team 87 kart to the finish of the race then?
I think it's Chris. I think it's a very tired and very annoyed Chris. He's like, I'm done driving now. He had his bath, had his shower, came back. Sorry, mate, you're going in again. So, Jimmy's ruined himself. So yeah, I think Gordy next, and then we're finishing strong. So just got to hope we have no more incidents really.
What you've just done there though is put a target on your back for the Senor Frogs now. That's hope we finish in front of what you've done there is you set a target now.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I mean, bring it on, mate.
There we go.
Bring it on.
Sparring words. we saw that last night, didn't we?
Question from Chris Farquhar. Anything going on with Club 73 Young Guns? Not much to report, but that's a good thing at this stage of the race. They're very nicely going along in 7th place, 40 seconds behind the next kart up the road, which is the now reclassified Broken Rib Racing. And the pace is good, 51.1 last time around for them. They're 39 minutes into a stint. So doing the quickish maths in my head, that's looking good on the fuel in terms of they'll only need to be in the box 2 more times to get themselves to the end of the race.
Yeah. The great thing is that we can say all day about endurance racing and how it's all, it could be 2 hour stints, but it's never quite that simple. And Jimmy Broadbent leaves us now.
He's got to head off.
Yeah, he's going to head off, begin the
Cheers,
recovery
Jimmy.
process.
Thanks once again.
Thank you, Jimmy. Yeah, to begin that recovery process. We wish him all the best in that recovery, and hopefully he's back behind the wheel before we even know it. But yeah, looking at the overalls then, gaps between each teams. Well, you look at RX Mechanics downwards, and there's, what's that?
It's very, very tight.
3, 4, 5 carts all on the same lap. In fact, Formula 9 actually, I count them as well, 6. So there's 6 carts there, 5 of them in the clubman class, all looking to try and battle away for what would be at 4th place in the clubman class. Oh, that's going to be a great one. I mean, we are 4 3/4 hours from the end of this race. We've got a great battle for 4th place. Just to give you an update on the standings, you might be wondering why Broken Ribs Racing have got the black number panel, but they are a pro driver. The race director at the discretion has a look at the average lap times, has a look at the pace, how the team is doing, and decides whether they should be in that class or not. The teams sort of self-assess. They enter as a pro or they enter as a clubman, and what the race director has made clear is that if he feels that a team has entered clubman just to try and get an easy trophy, that will be changed to try and open up a little bit more fair competition further down. So Broken Rib Racing, it has been decided they are quick enough to challenge at the top of the pro class, and being only 11 laps down, that's a pretty fair discussion there. When they're ahead of Club 73 Young Guns, Motorsport UK Academy, Team 87, Rallycross Mechanics, you know, they're doing a great job. And on the flip side, BAR Humbug, who originally entered as pros, and so did Team Rango, they've been put into the clubman ranks so that they can have a bit more of a competition around them, and it gives them, you know, a better opportunity to finish this race on a strong foot. So that's why there's a couple of changes there, but 3 changes. I think the drivers and teams have pretty much assigned them very well in their classes.
Big thanks to our sponsors of this event, G. Collins & Sons, a like-minded family-run business based in Kent. Discover their range of jewellery designed in-house and created in their on-site workshop. They provide the highest standard of British jewellery making. Visit them in their showroom in Royal Tunbridge Wells for a truly unique experience. Thanks to those guys once again for their support of this, the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 Hours, which you are watching live here on Alpha Live. If it's your first time here, do click that subscribe button, notification bell as well. And likewise, if you're here on the Comms Box camera stream, apologies, the GoPro's a bit choppy today. I don't know quite sure what's going on there, but give us a sub and a notification bell clickage and a like button as well. And there we go, 4 hours and 40 minutes to go. Good to chat with Jimmy as well. It's a shame, again, it's motorsport, it happens.
Yes.
When you pick up a bit of a knock, but you know, absolutely the right decision that he's got to take care of himself.
Yeah.
'Cause he's got a busy season ahead of him.
He has, and I mean, hopefully it's just, as you say, well, as he said, there wasn't really any swelling, which is normally a good sign in terms of recovery, but we shall wait and see. Obviously, he's got to get that properly assessed, and I'm sure the physios will be straight off the mark to give him a recovery time and a recovery schedule. And, well, yeah, hopefully we get to see him back trackside and behind a car very, very soon. It would be great to see him get back there. And it just warns, I guess that's a warning then to other drivers and teams. The drain down at paddock, avoid it. Absolutely avoid it. That's going to be the top tip there for any and all drivers that make their way down now into paddock. So having a look then, Dab Motorsport still with that 2-lap lead, setting mid 50-second lap times. Accelerate Racing 2 laps behind, also setting mid 50-second lap times. Kart number 3, Loughborough Legends and Neil, 5 laps behind the leader. They are also setting mid 50-second lap times. If that doesn't prove that this has been very, very close racing, very, very close in terms of matching pace and whatnot, I don't really think anything will. It's been very, very competitive throughout. It's been very, very enjoyable to watch. And that is just more to the fact that we see drivers, they are exhausted coming out of these karts. Absolutely exhausted. It just shows you how much preparation you need to do and how much effort you need to put into to make sure you keep up with the pace. Phenomenal to see though. Adrenaline will take you a long, long way if you're buying one of these karts. It's only when you try and get out, that's when you realise how tired you really, really are. Looking at the clubman classes then, top 3 at the moment. The 15 Team ARD are currently 9th overall, leading the clubman class. Then it's the 24 Ditchfinders, 10th overall, 2nd in class. They are 4 laps behind. Apologies, 3 laps behind. No, they are 4 laps behind. I was right. Stick to your gut, Kieran. Ditchfinders in 2nd, 4 laps behind. And then 3rd in class, the 21 Club 73 Mafia, who are 5 laps behind the class leaders in Team ARD. Just having a watch on then, going through the S's. Through Sime Sweep and Pullmans. Very, very good corners, those ones. Downhill, you try and go flat out through the Sime Sweep, and then you try and use that momentum to go through Pullmans. It's very, very easy to try and get suckered into taking that curb early, but you've got to try and take it as late as possible. And what's not quite clear on that camera shot is that there's a very, very well strategically placed bit of barrier to keep you off that curb. So it really is, how brave do you make it? And then you go in towards Paddock Bend, which is down the bottom of the hill. You've got to try and then stay left to try and open up the right-hander. It's a very, very tricky set of corners, but if you get them right, boy, is it a good feeling. Boy, is it a fantastic feeling. And having a look at the rest of the order, just looking at the Senor Frogs, they are currently 4th in class. Contact warning going out to the pro team Broken Rib Racing. And they will have the black number panel for the rest of the event, but just in their sort of brackets there, you'll see pro, so they have been reassigned their class. Club 73 Team Silent, that's probably a good battle to be watching because they're only 2 tenths behind the Senor Frogs. Where are they out on circuit? I do wonder. Just having a look and see. I think that's them just coming past the Calf Curve and onto the Sicily Straight, going up towards the first 2 turns, and that's going to be for 4th place in class. South Coast Racing, once those top 2 start battling, once those battles go on, and here's the battle for that 4th place then, as we see, as Club 73 Team Silent trying to take that position away from the Senor Frogs, which they have done. And with that, Team A7 have also found their way through as well, so that might have helped Ed Bridle out just a bit there, but Chris MD losing out that position to the Club 73 Team Silent stable. So Club 73 Team Silent in 4th, Senor Frogs now down to 5th, and South Coast Racing, they probably were hoping for a bit more of a longer battle so that they could try and close up a little bit more. They're 6.5 seconds back from Chris MD in the Senor Frogs kart at the moment. But a nice move there from Club 73 Team Silent in towards the hairpins. Very well measured move. But still 4.5 hours left. Chris MD's been having some good pace as well. He's been in the mid 50 seconds, which is strong, strong pace. Can't let that get to him. He's been doing phenomenally well. There's actually still going on that battle. In fact, the Team Silent machine still trying to battle away with the S's. And now down we go through Sime Sweep and Pullmans. Is this a case of maybe Team Silent have rethought this? Maybe they want to work together. They pointed to their right-hand side as if to say, no, go back through. Perhaps he was trying to let Ed Bridle through in the Team 87, and Chris MD's taken up that opportunity. Whatever's happened, Chris MD finds himself back ahead in the Senor Frogs machine as they make their way through turns 1 and 2. So Club 73 Team Silent have their work cut out once again in towards hairpin 1. And now onwards they go towards hairpin 2. That's the 22 machine, Club 73 Pirates. They're a few laps down, but again, just trying to work together. And now you see Chris MD giving Ed Bridle a bit of a push there, trying to work together at the moment. Down we go then towards Paddock Bend, and up we go towards Garda. Again, Team Silent Club 73 are going to be wanting that position. They've got it once before, but they know they can get it again through Calf Curve and onto the Sicily Straight. as we see then Ed Bridle trying to go up the inside of the ditch finders. That's second place in the clubman class. Down towards the first hairpin they go again. Senor Frogs fourth in class at the moment, and they have been really sticking well with the ditch finders here. Bear in mind they are second in class. It just shows you that there's been strong pace throughout the 24 hours. Down the hill they go towards Paddock, up Damon Hill, and there goes Ed Bridle up the inside in towards Garda. Such a great overtaking opportunity. That might allow Chris MD. This won't be a battle for position, but if he can find his way past the 24, that would be second place in class, a couple of laps up the road. That would do wonders for his confidence. In fact, he's going for it up the inside of Henry's Bend then, down in towards the first hairpin. He's got the inside line. That's a great move then, but that's going to allow as well Club 73 Team Silent to try and take full advantage of that one. They cannot find their way through, and that's going to allow Chris MD to build even more of a gap.
Good stuff from the Senor Frogs. Apologies, I'm trying to reset the Commonwealth camera. It's a bit sleepy. I think it's feeling the effects of a 24-hour race, but hopefully it's not as lucky for you guys. A couple of questions coming in. Yes, that really is the number on the top left-hand corner. Oh, the number 3's come to a stop. That looks like fuel. How long has their stint been?
Yeah, that's hairpin 1. That's a long, long way back now. A very long way back. Let's see where they'll have to go. So they're pushing round hairpin 1 now. That's going to have to be covered. In through hairpin 2. Now, is it a case that they have to complete the full lap? We haven't seen one of these live yet, one of these pushbacks. So what's going to happen then? Now, this is going to be tricky because now other drivers and teams are going to have to negotiate their way through whilst the crew try and recover that kart. Yeah, they are going to have to do the full circuit, so that's a huge amount of time they're going to lose there.
Now, what has happened here? Because they've I don't think this is this scheduled or not?
Well, our producer in our area said they refueled about 8:10 this morning, so that's going to be
early.
That is early. So
that's way too early.
It's way too early. It shouldn't be fuel, but we'll have to wait and see.
Something strange has been happening with it. They did a 1 minute 19.6 last time around, and what's confusing me is that their stint time tracker has reset. They're now in the pits again. Try and get word from the team as to whether they now maybe came in and drove through the pits and that reset their clock and then went round again and ran out of fuel on that particular lap. That was very strange for the Loughborough Legends, but at least they've got it back, and they've got it back fairly quick.
Yeah.
It wasn't as bad.
Came in under his own power at the end.
Okay.
So we'll have to wait and see what the crew make of this.
Having a little look down in the cockpit.
Now, if the kart has run dry, there has to be a little bit of you've got to siphon the fuel back through. So if it runs dry, you've got to get the fuel flowing back into the system. It takes a couple of goes to get the fuel pumping round the system again in order to get it starting. Not at the head. Is that a good sign, I wonder? Let's hope it's a good sign. This is not good news for Loughborough Legends and Neil.
They've got it be a key moment in this race. They have got it going again. It looks like it's Kaylee Vincent getting in. If it is Kaylee, away she goes. It's not a good moment at all for the Loughborough Legends and Neil, and really does harm their battle. Their narrow hopes of trying to win this race, I think, have just dwindled away. Well, 3 minutes and 13 seconds was that last lap. That was not a good moment at all for the number 3.
What it does do is it allows Fox Motorsport to reel them back in. 21 seconds now they are behind for 4th place in class. They'll be rubbing their hands together now because they've realised that battle will come alive now.
The rear donator asks as, number 15 is in.
Yep, class leader into the pits.
Yep.
And refueling will get underway.
Bobby Stevenson with that stint. How long was that stint, do we reckon?
Good question. I don't like when you put me on the spot.
I could do it. I should do it myself. I've got it on my speed.
About an hour and a half.
Hour and a half, okay. Oh, now that's interesting. Now, technically, right, it started, ladies and gentlemen, especially for those who are maybe new to this. This is the point of the race at which I start talking about how many fuel stops to go. 4.5 hours remaining in the race. In theory, if you're fueling now and you're being very, very frugal with your fuel, you only need one more stop. If you can do two 2-hour 15s, you can get to the end of this race. I wonder, is that a move from Team ARD to go, right, let's get rid of our slightly shorter fuel stint, because that's not a full amount of fuel that they've used there, 90 minutes.
No.
Is that them playing this tactically to go, right, we need 2 times 2 hours and 15 minute stints to get us to the end of this race and win this class?
As well as that, could they just be playing it safe? You know, they're leading their class, they're 3 laps in the lead. We've seen how easily a 3-lap lead can be wiped away in the pro classes earlier on this race. Do they want to play it safe and just make sure they get that kart to the line, have no issues with fuel, no doubts about fuel, which is probably one of the strongest bets out there? It would mean, though, if they want to do 90-minute stints, that they've got to make a maths amount of stops.
Yeah, they've got to make that. That would be the one counter to that I would bring in, because we're very confident now. These karts can do 2 hours. We've seen plenty of teams doing 2 hours. If that was the case, why wouldn't you run the kart a little bit longer and chew away another 15 minutes, 20 minutes to give you that margin? I'm going to put myself on the line here. I think that is the first sign of someone tactically playing the fuel to the end of this race.
Yeah, because then that would take them to. We've got 2 more fuel stops, haven't they?
Yes, if they are doing 90 minutes on the fuel, and that is their strategy, which is their prerogative and absolutely fine. And I'm not going to criticise them because they're in the lead of their class. They've done a very good job. That would mean they need 2 stops to get themselves from now to the checkered flag.
Yeah.
But if they can eat the fuel out, they can shorten. They can save themselves 30 seconds.
We've had a change for position. Club 73 Team Silent getting ahead of the Senor Frogs. That's just come up on our timing screens. So that's going to be, I would assume, they're heading in towards hairpin 2 at some point now. In fact, I think they're just, we saw we saw Chris MD just pop through the picture there through the S's down towards the bottom of the track. And yes, it looks like Club 73 Team Silent have cleared Chris MD, and there is Chris MD out there right now. I do love the clear visors and the helmet not quite covering the mouth, because you can really see that steely determination from Chris MD there. You watch as he comes around here. This is laser focus here. So handed then by the Luffer Legends and Neil then, in different classes of course. And now heading in towards hairpin 1. So 5th in class now for Senor Frogs.
Good pace this from Kaylee Vincent. I'm pretty sure it's Kaylee behind with the suit and helmet combo. 50.725 last time around. So if we go back to the question that we asked brother Neil at the start of the race, who's going to be quicker, Kaylee or Neil? Well, from what we've seen here on the live stream, it's Kaylee. Kaylee's quicker.
Well, I mean, telemetry doesn't lie, does it? Time tells you exactly what happens.
Stopwatch does not lie.
The stopwatch does not lie.
Really, really good work. Kaylee raced for Loughborough herself in the BUKC quite a few years. Did some great work over the years, especially on the Loughborough B team, where they worked as a squad with multiple karts to get the A team into championship winning position, which they did many times. Another change of position to notify folks about, Kieran, if we've not spotted it already. BAR Humbug. past South Coast Racing for 15th place. I think that is an overtake on circuit as well, so that was a genuine one.
And that's for 6th place in Clubman class, so BAR Hamburg making up a position there, so it's a good sign for them. And it's always an interesting one at this stage, because you'll have different teams out there doing different stints, as we see this melee making its way now down in towards hairpin 1, and that's the 23 kart of the Club 73 Team Silent trying to negotiate their way through the field. With some good pace on them as well. I was going to come on to a point, and then I forgot that point once I saw a gaggle of carts heading towards hairpin 1. So I'm going to very swiftly and very nonchalantly, and no one will notice, hand back to you.
That's okay. It happens in 24
It does, doesn't
races.
it? Yeah, just absolutely gone. No idea.
You didn't. At least you didn't stop talking.
That's true.
We did. If Howard's watching, well, my partner in crime when it comes to DDMM things, we did a BUKC 24-hour a few years ago, where we made possibly the worst professional decision we've ever made in the history of DDMM, where we went, yeah, we'll commentate, yeah, we'll race in it as well. And it did not go well. Well, the first. Oh, has there been a change of position?
Yes.
They've swapped back round.
They have swapped back round. South Coast Racing back ahead of BAR Humbug. So, yeah, that's looking like a good battle out there, 12 and 6. Now, you will see the number 6 has a yellow number board. We can confirm they are in the Clubman class. They have been reassigned. So that is going to be a battle for position in the Clubman class.
So we did the first 6 hours of commentary, and that went fine. That went really well, and it was very good. And we were on the same team, and then we pretty much...
Sorry, we'll get to this story, because BAR Humbug are back ahead now of South Coast Racing. We're now joining them now as they head their way through Cafe Curve. We're robbed of a battle there. I don't believe it. South Coast Racing coming into the pits for a fuel stop. Is that a commentator's curse? I think that is the commentator's curse. Producer in our ear. The only thing we had on track, our producer says, yes, but did the team fall afoul? No. They come in for a scheduled stop. I don't believe that. No, that's not. I'm not counting that, chat. I'm not counting that. I'm not. Anyway, South Coast Racing into the pits then for their fuel stop and driver change. And they'll be back out there, 4 hours and 22 minutes on the clock. And we'll see what they can do then and where they re-emerge, because that's going to... Where are Formula None out there? Kart number 20. Where's that going to put them? South Coast Racing were a lap behind. I wonder if I can spot the number 20 somewhere outside my commentary window. At the moment, no, I cannot spot them. But I'm sure someone will pick them up out there. Here they are, just outside my commentary box window. So they are about half a lap behind now after that stop. But South Coast Racing, what they would be looking at is a little bit of clear air as well. And that's something that's difficult to do, and we're 4 hours and 20 minutes away from the checkered flag. That's a very, very difficult thing to do. So just having a look at the order. We've got Accelerate into the pit lane. Number 10 into the pits for their fuel stop, I assume. And I assume there's going to be a change of driver as well. So last time I saw them, it was Paul Gasson in the kart out there. I wonder who's going to be taking over. Tell you what as well, we were talking to Jimmy Broadbent last night. He was talking to us about... I asked him, when are you going to do a double stint? We heard there might have been a double stint. He said he felt like it, but no. And to be honest with you, I think he's glad he didn't now, because I think that would be a little bit more with the injury there. But yeah, wish him all the best. Hopefully he makes a nice and speedy recovery. Accelerate now back out of the pit lane. They wouldn't have been a change of position, but they just put themselves a further lap behind. 3 laps now behind Dab Motorsport. Dab Motorsport, when was the last time they pitted? About an hour ago. So they've still got roughly an hour left in the tank. Of course, that's very arbitrary. That's very much a guess. Loughborough Legends running out of fuel earlier on. Contact warning going out to the number 1 of Send Hub. They're currently 3rd in class. Loughborough Legends in the number 3 and Fox Motorsport in the number 5, both on the same lap. That's going to be a battle for 4th place overall. 20.5 seconds separates them at the moment. So roughly just under half the track between them at the moment. There is Loughborough Legends making their way up towards the first corner. A bit of a thumbs up to the drivers around. That's just a little bit of traffic management. Now, traffic management's a big thing in endurance racing. There are no blue flags. If you're not familiar with blue flags, it does mean that the driver behind is not racing, so let them by. Or it's a prerogative there. But there are no blue flags, because otherwise the posts would be blue flags constantly all the way through. And luckily, we don't have the marshals waving flags as a first choice anymore. Otherwise, they'd be waving flag the whole time. I think we've got an interview. Andrew, who have you found?
Cheers, Kieran. We're here with Ethan from Team Senor Frogs. A very tired Bazinga. Talk me through the night, Ethan. It's been a bit of a whirlwind.
Oh, so I came off after the rain hit, so I got like half an hour in the rain, and then I decided, yeah, do you know what? I could probably go and get a bit of sleep. I went to the camper van. Couldn't get a wink of sleep. I actually had an asthma attack. Stayed awake. Jumped on 7 till 9. Put in a really good shift. Overnight, we've done really well to make up the positions. If we took away our mechanical failure, I think we'd be battling for 3rd and 2nd in our class, which would be unreal. So we're sending Harry out next in the hopes that he can make up some of the time. But yeah, it's been an eventful night.
Harry had a really, really good stint earlier. We saw it because he had the mechanical failure. I said to you earlier, thought the way that you bounced back from that was really good. The attitude's been strong. Yeah,
100%. I think when something's out of your control, you just got to do what you can. And every time someone goes out, we had radios, but they failed on us as well. So we're doing it with a whiteboard, but we're just trying to get everyone through it as much as they can. But yeah, Harry will consistently put times in that I think might get us back in the conversation. Club 73 silent, I think they had a black flag recently. So all it takes is maybe another one of those, who knows? And we might get a little bit of sorcery before the end.
I've got to ask, because it was as I was leaving the circuit, I was very concerned for him, and I haven't seen him since. How's Chip?
Chip is asleep behind the bar. He is asleep behind the bar on a camping mini bed. But that man set a 50.2. He set a 50.2 in the early hours of this morning, just before I jumped on. My God. I don't know how he did it, but we whacked the fastest frog sign up. He was putting in some really solid times, so he got us back in. He unlapped himself and then caught the car in front, which is amazing.
Brilliant stuff. The rain, as you say, it hit just as we said it would, around 9:30. As a relative newcomer to it, how was that on slicks?
So yeah, not ideal. I've driven at other tracks with a little bit of wet on the surface, but when it's changing conditions and you're used to following certain lines in battles, especially, someone come gunning past me into the first corner, and I noticed he just had no grip. I was like, oh, it's changed. Instantly, it changed, and that's on the old tarmac. The old tarmac's horrible. The new stuff, you can still get a little bit of snap on, but the old stuff, you was all over the gaff.
And with this being the first time that the team's been together, do you think you'll do more of this in future?
I think we will. I think we've all enjoyed it. I think we've enjoyed it a lot. Everyone's been friendly as well. Everyone's been amazing. Like in and around the venue, we've had fun. We spoke to a couple of the other teams. Everyone's cheering each other on. Yeah, it's been a good experience.
I know a lot of people have been impressed with you as well. The chat's been really supportive. I've even had people that I know from the owner drivers saying, these guys can pedal. We need to get them in something faster.
Okay, yeah, all right, okay. Thank you.
Good stuff, Ethan. Thanks. So you've been absolutely top draw here this weekend, and hope we see you again soon.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Absolute pleasure. Cheers.
Bazinga there from Team Senor Frogs. Kieran, back to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yeah, great to hear from Ethan there, talking us through that one. I mean, yeah, they've done a fantastic job out there. Still a long way to go there. And, well, with 4 hours and 15 on the clock, still all to play for. A little bit of sorcery, I think, is the phrase there. A little bit of sorcery. Anything can happen. We've seen mechanicals. Anything can happen. And it usually does.
Having said that, though, another thing I've really been impressed with is the reliability of the fleet. This is the name of the whole field now for the commentator's curse, but no, yeah. it really has impressed me how solid the carts have been.
Your record, Andrew, I'm shocked you even said that.
Rich is going to be coming in and going, oh, dude! Yeah,
no, we'll have to put something behind the door, sort of.
But yeah, I say teams have played their part in that as well. I think they've heeded the briefings, the advice from race controls. You know, you've got to take care of the cart. They are new carts. If you're kind to them, they'll be kind to you. But you still got to put that platform in the first place as a circuit. So big thumbs up for everything that Buckmore Park and the team have done in preparations for this weekend, especially with it being, you know, a quite poignant race to be holding at this time of year, considering we talked about this at the start of the programme. What was it, some 20 hours or so ago, that there was a genuine fear that we wouldn't be able to race here anymore this time last year when, you know, due to lockdowns, Buckmore Park was closed, couldn't get people in, couldn't get the revenue in, and there was a genuine fear for everybody in the karting community, you know, from top to bottom. So yeah, it's been a really, really good weekend, isn't it? Personally, I think one of the best events that I've been to in a long, long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And my timing screen has just really, really got interesting.
Had a wobble.
Well, it's showing me that Chris MD's closed up the gap again in this Senor Frogs machine. 2 Club 73 Team Silent. They are within 0.2 of a second, about 1/10.5. They've just crossed the line, making their way. Should be up towards hairpin 1. And yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a battle once again. Let's see if we can have a find of that one out there. Should be through the S's, possibly.
Well, there's number 3 going through shot. 23.81. There he was. 27 picked up by the guys. Brilliant camera work once again. And number 8 is running a little bit wide there.
Yeah, so this is what the 23 would have had to come across. And look at this. Chris MD is fighting against the pros here in the Pro Championship. It's great stuff at the moment, but he's battling away. But you can see that the Club 73 Team Silent had a better time of it, as that's the 25 machine up the inside. HWB, they are a team on a mission here. They're looking to recover the lost time they lost overnight, about 4 AM. Their carts ran out of fuel, had to be pushed back to the pit lane. Here they go up the inside in towards hairpin 2, and still running side by side, but they do take that away. That's not for position, but that's HWB looking to make up the lost time they lost in the night. But yeah, Chris MD was closing that gap, but now he's having trouble clearing these 2 carts in front of him, and that's what's going to cost him a bit of time, which is probably the reason how he caught up so quickly. Well, it lit up the timing screens, how quickly he was catching. This is what he now has to battle through, and at the moment the gap is going to be increasing again the longer he's behind. He lost 1.5 seconds on that last lap because he's battling at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a really good last hour or so for HWB, the team of Andy Buswell, Mark Harvey, Michael Carrot, Dimitri Gaffney in there as well. Apologies if there's any drivers that left out that aren't on our sheet. You mentioned they had that technical problem. They ran out of fuel. You know, they're only 2-3 laps behind this big squabble that we've been talking about, you know, from 16th place upwards. You're absolutely right. They are still in the mix. The number 24 Ditch Finders at the back of this queue at the moment. They've got a position to defend their 2nd place at the moment in, or in 2nd place, I should say, in the clubman category.
A couple of questions in the chat asking what's happened to Refined Metals Racing. They parked the carts.
I think they may be a retirement. I think they may have called it a day on that effort.
That would be a shame if they have. They would still be in the race, so their cart is ready for them. It's in the pit lane at the moment. But if it's a case of they have retired, or as we were alluding to earlier on in the stream, about half an hour ago, they may have run out of drivers for now. And that is a real possibility. If fatigue comes in, if there's injuries involved, just as we saw with Jimmy there, with his injuries, Chris MD giving a little bit of a nudge to Send Hub there. Send Hub not quite appreciating that one, going in towards Paddock Bend, and I recognise that outfit then in the number 1 there. Hill trying to basically just say to Chris, let's work together. Let's not cause each other trouble here. Let's work together, and then overall we'll lose less time than if we start battling. And Motorsport UK Academy into the pit lane.
Indeed, I'm just going to check his stat. Doesn't seem... Ah, no, they've had a black flag recently, so no, I think this is scheduled.
Yes,
I was about to say that was an early pit stop.
About 20 minutes ago, they had a black flag, didn't they?
Yeah, so they've been in and out. So that okay. So now this is the phase of the race where I'm very confident that if you're pitting now, you'd only have to do one more stop to get you to the end of this race, because we're talking 4 hours and 10 minutes to go, 2 hours and 5 for your 2 fuel stints, your 2 vats of fuel to get you to the end of the race. So we'll see if Motorsport Academy, Motorsport UK Academy, are able to do that. A few things for you to be aware of here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel over the next few weeks, with commentaries from DDMM, Double Dash Motorsport Media. Next weekend we will be in Wales, a beautiful part of the world, and another great race circuit, Glannigors, Parc de Karting. No, that's not proper Welsh, is it? But we will be there. We will be there at Glannigors as the battle rages on between the 25 and the 23 and the 8 as well. For Super 1, the second race meeting of the weekend, and Chris MD trying to go around the out. Oh my goodness, what a move that is! Chris MD round the outside of one of the pro karts. He's getting stuck in now. He's wanting to try and get past the 23 as well. It's looking like a sprint race at the moment. Never mind 4 hours to go in a 24-hour. Back up the inside once again is Ed Bridle. So that's the Team 87 kart. That's the two teams sharing a room 2 hour left. And Hill's got back through past Chris MD. Also, this is good fun out here.
It is, isn't it? And Sendhub then trying to find out.
Meeting weekend of the year for Super 1 owner karting. With some of the fastest drivers in the UK racing in that one. We had a great first meeting at Rowra up in Cumbria a few weeks ago, so very much looking forward to that. And then we're at Glannigors next, following weekend after that as well, for some Club 100 action in the Sprints Championship. Drivers from this part of the world will know that very, very well, regularly racing here at Buckmore Park. Great to be taking Club 100 and an Alpha live stream to, as I say, this is my favourite circuit in England. Glannigors, no offence to all the circuits in Wales, is my favourite in Wales, so that'll be very, very good over the next 2 weekends here on your Alpha Live network, with DDMM commentary. And there'll be other stuff as well, I'm sure, that Luke will start messaging me about as to what else is on the channel, but I can't remember which bits those are because I'm not involved in them.
Yes, absolutely, but it's a lot to remember. It's a lot to remember. We'll forgive you for now. Ed Ryder in that Team 87 kart at the moment, the Club 73 Team Silent machine. And then we've got Sendhub Limited, Matt Hill at the wheel of that kart at the moment. Then we've got Chris MD, all of them really in their own separate sort of part of the timing screens at the moment. The battle we're focusing on is between the 23 of Club 73 Team Silent and the 27 of Senor Frogs, because that is for class position. They're both on the same lap, so we'll be keeping our eyes peeled for them. Between them is the Sendhub kart, as the Sendhub tries to send it up in towards Garda. That hill wants to try and get past as they make their way up the hill. He's very eager to try and find his way past as well. As we cut to, this is Loughborough Legends and Accelerate Racing, and what a battle this could have been but for the 9 laps between them. There's Matt Hill up the inside. There goes Chris MD taking full advantage and now trying to take it to Matt Hill as well. Well, that was a bit sketchy there for Chris MD, trying to get onto the racing line, and I think he just forgot Matt Hill was there.
Yeah, we all got away with that one. Chris MD, the steely look in his eyes forward to try and catch up to the karts ahead. So the gap between them at the last count was 0.2 of a second. So that has gone out a little bit on this particular lap.
What that does mean then is it was a great bit of opportunistic driving though from Chris MD, because Matt Hill did all the work and he reaped all the benefits. It was great stuff. We shall see if he can keep building that gap as well. Club 73 Mafia into the pit lane in the clubman class. As we watch on hairpin 1 and hairpin 2 goes Chris MD. I think we've been invaded here. I think I remember Andrew saying last night about having some cake as a bribe, and I think this bribery is taking place right now, right under our noses. I wonder how that's going to... I'll have to ask Andrew about that later. In the meantime, here's Chris MD making his way through Garda, and onwards he goes then through the centre chicane, up the hill and towards Cafe Curve, with just over 4 hours on the clock. And over the line comes Chris MD, again 4th in class at the moment in the Clubman class. And, well, let's have a look at the lap times between them then, between Senor Frogs and Club 73 Team Silent. About half a second that last lap time. Did I see there was a bit of bribery going on there, Mr.
You know, earlier when I said that teams can eradicate themselves from commentary curse shenanigans if they bring me cake.
Does that mean you can't actually mention them now?
Well, a Victoria Sponge has just arrived in the commentary box from a team that's doing quite well.
I see. Is this your way of saying you're not going to mention them ever? I think it is. I'll take that silence.
Not for now.
Half an hour? They bought you a cake?
Not for now. It's to say, I'll probably buy them like an hour and a half.
They bought you a cake. There's the number 6 machine in the pit lane. BAR Humbug now in the Clubman class. And running, again, they've still got a chance of grabbing 3rd place in the Clubman class at the moment. The podium's still on. I mean, the Clubman class is phenomenally close when it comes to the battle for 3rd place. We've got, at the moment, Club 73 Mafia. They've recently pitted, and they are 4 laps behind Ditchfinders. Then you've got Senor Frogs, who are 2 laps down on Mafia. That could actually be 1 lap if the timing screen aligns. The way the timing works here, it's towards the start-finish line. Number 18 now into the pit lane. That's Broken Rib Racing. They're now in the Pro class, 6th at the moment when they came into the pits. Senor Frogs 2 laps behind 3rd place in class, Club 73 Mafia. And then Club 73 Team Silent, they're 2.2 now behind Senor Frogs. Then you've got BAR Humbug, who are about 2 laps behind. So it's still, you know, a podium place for a clubman is still up for grabs at this, I would say, late stage, but we've still got 4 hours left of the race.
So pit's fairly quiet at the moment. Apologies, I keep having to turn off my timing monitor off because computers are struggling on this Sunday morning.
It is Sunday, to be fair.
Yeah. What are we looking at in terms of stints underway and who we think is going to be pitting fairly soon?
That's a very good point. Club 73 Team Silent probably due a pit stop in the next 10 minutes or so. Senor Frogs probably due a pit stop in the next 20-25 minutes. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch out, see how the strategy goes. Looking at Fox Motorsport, they've been out there for nearly 2 hours. We're expecting them pretty soon in the number 5 machine. Dab Motorsport, possibly another 40 minutes they've got out there. Similar story for Send Hub. Accelerate only came in 20 minutes ago, so they're going to run longer, as we've already alluded to. They might be going for a slightly different strategy to try and get themselves high up the order. In fact, I said Fox Motorsport are due in. They're in the pits right now.
Spot on.
Spot on. There we go. It's like I saw that coming. I'm not going to reveal my secrets, but... And I think we're at the bottom of the hour, aren't we? We are.
We're at the bottom of the hour in terms of the clock, but not in terms of the race.
Ah, is that why we're not? Oh, I see. I see. Fair enough. Well, I mean, there's the 23 into the pit lane. 23 is the Club 73 Team Silent machine. And, well, with 26 karts in the running at the moment, that's an issue with the fuel bay. It's something we haven't properly alluded to. We might have done early on.
Look at that driver. That's a sorry state of a driver. He'll never walk again.
But this is it was a slight cue there that the 23 had to wait for, and that's valuable time. They know they're in a big battle for possibly clubman podium, and no, they ran out of fuel in the first barrel, so now they've got to grab the second one. Oh, that's an unfortunate bit of luck there.
Sort it out, Luke.
The crew doing a solid job there. And of course, the driver can't be anywhere near the cart whilst the refuelling is taking place. A jump over the barrier there. And That's the driver saying, let's get on with this. Look over the shoulder, away he goes.
Quick question in Motorsport UK Academy, have they had some more slow laps?
And they've recently pitted.
Or has my brain just completely gone as to why they've suddenly fallen down to 13th? Why do I seem to remember they were up in around 7th?
Yeah, they had a black flag. Now they had a pit stop only about 8 minutes ago. So
they have some slow laps before that?
Let's have a look.
Doesn't look fully equate in my head as to
they had
so far
90-second lap.
Oh no, I know exactly what that is. That is an underweight penalty.
Yes.
Yes, so they hadn't stopped, but they've suddenly dropped 10 laps. Now that is going to be one of the spot checks. We've not talked about this for a while. I think it was Megan who asked the question. Yes, thank you, Megan, for prompting this. We're going to go on one now.
Well, we are.
So there is a minimum weight limit for the drivers, as very tired drivers getting out of the cart. Very simple terms, it's 70 kilos. So every driver must weigh 70 kilos at least, and if they're blessed enough to be lighter than 70 kilos, they've got to put on an additional balance. Now that can be in a seat insert, that can be lead on posts or whatever it may be, but they themselves and their kit need to be 70 kilos. If they are measured to be under 70 kilos, it is a 10 lap deduction, a 10 lap penalty, and that is what's happened to Motorsport UK Academy, because they were 15 laps off the overall lead. They're now 25 laps off the overall lead. Now the other thing here is, Kieran, if they do that again, they're out. They're disqualified from the event. So yeah, that is a huge moment in this race for the Motorsport UK Academy. They've had that penalty. That'll be, as I say, it'll be a pretty slam dunk one, because you're either 70 kilograms or you're not. And they've suffered that 10 lap penalty. I think I'm right in saying, unless it happened in the middle of the night, that is the first one of those that we've seen in the entire race.
Yeah, that's the first one we've seen, for sure. And yeah, as you said, if they do it again, that is them out, excluded from the race. So they are going to be on thin ice from the rest of this. And I think just a slight bit of extra ballast here and there for every driver, just to make sure that that doesn't happen again. It's such fine margins as well. It's probably a case that it was, 400 grams in it, 300 grams in it, but 70 kilos is the weight. If you are under it, doesn't matter how much you're under it, it's a 10 lap penalty. And as we said before, they're going to be on thin ice now. A little bit of extra lead perhaps in the legs or in the cart, something like that. So make sure it doesn't happen again. Producer makes a good point of loss of fluids. Could that be the difference? I would say yes. In a sense, yes. The amount of fluid you use. I mean, we're seeing drivers come off exhausted, absolutely exhausted, sweat billowing down. Yes, loss of fluid is absolutely a way you could actually get underway without even realising it.
But I would say that is something that the teams need to prepare for.
Yeah,
I know from my own excuse of a body that I've been living in for 31 years, that I've in a 20-minute stint in a sprint race, I've been able to lose half a kilo before. So I always try and make sure that I've topped up my fluids, like you used to do with your car back in the days when cars were a little bit less reliable and you had to top up your coolant tanks every weekend. You have to do that with your body to make sure that and the other thing that I advise for anyone coming into this sport and wondering about, what are the little bits of advice from those with a bit more experience? I'd say with any kind of series where you are running to a weight requirement, look, this isn't Formula One. This isn't a situation where it's like, oh, let's take paint off the car to save 100 grams here or there. There are lots of variables. Your own body, your own cards is a variable. Never run out right close to the limit, because you are just asking for trouble. So I always tend to run myself a kilo over the weight limit, just to be sure, because the level I race, a kilo ain't going to make any difference. Here's a battle between the number 20, the 7 and the 9.
7 and 9 of a position here.
Yep.
Because this is for 13th overall, down in towards hairpin 1.
Now the 9 may not realise this, because probably thought, oh, the 7, that's been one of the ones at the front of the order. Not anymore, because they've had that 10-lap penalty.
And here they come now down in towards Syme Sweep, in towards Pullman's again. And number 20 is the Formula None, so they're running at the pointy end of the clubman class, so it's not going to be an easy team to try and get past. This could be an extra layer into this battle, as we see then the cart number 7 make its way up the hill and towards the final corner at Cav Curve. This could be an opportunity here for the Rallycross mechanics. They decline the invitation, but I tell you what, there was no hanging about from the Motorsport UK Academy. That's going to put the Rallycross mechanics on attack in towards hairpin 1. Well defended there by the Motorsport UK Academy.
I have just realised as well, as I say, the team that have brought cake to the commentary box, and as such they have bought themselves grace from the commentary curse for at least, you know, a time to be determined. They are one of the teams that have benefited from the 10-lap penalty, so the cake clearly works. Up the inside go the RX mechanics on the number 7 of Motorsport UK Academy. Ooh, I thought there was going to be a bit of a squeeze there through the centre chicane.
Motorsport UK Academy again, just thinking about a move in towards Conways, and in fact has managed to manufacture the move in towards Henry's Bend and now in towards hairpin 1. Would have had the inside line, and yet they're now back ahead of the number 9 car, the Rallycross mechanics. Then they go back up the inside. They are chopping and swapping positions. This is a great battle here as they make their way now through the S's. Onwards they go then through Syme Sweep, through Pullman's. This is a battle that could go on for quite some time. Looking at the stints here.
Down in the inside again, a little bit forced out wide there. The number 9 apologetically puts his hand up.
Yeah. I think that was more so that they didn't get a track limits penalty there, lifted off there to make sure that didn't happen.
Is that another one of those tactical raising of the hands?
It is, yeah. Well, here they come again, Rallycross mechanics looking to try and get that move up the inside, get that line there. Both of these teams, similar stints here, about 10 minutes between them, and quite early on in the stints, there go the Rallycross mechanics up the inside, but a little bit too deep into hairpin 1. That allows Motorsport UK Academy to get that position back and just calmly swoop through, take back that position. It's a great battle going on.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from these two teams. They've kind of been dropped by Team 87. I was saying that Team 87 do owe us a pit stop. I think it's down the inside, goes up and done again. Brilliant move there into Garda. Now, important run up through Senna and through Cafe and over the hill. Can they defend the position into turn 1? They won't want to defend it too much because that will hold them up. They're not going to be challenged here into Conways and then Henry's Bend. All ran a little bit wide there. Are Motorsport UK going to go down the inside? Yes, they are. Good move from the Academy driver. Through again into hairpin 1. Hairpin 2 now. Motorsport UK Academy defending. And they've swapped positions again.
Yeah, but now you see there the Rallycross mechanics has got a much better run coming out of hairpin 2. Now that's going to be an advantage going through the Syme Sweep round the outside of Pullman's there. Has to back out of that one in towards Paddock Bend. And, well, this is a great battle between them as they head up towards Garda. And another round then goes to the Motorsport UK Academy through the centre chicane and up the rise we go before we make our way in through the calf curve. Onwards then towards the 60 straight at the start finish line. Again, the Rallycross mechanics looking for a move down the inside in towards Conways, then in towards Henry's Bend. And again, the Rallycross mechanics get that position. Up now they go towards hairpin 1, holding on to the inside line too. How's their exit going to be out of here? Defending the inside line. There's a switch back there. Motorsport UK Academy up the inside. Bit of contact between the two of them as they're going to run side by side. Motorsport UK Academy still trying to stick it up the inside through the S's as they head their way through Syme Sweep, down in towards Pullman's and towards Paddock Hill Bend. Again, trying to go side by side down in towards there, but the Rallycross mechanics just hanging on for now.
This is great stuff. This is, as I said, this is more like a 20-minute sprint at the moment as opposed to a longer race format. But a lot of fun being had here at Buckmore Park. The chat's loving it also. Cracking racing. It says Bubbles. a little bit wide there from the number 7 on the outskirts of Henry's Bend. It's a tricky one, Henry's Bend, because you want to try and keep things fairly tight, not too tight, because then you tighten the corner too much and you end up having less corner speed. But on the opposite end of the scale, you don't want to run out too wide through Henry's Bend, because you then open the door for hairpin 1.
Yes, absolutely. And it looks like here Rallycross Mechanics just making sure they try and get the gap up just a little bit here. But still, it's not much of a gap as they make their way up towards Garda. And yeah, imagine, if they didn't have that underweight penalty, this would just be, a faster kart trying to get through. But this is now a battle for position as they make their way on towards the Sicily Straight once again. And Rallycross Mechanics starting to build a little bit of a gap now as they try and extend that gap. That's BAR Humbug just ahead of them now. They are running a yellow plate, but they have been reassigned to Clubman class, so that's not a battle for position then. And other than getting a good move up the inside, and what that does also is put a kart between themselves and the Motorsport UK Academy, and that's going to be an important one, because now Motorsport UK Academy have to get past that same kart, which is not easy. There's no obligation for any of these drivers to simply roll out the red carpet and let the faster teams through. No obligation whatsoever. You can battle them if you want to your heart's content, but the penalty is that you're both going to lose time by battling. So in the long run, probably not a great idea, but you're free to do it.
I'm right in saying it's Will Ovenden. It's one of you Ovendens out in the field this weekend, but this is Will Ovenden, British Rallycross junior driver. Has been the Buckmore Park lap record holder in the RT8 lights. So plenty of experience around this circuit for Will.
He's starting to build a gap again, because that means then the Motorsport UK Academy have to see if they can find their way past the BAR Humbug team. And again, it's not easy, because we say they're quote-unquote slower teams, but when you balance it out, if they're half a second or a second a lap slower, that's actually really difficult to try and find a way past. You might try and find a way past up the inside, in towards Conways and in towards Henry's Bend. A nice little move there to hang it on the inside, and that is him past and up a position. Now focus again can go on the kart number 9 ahead, which will be for position. So just watching Ovenden now make his way through in towards Pullman's and then down in towards Paddock Bend. Up the hill, and there's number 17 into the pit lane, and that's going to be Mini Boost, who are getting a fueling stop.
Yeah, Mini Boost have been talked in the early stages of this race about their battle with Milne GP, and I can see a Gordy Much being prepared for Team 87. So it looks like they've won out in that battle with Milne GP, and they've pulled themselves back towards some of the other karts as well. Take No Prisoners are 2 laps ahead of them, and away they go for another stint. Try and work out who that is in the kart as well, with the red, white and black helmets. So plenty of drivers on this team. Carl Ward, Rowan Nelson, Mark Holden, David Paris, Richard Setterfield and Leon Dupree's a driver who we've commentated on in 100 sprints over the last year or so.
Here we see then Chris MD out there going through Garda in the Senor Frogs. Just to give you a quick update on them, the Club 73 Mafia are 2 laps ahead. Chris MD on that last lap, closing in by 0.6 of a second. Just in the background there, Team 87 coming into the pits. Ed Bridle out, and I assume Gordy Much will be in after this fuel stop.
Yeah, that's right on schedule for Ed Bridle and the team. So Team 87, they are very much in range of being able to get to the end of this race on one more fuel stop. 3 hours and 45 minutes on the clock. And it's been a tough one for them, because they've, as a team, not quite had the pace that they would have wanted. You've got to give it to them. Their strategy has been strong. They've always looked calm in that regard, and away goes Gordy Much for what I imagine would be a 2-hour stint. That's pretty much what they've been running to for the course of this race. Gordy started the race, which was quite a long time ago, over 20 hours ago. Did qualifying as well. Had good pace during that opening stint, so it'll be a good barometer this to see how his pace compares relative to around 3 PM yesterday.
Yeah, just a look at the stints here. Dab Motorsport possibly within the next 10-15 minutes due a stop. Send Hub Limited possibly next 20 minutes due a stop. We've got the Club 73 Young Guns out there for 1 hour and 40. They're now into the pit. Senor Frogs, our time is into 1 hour and 53. They've been out on track, so possibly within the next 10 minutes we'll be seeing them come into the pit lane. And we're looking at the lap times here. They could, I mean, they're looking at the Club 73 Team Silent battle at the moment. That's who they're going to be trying to race on the exit. And having a look at the lap times, Chris MD's been lapping quicker.
Yeah.
So that's encouraging for the Senor Frogs.
It is indeed, and we think it'll be Harry Lewis, Road to Shore in next, who had a great stint earlier on in the race. The Club 73 Young Guns team, again, that will be fine for them in terms of getting to the end of the race on fuel. Because this is the good. I think you're feeling probably quite comfortable if you're pitting now, because you don't have to be pushing the tank to its limits. You're not having to do absolutely up to the milliliter drop 2-hour stints and more. It's very much about bringing the carts home in that situation.
Someone in the chat asking on the live telemetry, what does the TT stand for? That stands for track time. It's basically a barometer of how long it has been since that cart has passed the pit lane line. So it's an idea, an indication of how long the cart's been out there. But if there are any black flags, for example, that would then reset. So this is assuming, I mean, we haven't seen Dab Motorsport send Hub into the pits recently for a black flag, neither. In fact, Senor Frogs into the pits.
Yep, so this is going to be the end of Chris MD's stint. Another very, very good stint for the team in the number 27. And we wait to see who's going to be getting into the Senor Frogs number 27. Ethan Payne said to us earlier that it was going to be Harry Lewis. Although saying that, there's no cart in the box. Where is the number 27?
Back out on track. They 1 minute 29, or that last lap.
Yes, the circulator. They've just gone through sector number 1. Oh, I had a panic then.
Yeah, we lost them. We lost them for a minute.
Where were they? They were that quick through the pit lane. Genuinely, that is a quick pit time, and I think that's the lean, the pro lean of Harry Lewis that he's got down to an absolute T. Takes some people years to learn how to do that.
Does he come into the pits again? No, he stays out. So.
No, I think they've done it. They've done the stop.
They've done the stop.
Changed driver. They've fielded up.
That was quick, wasn't it? That was quick.
We've been talking about and what I mean by a pit-affected lap is because if you imagine where the timing beam is, it's beyond the pit lane exit. So if you've gone round and you've come in the pits and then you've sat in the pits and you've had some fuel, you've had a change of driver and all of that business, and then you roll out the pits, then the timing beam gets broken and we get to see what the pit-affected lap time is. And normally they've been around, I'd say on average, your decent ones have been 1 minute 35. That was a 1 minute 29 from Senor Frogs. So Road to Shore out now. And again, they'll be fine on fuel now. They just need to do 2 more fast stints. And the other thing as well, they don't have to worry about fuel saving because they don't need to go near 2 hours. They can do a 1 hour 50 and then another 1 hour 50, and they'll get home.
I mean, Ethan was talking to you earlier saying they're going to send Callum out there. They're going to send him out, see what he can do. I mean, he described it as his previous experience intermediate, but he's been a few times with friends. You wouldn't think that with the pace he's got there. You'd think he's doing it for quite a bit longer. Oh, he's just clipped a little bit of the plastic blocks there.
Nobody saw that, Harry.
Well, unfortunately, we got it all on camera, so I don't think there's any hiding that one. However, he might get a track limit warning for that one, possibly a curb warning, depending on how close he was. And we will see how it all plays out. So there they go then, the Senor Frogs down the hill. Just looking at it then, they've re-emerged then comfortably ahead so far of Club 73 Team Silent. So a very good stop there, very quick, efficient driver change and fuel stop as well. They have put themselves then in contention for third in class, because what they've done now is they've got themselves onto the same lap as Club 73 Mafia. Now, the only downside is the gap's around 45 seconds if I have a look at the gap between them. The problem is with the timing is because we've got to watch Senor Frogs cross the line, then that sets the distance between the two cars, but as soon as Club 73 Mafia come across the line, they then reset that to 1 lap. But looking at it, it's around, looking at it, yeah, so 2 laps. They've got themselves 2 laps now. So that's all refreshed and that's all good to go. So 2 laps between themselves and Club 73 Mafia. I mean, that's not a long distance at all. I mean, Jimmy Broadbent was talking to us earlier. I mean, that's less than 2 minutes. There's every chance with just over 3.5 hours left in this one to get themselves going again. Marshall just out on the track there repairing those plastic blocks. Normally what happens is as soon as that happens and we see the Marshall fixing those plastic blocks, they get slightly dislodged again in the very same camera shot. It's happened quite a couple of times. As we just see how it's all been going on. Just the top 3 of each class, as we see Dab Motorsport completing 1,420 laps. They are leading by 3 laps at the moment ahead of Accelerate Racing. Dab Motorsport due into the pits soon. Accelerate Racing in 2nd place in the number 10 machine. And then in 3rd place it's the number 1 Sed Hub Limited, 6 laps behind the race leader, due a pit stop soon. Top 3 of the Clubman class in 8th place overall, leading the class, the number 15 Team ARD. In 2nd place in class, Ditch Finders, they find themselves 4 laps behind Team ARD in that 2nd place in class spot. Then in 3rd in class, it's Club 73 Mafia, who find themselves a further lap behind in 3rd in class. Fastest lap time, well, fastest lap time overall is still that 49.690 from Accelerate Racing, set 1,000 laps ago. So it's quite a while ago since that fastest lap was bettered. It was around about, trying to work that out now, I think we saw it live on that fastest lap. Around about around about 8 o'clock. It was quite late on. Quite late on indeed. Just have a look at different battles around the track. The Senor Frogs have actually got themselves behind the Rallycross Mechanics. Now, similar sort of 20 minutes there between stints. As a track limit warning goes out to the Club 73 Young Guns. They're currently 7th in class. Yeah, Broken Rib Racing getting themselves promoted up to the pro class has put them in contention to try and see if they can grab a podium. They're only 3 laps away from Senor Hub Limited. And there go Loughborough Legends, the inside of Fox Motorsport. That would have been positioned if there were 2 laps between them. As the number 9 passes through, that's going to be the Rallycross Mechanics. We just caught a glimpse there of the Senor Frogs. Lost about 4/10 of a second now to the Rallycross Mechanics as they try and find their way up the order. But no heart lost there for Harry, because that's a different class, the Rallycross Mechanics. So expecting pit stops very soon from Dab Motorsport and Send Hub Limited. According to the telemetry, they've been out there for about an hour and 15 minutes, or close to an hour and 15 minutes. A couple of people in chat were asking earlier on about Refined Metals Racing. They haven't been out since they pitted in quite a while ago. Our assumption is they have retired from the race. So as far as we know, we are down to 26 runners in this one. I think Andrew has found another person to have a chat to. Andrew, who have you found now?
I have indeed, Kieran, here with Chris MD, Chris Dixon, another driver who's been working far harder than myself today. I think you're done for the day, aren't you?
I am done, yeah. Although, I mean, don't tell Harry, because he's been trying to get us out for longer. But I felt good at the end of that. I could probably go for another hour or so, but I'm not going to. So I just want to get that out there.
You're nursing a few war wounds. Show the folks what's happened.
I've gone with, my first time out, I was really suffering with blisters, so I went with 3 different blister plasters to try and do the job, and it was fine. Yeah, absolutely fine, but it's just getting used to sort of moving your hands around when you're on different laps and making sure that you've got different parts of the hand on the wheel, because that's what I was struggling with to start with.
You're having some great battles out there in the stint that we've just seen complete. I think there was one point where you went round the outside of a professional racing driver from Jimmy Broadbent's team. We quite enjoyed that. Yeah. What was your perspective on it?
Well, I think I was behind him for ages, and I knew that it was their team, so I was just trying to do it fairly. And eventually, in the corner, the first corner, I'm so much faster than him just because I think I'm light, so I'm really easy to turn in and just keep the foot down. But yeah, I was just trying to get it fairly, and in the end, managed to stay ahead of him because that's the worry, isn't it? You go ahead and they just take you straight away, and you look like an idiot.
Harry's out there now. Harry did break the carts the last time he was out there, but he was very, very quick. Do you reckon he can pull it back? I
think he can, although about 2 hours ago, he was going around waking people up, trying to get other people out there instead of him. I think this is his third stint. He had a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, a plan D for other people going out instead of him. So hopefully he can do the job. But I think he could be, might be another broken cart. Who knows?
We said with Ethan earlier, do we reckon this is going to be a one-off, or are you going to be back for more karting in the future?
I think we're going to be back. I think we've gone past the point of no return now. You know, we got the custom suits, we got the helmets and everything. Yeah, I think we're loving it. I think we'll be back. We'll have the frog emojis in the chat for another year.
What do you think, if you came back for a second one, would you do anything different to how you've done it? I was saying to the guys that the way you've approached the race in terms of having fun with it, first and foremost, has been a joy to see. But do you think that you might change anything for next time?
I mean, we've had a whiteboard that we've been using to get across messages, like everyone else has radios, but Harry got them and the wires were just so long, so we just ended up binning it. So maybe radios, but we quite like the whiteboard because you can just write abusive messages, you can write things to, like, you know, encourage them as you're going around. We're giving them the football scores yesterday when the football was on, so I don't know, I quite like the whiteboard, but maybe radios for next time.
I won't repeat what was written on the board, but I did see that there was one in the direction of Team Quadrant from Will and E earlier on.
We were trying anything to encourage, to get a few more seconds, you know, a few more milliseconds, we'll do anything.
A good day for Arsenal yesterday to go onto the football. I was going to put it in there somewhere.
I think I was. I saw the first half, so it was 2-1, and then just as I finished qualifying, I think we were in P15, and then I got the scoreboard saying 3-1 Arsenal. So it was a good 5 minutes.
I need that for Sheffield United over the next few when I'm back in the car in a couple of weekends' time. Well, cheers, Chris. Thanks for coming down. No worries. Great to see you, and well done once again.
Thank you, and I've loved it. Cheers.
Kieran, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yeah, great to hear from Chris Dixon there. Even more of a smile on the face thanks to Arsenal winning. I won't mention that because I don't want to put even more a smile on that face. But yeah, definitely happy with that one. Racing with pro drivers out there as well. And looking at the standings then, I just saw Send Hub Limited in all of that as well came into the pit lane just as we were having a chat to Chris there. They have re-emerged back out in 4th place, but they are only 21 seconds back now from Loughborough Legends and Neil. And Loughborough Legends are, I would say, slightly out of sync, might be a little bit harsh. They're looking to go until, well, try and make sure that fuel runs until about 2 hours and 15 minutes left of the race, Accelerate and Loughborough Legends. So that'll be interesting to see if they can make it. It has been touch and go with fuel, hasn't it, Andrew? Yeah. It's, there's not a concrete answer to say, yes, they will do 2 hours. It hasn't been that concrete.
Yeah, and not really. I mean, there was, which team was it? It was the Team ARD that are probably on that cusp of, oh, if we save a little bit more, we might be able to cut off another visit to the pit lane. I don't think any of your top teams are in that situation. That's like, they're in a situation where they're beyond the point of no return. They've committed to the strategy. They probably got to do 2 more stops, and the thing is, it won't be like an old style as the into the pits has come. DAB Motorsport out from DAB Motorsport. Like an efficient one for them, or yeah, 1:32. That on 2 for their pit affected lap time. But you know, they're not going to be able to save anywhere near the amount of fuel to mean that they can. They've got to do 2 more visits to the pit lane, and it will be a full bring up to the tank on the second one, and they will have some fuel left over at the end of the race. It's not like saying slightly further back in the history of Formula 1 or a World Endurance Championship race where, oh, you've got to do a splash and dash. A splash and dash isn't really a thing in this. You're coming in, you're going to get bring up to the tank even if it's 5 minutes of the race to go.
That's it, isn't it? And the crew down there, whenever they are fueling, they are told, no, you don't do any of this half fueling stuff. It is to the brim. That's it. That's all they get. So they have to factor that in, the teams, when they come into the pits, when they make a fuel stop, that they have to bear in mind that the crew are instructed, it's to the brim, and that is that.
So 3 hours and 30 to go, or just less than that. It is bottom of the race hour, top of the clock, 11 o'clock here in the UK. Let's give a rundown of the order. I've just realised I need to pull a timer screen back up onto my monitor. Apologies if we have any stuttering on the DDMM streams. It's getting a bit tired, this computer today. I didn't shut it down properly overnight. That's my bad. Thank you, Kieran. We'll run it down from your machine. So leading the race, as we mentioned, 1,430 laps. That means we're getting pretty close to the distance that we saw 2 years ago for the last running of this race, albeit in wet conditions. DAB Motorsport have completed those 1,430 laps. They are your race leaders by 2 clear laps ahead of Accelerate Racing. And it's the 2 from the 10. In third place is the number 3, the Loughborough Legends and Neil. They are now 8 laps off the overall lead. They've had some issues with getting that fuel stint correct. Fourth place, the number 1, Send Hub Limited, who I was about to say a further lap back. They're not at all. They're only 21.8 seconds behind the Loughborough Legends and Neil. So that is a proper battle going on for the last spot on the overall and pro podium. Last year's winners wanting to get back on that podium and pushing along quite nicely. They have a 2-lap gap ahead of the 5th place number 5 of Fox Motorsport. They've been doing very solidly, and again, I wouldn't rule them out from the podium spot at the moment. They are in that range where if a team ahead of them or a couple of teams ahead of them have some form of significant issue, they will be there to pounce, so keep an eye on them. 6th place of the number 18, Broken Rib Racing, 12 laps off the overall lead. They've got a lap to gain on Fox Motorsport if they want to get in the top 5. The number 11, I'm going to have to mention them here, even though they have brought some very lovely Victoria Sponge, but they're doing well. They're in 7th place, the number 11 of the Club 73 Young Guns. Big smiles on their faces earlier as well. 13 laps off the overall lead, and pretty comfortable ahead of the first of the Club class entries. In 8th place you find the number 15 of Team ARD. They are the ones who we think can, in theory, be a bit brave, get to the end with 1 more fuel stop. They pitted with 4 hours and 30 minutes of the race to go. Thereabouts. Can they get home with 1 more fuel stop? They may not risk it anyway, because they do have a 4-lap lead in their category over the number 24 of the Ditch Finders. You find them in 9th place. They're 20 laps off the overall lead. Then back into the top 10 now. They've recently made a pit stop. Gordy Much is in for them now, the number 8 of Team 87, the team led by Jimmy Broadbent. 22 laps off the overall lead for them, and they've pulled out in their battle against the other pro karts, which we'll come on to in a minute. Firstly, they will go to 11th place and the number 21 of the Club 73 Mafia team. 22 laps down, 8.7 seconds behind Team 87, but that gap is going out at the moment. Then we find another one of the pro karts, the number 9 of RX Mechanics, in 12th place. They're 25 laps off the overall lead. And kind of at the front of this brilliant battle that has been going on for quite a few hours now. A plethora of karts, all on about 25 or 26 laps down. Belt yourselves in. Here's the rundown of this lot. 13th place you find the number 27 of Senor Frogs. They are 4.4 seconds behind RX Mechanics. The pace between those 2 karts is pretty much the same at the minute. In 14th we now find the number 7 of Motorsport UK Academy. In the last hour they have had a weight penalty. They've been deducted 10 laps. I'm told they came in 2 kilograms under the 70 kilogram weight limit. At the last count they were 0.1 seconds behind Senor Frogs. I'm just trying to see where they are. There they are. In fact, that's changed now. So Motorsport UK Academy ahead of Senor Frogs. 15th place you find the Club 73 Team Silent team. They are pretty much on the same lap as those 2 karts ahead of them, so that's still very close in the scheme of things at this stage of the race. 16th place, the number 12 of South Coast Racing, 9.8 seconds behind Team Silent at the moment, and chipping away at that lead as well. 17th place, the number 20 of Formula None, who were rapid in the last hour or so. They have had another pit stop though, fallen back a little bit more. They're only 10 seconds behind South Coast, and then you go another 10 seconds further back from then, and you find the 18th place, number 6 of BAR Humbug Crew. That is the end of your run of all of those on 25 to 26 laps down. Let's carry on with the second half of the field. In 19th place you find the number 25 of HWB Racing, 29 laps off the overall lead, trying to keep pulling away from Team Rango, who are in 20th place, the number 4, 30 laps off their overall lead. And then you're running into teams that have had a few issues out there across the course of this race. 21st place, the number 13, there they are on screen, TVP Racing, 34 laps down for them at the moment. They have got 2 laps over TR6, the number 16 in 22nd place. The Club 73 Pirates in the kart number 22, they're in 23rd. They are 46 laps off the overall lead, so they've got 10 laps up to TR6 ahead of them, excuse me. They have got a lap over Take No Prisoners in the number 26 and 24th though. And then we find Mini Boost a further lap back in the number 17 and 25th place, 19 laps ahead of Milne GP, the number 19 in 26th, and 1 parked kart at the moment. Not 100% as to whether this is a retirement or not, but they haven't been out for a while. Define Metals Racing are 90 laps behind Milne GP, 158 laps off the overall lead. That is your order, available on live.alphatime.co.uk/Buckmore for you to review all that data at your leisure. And there are 3 hours, 22 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock.
Very nice run down there, Mr. Mather. Very nice run down indeed. Just looking at the gap between the leaders, still 2 laps at the moment. Accelerate lapping a little bit quicker at the moment. So they've been running slightly, well, they came in 56 minutes ago according to our timing sheets. Dab Motorsport only recently visited the pits in the last few laps. So in theory, Accelerate Racing are going to have a lighter kart. Now, this sport is very marginal. Half a tank of fuel could be all the difference in getting that pace out there. Another 6 thousandths of a second taken out of Dab Motorsport's lead. That all makes the difference. It all adds up in the end. Senor Frogs, meanwhile, I believe, have just moved ahead of Motorsport UK Academy. And yes, they have out on track. That 27 car has moved past a pro team in this race. So again, moving up the field. And they've come across the timing screen again. Motorsport UK Academy back ahead of Senor Frogs. So they're just at the top of the circuit, possibly into the hairpins at this moment in time. But it does look like they've got themselves in yet another battle. And someone who they were battling with before, the Club 73 Team Silent, there's now a lap between themselves, which is a good but not uncatchable gap at this stage of the race. But it's very much a good gap to have for now. There is Senor Frogs. Good work by the camera crew to pick them up. They've got South Coast Racing ahead of them, who are not for position. As they make their way now up towards Conway's and then in towards Henry's Bend. He looks up the inside here, up towards hairpin 1, trying to get that inside line, chucking the car in, hoping it sticks. It does stick. He moves himself ahead now of South Coast Racing. That's a lap put on South Coast Racing by Senor Frogs.
Thank you for the continued support. Yeah, the number of people who've joined the channel, both channels this weekend has taken us aback. So thank you so much for your continued support. There is the number 2712 up the inside. That's South Coast Racing. That's not for position. So through goes South Coast Racing. Let's try and find out who's in their kart. So we want to give more people shout outs as they continue their great efforts through the course of this race.
big team this from South Coast Racing with some familiar names. Matthew Verrill, Kieran Chigsey, who we've seen on Alpha live streams a lot, racing in Club 100 very well in the Super Heavyweights Championship. Ollie Stewart, William, Jason Elliott, Archie Lewis, Charlie Baker, Ezekiel James, all in that team. Harry Curtis as well, if I've not mentioned him already. I don't know what happened with Jason's submissions. 3 of them came in. There we go. Yeah, doing very nicely at the moment. Number 15 there. There is your leader in club. This is quite a group of karts because Jack Goldsmith's in there as well in the number 1, the blue and white suit and blue and white helmet.
Yeah, he's a driver who knows his place at the back of his hand, and a few other kart tracks as well at the back of his hand. He's taking the reins of that 7-up racing machine, seeing how far he can take it up. Meanwhile, so we've got the leader of the clubman class trying to battle away. We've also got the Senor Frogs trying to find their way through the pack as well. Because the problem is that when you're in a pack like this, you are losing time. And it might be a lap between themselves and Club 73 Team Silent at the moment. But as we've seen, a lap is not a big gap at all, especially if something doesn't go right.
Yeah, drivers just needing to keep it calm. This is a very key point of this race, to make sure that you set up things for whoever is stepping into the kart for the last run to the line. You've come so far through the course of this 24-hour race. You don't want to throw it away now. Lewis looks like he's trying to set up a move on the number 12. Or at least just push the 12 along there. A little bit of an overlap as they come out of hairpin 1. Down into Symes Sweet they go. And circuit, you can see how the circuit's rubbered in now as well across the course of this weekend. That slightly darker ribbon through the circuit, that's where the karts have been laying down. We did have a little bit of rain overnight. I don't think we've talked about the rain too much. It did hit pretty much as we went off the air from a commentary perspective. What would you know? But it was absolutely spot on to the weather forecast. It was going to peak around 10 o'clock. And I thought, well, I'd say it stayed around at the circuit for an extra half an hour or so. Just almost like you cool down as a driver after you've been out there and the adrenaline's pumping. And sometimes you have to do the same as when you've been in the box. Brain's a bit wired on full charge. And you saw the drivers deal with the conditions, I think, pretty well when that rain hit. It's a short-ish shower, and the track did improve through the night as well, which surprised me in a way. I thought it would stay, the lap times would stay around maybe the 52s, the 51s, but they did come back into those 50s and low 51s within a couple of hours.
From what I was talking to about the drivers, they were saying that the track was drying very quickly, quicker than they anticipated. You know, it wasn't long after the rain before they could really get themselves back up to that race pace again. You know, taking dry lines and making sure everything works in order. It wasn't a long time at all, and sometimes you sort of you never really know what you're going to get, whether the track will dry itself quite quickly or whether it just takes a little bit of time. And it just looks like with the 26, 27 karts that were running at the time, it was able to clear the water even on slick tyres. As that was a mini boost there, just getting slightly out of the way as Send Hub make their way through, and Loughborough Legends are into the pit lane. So this for Send Hub is going to be a change of position. It's going to put them back up into 3rd place. A look over the shoulder from Goldsmith, a little bit of a shake of the head as well. Maybe he wanted to work together. Didn't quite get that, as we see the 24 now battling away. Ditch Finders, who are trying to run high up into the class. A bit of a bump them from the 7 as the number 3 comes out of the pit lane.
So that's an interesting time to start. That's Tom Thickpenny coming out on circuit for the Loughborough Legends. I want to say that was only like an hour and 15 minutes for their stint. But no matter. Again, they will need to have. They needed to have 2 more stops to get to the end of the race anyway. So that's not that the strategy's gone wrong and they've put themselves in an awkward position. They were going to have to come for 2. That's one of them. they'll do another one later on in the race. But Tom Thickpenny, individually, a BUKC Driver of the Year in years gone by. Another one of Loughborough's former BUKC champions. Thoroughly nice chap as well, he doesn't mind me saying so, and knows this place very well, has won races around here in the past. It's just the kind of driver I'd say that you'd want to put in at this stage of the race. Very dependable driver as well, doesn't make many mistakes. Yes, I am taking shots here, but I'm sure I'll be able to avoid them. He's that quick.
That was a brave statement you made there.
Commentator's curse.
It was a brave statement you made, Mr. Mather. Rather you than me, that's for sure.
In is the number 20 for a stop. This is Formula None. They've been having a good second half of this race. The number 11 just behind, that's the Club 73 Young Guns out there at the moment. That's a nice identifiable helmet. So
it is,
isn't it?
It's eye-catching.
Give them a shout out. They've been doing some tremendous work, running really, really well. It's a bright pink helmet, which means it's Luke Clark out there. He's been karting for 2 years, started with the Buckmore Junior Club, now moved on to racing with Club 73. Great spirit from all the Club 73 teams here this weekend, running in 7th place at the moment. And the official cake providers for the DDMM commentary box for 2022.
Did you just give them a readout?
I did. They appeared on the screen. I kind of can't ignore them now. But
yeah,
yes,
well,
they have been the providers of a very nice Victoria sponge from a reputable department store. Is that okay? I can say that, can't I?
think so. We get the nod there from our producer.
Not got us in trouble there.
He was
a reputable department store. I've not named exactly who they are. Yeah, we don't have to say other ones are available.
That's
so
it.
There we go.
Yeah, Accelerate gave you a thumbs up for that as well. No, they were thumbs up for Club 73 Young Guns then, who made it easy for them to slip through.
I think this will be shared with the cameramen
Oh,
out there.
black flag for the number 19 Milne GP. They are our 26th runner in this race. Black flag then. I haven't seen them appear on the timing screens with many warnings. I could be completely wrong about that, but
Okay,
I think they've been relatively well behaved. So a black flag out of that.
Well, it could be a mechanical. We have
could
seen that. There's no meatball flag in this race. So the black flag with an orange disc on it. For those who are like, why is he talking about meatballs? This is not IKEA. That didn't work. Make fabricating your own furniture stores are available. Oh, it's all done wrong. So it could be a mechanical for them that needs to be addressed.
So what's gone wrong with the 19? That'll be why.
Hood.
The helmet is undone.
Helmet undone and a hood flapping around. Is why.
That's a double whammy.
So it is a safety issue.
It's a
safety issue as opposed to driving standards. But they do say that the concern would be there that, you know, if the driver was to rock their head back too far, the hood could get caught up in some rotating machinery. You can see that being tucked away now.
Yep. And is the helmet undone as well, or is that just a little bit of a...
Maybe just
Perhaps it is just the hood.
Strap. Yeah. Get it in there.
Okay.
Back out on circuit. Away they go.
So yeah,
So
as
not
you're saying,
held for 20 seconds because that wasn't a driving standards or behaviour black flag. That was a mechanical / safety one. There we go. Thank you so much. There's loads of comments coming in on our little DDMM comms box cam stream. So if you've got a second monitor or a second device that you can stream on, we've got our and you particularly want to look at our faces. Goodness knows why you want to do that, but you can do. And there's lots of chat about hoping to do more karting in the future, especially for gaming with Nath. I'd love to do some more karting. We only did 1 hour karting and loved it. Hello to Hey You, who's watching from Australia. Raced in karts here in Australia for almost 10 years and been a motorsport fan for 40 years. He's looking forward to the British 24-hour later on in the year, which I'm not going to announce anything yet because Luke might come and virtually slap me over the head. But I'm sure there will be details coming out soon about that one. Always a great event to go to. Hello to Ryan Mikulik, who's raced here a lot. Great commentary, Andrew and Kieran. Nice to have the 24-hour live stream back this year, absolutely. Hope to see you again racing here, mate. I've raced Ryan before, Club 100 round here. Gaming with Nath asks, is that Netflix on Kieran's laptop?
No,
it's not.
Andrew
it's
won't let
TweetDeck.
me. He won't share the password, so that's that.
Harry Sullivan's enjoying the commentary. Thank you very much, mate. And yeah, keep comments coming in on that one. We're only a little channel over here, so every comment, every like, every sub we can get really, really, really does help. If you're wondering where that is, that's over on the DDMM Motorsport Media account. Apologies, I haven't got the privileges to post a link into the Alpha Live chat because I've not. Give me the moderation spanner, Luke. Blaze.
You have pleaded your case for the last 20 hours, and I think it's fell on deaf ears, so I don't know.
20 hours. They can't trust me because I'll start, causing chaos and commentary curses in the chat.
But this is it.
Bad enough that I do it on the microphone. Here's Gordy Much in the number 8 for Team 87, back in the top 10, and looking to consolidate that position. Got the number 9 just behind them, the RX Mechanics. Will Ovenden still at the wheel of that kart. 3 laps between these two now. They were a little bit closer together earlier on in the race. Just a reminder as well, this is a private event today. It is a ticketed event, so please don't head down to the circuit if you've not got a ticket. You will be turned away. For anybody wanting to support, do it through the medium of the chat, and we'll get those messages to all the different teams that you are supporting. Side by side there with the number 16, that's TR6, currently running in 22nd position. Gordy Much using all of his experience in karting and car racing to get by. A bit of traffic up ahead as well. It's actually not a bad position this for the number 9 because Gordy's doing the hard work at the moment, being at the front of this pro train. Good scrap this as well. Number 25, HWB Racing, take no prisoners just behind them. Team Rango. As I say, reclassified into club. I think that was the right decision to reassess them and put them into club. They had some really quick drivers around. I want to say 5. Oh, that's an ABC. That's very much an advantage by contact. We'll see if that gets picked up. I think that's one of the blatant ones I've seen today. And yes, that's absolutely fine. That is spot on from the number 26. Made a mistake. Gave the number 25 a bit of a bump, shall we say, but has let the number 25 back through. That's absolutely fine in my book in terms of driver behaviour. We all make mistakes from time to time. He took ownership of the mistake and let the HW Racing karts back through. In the pits is the number 9, RX Mechanics. So this will be them changing drivers. 3 hours and 6 minutes to go. Good stuff indeed from them, back out on circuit and pretty much rejoining exactly where they were, if I'm not mistaken on that one. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. Track limit warning for the Club 73 Mafia, number 21 kart, currently in 11th position. Remember, it's 2 strikes and then a third discrepancy means you'll get a penalty with all warnings, or a clean sheet basically after every 4 hours. So this is actually, that's the thing that we've not talked about yet, Kieran. No more cleaning of the slate between now and the end of the race. So if you're picking up warnings now in this first hour of that section, that means you're running out of get out of jail free cards when we get into the very much latter stages of this race.
That's right, yeah. Race director said in the briefing that every 4 hours of the race, the slate will be wiped clean. Now that's every 4 hours via the race clock.
Yep.
So we're into the last 4 hours now, as Andrew has said. No more wiping the slate clean, which means if you rack up those warnings, they stay with you now for the rest of the race. And that is as simple as that. We'll see how that affects the running order. And if you have missed it, the most severe penalty we've had of the day was a 10-lap underweight penalty for Motorsport UK Academy. Since then, they've managed to gap themselves between themselves and the Rallycross mechanics. They're currently running 12th overall, and I'm trying to work it out. They are running, I think, 9th in class at the moment. They are behind Team 87 by about 3 laps. A 3-lap gap seems to be the phrase of the day, Andrew. I feel like I've said that a lot. There's someone into the pits. There's number 17, and that's Mini Boost.
That feels unscheduled.
It does, doesn't it?
That feels very unscheduled. Because I recognise that helmet is having gone out on circuit not that long ago. Hello to Voyage as well, who's asked a very good question. How does the black flag work in this? I only know it from Formula 1. That's absolutely fine.
So I'm just hearing from the tannoy there that it is an unscheduled stop, and they're having to use the tannoy to call a driver from Mini Boost to take over. So it's a driver-related issue.
I can't do this anymore, which is understandable. But this is where it really becomes a test of endurance if you're a less experienced team. And things can happen around the circuit.
Yes.
Speaking from my own experiences again, I had my neck just go on one race round here, which meant I was like a rag doll for the last 20 minutes because I literally couldn't keep my head up.
What we should have done is pop you on the dashboard of the car and just sort of a bobblehead.
I would probably have bubbled less.
Really?
Yeah, that
doesn't seem right.
Yes, no, sorry. Voyage was asking about how does the black flag work, and it's a very good question. It works in various ways. If we go from the perspective of drivers being naughty people, track limits, curbs, and contact. Those are the 3 categories of things where you've got 3 strikes and you're out. Now that's in each category, so if you get 2 track limit warnings and 1 contact warning, you're not then going to get called in because you've still got 2 contact warnings in the back pocket and another track limit warning, like Central we've just got there. But if you get 3 of those same penalty, or same infringements, I should say, you are then going to get a penalty, which is come into the pits, sit there, think about what you've done, or namely what your teammates have done and burnt through all of your get out of jail free cards, sit there for 20 seconds and then go back out on circuit again. You can get a black flag outright if you are too much of a bandit and you tip somebody around and just completely wipe them out, which I think we've seen very, very rarely in this race, I must say. Not seen much of that at all. We have seen the odd occasion here and there, and it's been officiated correctly. Remember, there was one involving the Loughborough Legends, where Ollie Smith got tipped around at hairpin 1. Black flag came out, take out penalty. Again, you come in, sit, no warnings, no nothing. You're a very, very naughty person. Sit in the pits, 20 seconds, and away you go again. Unless he then starts arguing, of course, and you're just going to sit there even longer. And then, as we saw a few minutes ago, the only other thing that you get a black flag for, which technically in some ways isn't a black flag, excuse me, too much water, is a mechanical issue or a safety issue, which means you've got to come in, get it fixed, and then go back out again. So, for example, we saw that with Senor Frogs earlier. We thought, oh my goodness, Rotashaw has done the big oof and ruined someone's day. He hadn't. The Nassau panel of the cards had fallen off, so he had to come in, get it repaired, go back out again, and carry on with his race. So that's generally how the black flag is working in this particular race. And thank you for the question.
Yes, and we saw a much more dramatic version of that with Accelerate Racing.
We did.
Where the Nassau panel was pretty much at a 90-degree angle.
Which I'm going to say it,
not very
people aren't going to like me for it at the moment. Is a deciding factor in this race because they lost 3 laps as a result of that, and they're currently down by 2.
They also had refuelling issues as well. In fact, fuel issues, which we have seen a couple of things happen in this race. A couple of teams have fallen afoul of fuel. There is the number 17 with a new driver found. So Mini Boost then taking their way out.
Oh, no, I don't want to drive this car. Leave me alone. I was having a nice sleep. Oh, been there, my friend. Been there.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it could be a deciding factor, but there also have been fuel issues for quite a few teams, Accelerate being one of them. Loughborough Legends, we saw them about an hour ago suffer from that as well. They had to be pushed back to the pits. We saw that live as it happened, back to the pit lane. We also saw, or I also heard about HWB also running out of fuel. 19 is now into the pits, the number 19 being GP.
Lots more comments coming in. Hello to Sahib. Thank you, mate. Thank you so much for your kind words. We love the BUKC. We love doing the BUKC. There may be some changes afoot. Me and Howard are getting a bit old. We will still be involved in BUKC in some capacity, I'm sure, but we have decided that it's time to move on to the next generation. Howard said a bit of this at the back end of the Landhouse stream, that might have been his last one. We keep things flexible because you know what happens. We have to change commentators around, but no, we'd love doing BUKC. We're not going anywhere from Club 100 either, don't worry about that. We're still going to be doing that whenever there's an Alpha live stream. But glad you've enjoyed it. If you're enjoying the commentary at home as well, at @MM across your social media networks. Hello to Sally Michael. What are your thoughts on the Senor Frogs performance in this 24-hour race so far? Honestly, hand on heart, not just saying this because the popular guys and everybody loves them in the chat. I've been thoroughly impressed with their effort. I said to Harry last night, I watch a lot of people do this, and I watch a lot of people have their first race, and you can tell it's their first race, and they learn very, very quickly. But sometimes we can get a little bit disheartened because people can come in with maybe not the quite right thought process of how I'm going to tackle this.
I mean,
this series.
Will and E came in after a stint yesterday, and he was jumping off the roof.
Yeah.
He was absolutely off the ceiling. He was loving it,
and that's what I've liked with it. It is when you come into karting and you do it for the first time. In my opinion, if you're not doing it for fun, you're not doing it right. And I'm genuinely, and obviously we do a lot of the BUKC stuff, so you get a lot of enthusiasm in that because the students come in and I was one of those students to say, oh my goodness, this is the coolest thing in the world. And they get very excitable, and that's great. That's one of the reasons why we love BUKC. Those guys have been like on super BUKC levels of excitement. I've loved it. And I think that everyone in the paddock has as well. They've brought a real buzz to the event. And they've been quick. They've been quick. They've been competitive. And the other thing, they've been respectful. They haven't come in and mucked about and gone, oh, well, look, we're making a video here. No, they've come to race.
Yeah, they have.
And they really have got a lot of pace, and they're in the mix. And here is Harry Rotershaw out there on circuit. 13th place for them at the moment, and they're still in that fight for a podium in class, and what a result that would be.
What a result it would be as well. They're looking pretty strong in terms of pace out there as well. High 50s at this point in the race from Rotershaw as he comes across the line. Updates for the lap time, low 51 that time around, but pretty consistent, within half a second of himself each and every lap. And I mean, yeah, it's been thoroughly impressive to watch them as a team, as a unit, fight their way up the order, and especially after what happened with their NASA panel as well. They could have easily sort of taken it easy, sort of thought, it's just not our day. They could have easily got disheartened and lost the focus. They didn't. And they have kept that professional demeanour about them, which what makes a good team.
Ex-Creator asked, from what you have seen, where do you think the Senor Frogs can improve? I think Chris MD hit it on the nail head. Probably the communication. It's these endurance races. This is going to sound a bit bizarre for those watching for the first time. You don't lose it when you're on the track. You lose it when you're sat in the pits and you have those problems that you didn't quite expect.
Yes.
And it's protecting against that, and there's no team in the world that will get that right first time. I mean, even at the top level of endurance racing, there's been big. Oh, there's a little bit of a hand wobble. I think he's getting a bit tired. There's been big car manufacturers come into endurance racing at Le Mans and Daytona and Sebring and places like that, and get it hopelessly wrong. Embarrassingly wrong. And these are clever people, and it's because they haven't got that experience. Oh dear! Now that's an alternative gesture from driver in the number 25. We'll move swiftly on from that. But yeah, and that will only come with time. That's why I really hope that we see them back. That's why I hope we see all these teams back for next year, especially those who it's their first time, and to learn and go, well, we didn't quite do that bit right, or we got that element in the night wrong, or we didn't get our sleep patterns right across the course of the race, and come back and have another go and do even better next time. We're not talking about winning races here, we're talking about stepping forward. So that's what I'd hope to see them do in the future. Here's Gordy Much and Jack Goldsmith fighting out on road, Team 87. They've been very humble in their efforts today. They've said quite openly that, yeah, they may be an experienced team in other disciplines of motorsport, but the level that some of the other teams have been racing at today means that they've got work to improve, and they want to come back in future years to do just that. Jack Goldsmith going by Gordy Much there. Sendhub holding in third place at the moment. 35 minutes into a stint. I think we've got a genuine race on here for third place, because that would mean, I'm going to start doing some maths again, mate.
Dangerous.
Always dangerous.
I see the smoke billowing out of your top of the head there. Be careful.
So they will have pitted somewhere around 3 hours 30. Yeah. So both, the point that I'm trying to get to live on the air is that both Sendhub and the Loughborough Legends and Neil, they've both got to stop another time. And they've both stopped recently. It's not like they're out of kilter and one of them owes us 2 stops and one of us owes us 1 stop. So that is a straight fight to the end then for third place, and the difference is 17.5 seconds between Sendhub and Loughborough Legends. The pace of both of those cars is very, very good. 50.8 for Sendhub, 50.9 for Loughborough Legends. The ones I actually feel quite sorry for are Fox Motorsport, who we've not talked about enough in this race. I do apologise. A lot goes on in the 24-hour race, yeah.
And Team AID, Clubman leaders, came into the pit lane.
Yes. Now that's right. So they have not gone for the trying to eke it out from 4.5 hours out on a tank of fuels. They can't do it now. They have to stop again.
Yeah.
They pitted, as I say, with 4 hours and 50 to go. So what was that? That was around a 1 hour 40-ish stint.
Yeah, I think, it's going to be roughly 90-minute stints now, maybe even slightly less than that, which at that point you're not using the full fuel tank. So it's a case of, when it comes to marginal things like that, the kart will be heavier for the rest of the stint than some other karts out there. But you'll spend less time in the pit lane filling the kart up. But what's quicker? It's one I'd rather leave to the teams. Club South, the Young Guns into the pit lane. They are currently 7th overall and 7th in class, that means. Doing a solid job out there. Just the Clubmans then, Team ALD are leading the way, 3-lap gap between themselves and the 24 of the Ditch Finders. And then it's Club 73 Mafia rounding off the top 3 in Clubman. They are roughly 3 laps again. So the podium is decently spread out at the moment. 3 laps between them all.
And
car to car.
What I will say with regards to Team ARD in their quest for fuel saving or not fuel saving, actually they don't need to fuel save because they've got such a big comfortable gap. They don't need to risk pushing that tank to the last couple of drops of fuel. You know, there's nothing for them to gain. They're in the lead of their class, comfortably in the lead of their class. If it was one of those where it was, say, you know, they were off cycle with, and I have seen this in 24-hour kart races in the past, where once everything shakes out, you're 20 seconds behind an opponent. But if you can eke out the fuel, that means you don't have to take a stop that is kind of on the radar but not fully committed to yet. You know, you can then be 20 seconds ahead.
Yes.
You don't have that 40-second or so loss in the pit lane. Team ARD, due to the hard work that they've done throughout the course of this race, they don't need to take that risk. They just need to keep circulating and bringing it home.
You can see the 26 team, that's Take No Prisoners, right behind Senor Frogs. And what's the gap between themselves and the next cart? It's the Motorsport UK Academy. Different class, but 3.3 seconds is the gap at the moment. There goes the number 3 machine, Loughborough Legends, and Neil. Still the best team name, I think.
Oh, yes.
We've slept on it. It's definitely still the best team name.
Tom Thickpenny just trying to pick through the traffic at the moment. Having a little look there at the number 26. I'm going to go back to Fox Motorsport. As I say, we've not talked about them enough. Team Toby Hazel, John Moody, Will Young, Neil Bromley, Harry Cook and Josh Grout. Plenty of experience around here. Number 5, this is the car in 5th place. 11 laps off the overall lead.
But they've shown good pace throughout. There's
Yeah.
been certain stints where they have been absolutely phenomenal on pace. And 5th place right now, 2 laps behind Loughborough Legends and Neil, and 2 laps behind Send Hub.
I'm pretty sure that this is John Moody. White helmet, tatty Sparko suit, black with white side panels and white boots. I'm 6'4", so not easy to miss. Right you are, Mr. Moody.
I know that pain. I know that pain. Only being an inch shorter though. I don't fully know that pain, but I understand that pain.
Majority know that pain.
Well, no, if you're over 6'2", your knees are sticking out.
Yeah.
Your head is higher than everybody else's. That's a lot of drag.
There's a lot of drag.
That's what I would say. It's a lot of drag.
51.33, very consistent pace. I'm liking this from John Moody. 2 51.3s in a row. One just whilst I've been glancing at the timing screen. But yeah, this has been a really good run. And again, they're in that range. Long-time viewers of karting endurance racing on Alpha Live will know. I'm going to mention it, 2020 British 24 hour, where it all kicked off in the last hour of the race. They are in that range. Of course, they prefer to be in 3rd or 2nd or 1st. Of course. Racing drivers, racing teams. But if something were to happen, that's what they've just got to keep in their minds. If something were to happen, unluckily for Send Hub and or even the carts further ahead, then not out the question for a podium here with where they are on the order.
I mean, let's put it this way: 3 laps is, as we've already seen, not a big gap, especially if there's something mechanical, especially if there's a penalty handed out. It is very easy for a 3-lap penalty to be scythed down. You think about, when we talk about laps here, obviously we're talking about the full circuit completion, but it takes about 51 seconds roughly for these drivers to complete a lap. So if you're talking 3 laps, you're talking less than 3 minutes in order to complete a lap here. Well, that's the distance, that's the gap. So because of the quick lap times here, the laps behind it is very misleading, and if you are coming into it, I can speak from experience, you think, oh yeah, 3 laps is absolutely fantastic. We've got a really healthy buffer. 3 laps is nothing at all, absolutely nothing at all. So that's something you have to bear in mind. And as we say, 2 lap between Dab Motorsport and Accelerate. 2 laps, well, we're talking possibly 1 minute 40, roughly. That's it, that's the gap. And 1 minute 40, when we've had now, we're entering yet another hour, 2 3/4 hours left of the race to go. It's phenomenally close. Just having a look through at some of the battles out on track. Is there anyone that's close in gap for position? The closest battle out on track, Senor Frogs and Motorsport UK Academy. That's for overall position, it's not for class position. There's also a battle between South Coast Racing and Formula None. So, battle for 17th overall between number 12 South Coast Racing and number 20 Formula None. Gap's around 5 seconds between the 2 teams. And we've also got the fact that Motorsport UK Academy in the Pro class, Senor Frogs and Clubman, Rallycross Mechanics in Pro, Club 73 Team Silent, and BAR Humbug really close together, sharing a lap between them. So, still all to play for, really. these closing stages. Thank you all so much for your support as well across wherever you are watching and wherever in the world you are watching along. It's great to have you along with us at this moment in time, and hopefully you'll be here for the end of the race as well. Contact warning going out to South Coast Racing, and of course, as Andrew and I were discussing, no more wiping the slate clean now. That's it. That penalty staying with you, and of course not the penalty, the warning stays with you. The warnings are awarded to the kart, not the driver driving at the time. So if a driver were to go in and get 2 contact penalties, then the next driver gets in, gets 1 contact, that's it, black flag, because the team has built up enough to get the penalty. Trying to see South Coast Racing, that looked like their first of this slate. I can't really see them having any further issues earlier on in the race, so it looks like they've been behaving themselves this slate, at least in this 4-hour slate. There's still, though, over 2 hours of it left. Just a quick rundown of the top 3 of each class then. Dab Motorsport leading the way. The gap is 2 laps between themselves and Accelerate in the number 10. Then it's Send Hub Limited. They are 7 laps behind Dab Motorsport. But Love for Legends, only 18 seconds back. That could be an interesting battle for the podium places overall and for the pro class. Top 3 in the Clubman, the number 15 Team ARD leading the way by 3 laps ahead of the 24 of Ditch Finders. They find themselves 2nd class, 9th overall, 11th overall, 3rd in class, Club 73 Mafia. They find themselves roughly 2.5, close to 3 laps behind Ditch Finders, so they're 6 laps down on the class leader.
Are we safe? Coffee came through.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm
still here. Oh, no.
Good.
In fact, it was absolutely plain sailing, so... I mean, you did only leave for about 2 minutes, so I don't know how much you can take away from that. Regardless, looking at some stint times as well, anybody close to pitting? Accelerate have been out there for roughly 90 minutes, according to our timing screens.
So they've got to keep going though, because they're not in
yeah.
that range yet. Going to be close though. I reckon they're going to be your first team that's going to be right. We're running this tank down to the minimum when we get to the checkered flag.
Yeah.
Another half hour would take them down to less than 2 hours 15, and we have seen teams be able to do 2 hours 15. Not every time though. There they are. They just passed through shot number 10.
Just looking at Loughborough Legends as well, as we see the 25 leave the pit lane as HWE Racing doing a driver change. Loughborough Legends closing on Send Hub, battle for 3rd place in the pro class, just under 18 seconds between the 2 teams. So worth keeping an eye on that one. 2.5 tenths taken out of that gap last time around, although Send Hub, I think Jack Goldsmith's still at the wheel of that, lost nearly 4 tenths on that last lap, so that might be an indication that he's in traffic at the moment, which might be why he's losing time.
Yes, may well being to see Tom Thickpenny coming up the hill towards us, so we'll look to the other side of the circuit to see if we can find where Goldsmith is. My eyes are getting bad at this stage of the race. Where's our little bar running around? It's around midway through the circuit, so he should be heading down Simon Sweep, which is exactly what it is.
That's
It's
it,
a predictive line if you're looking on live.alpha timing. It's not an exact GPS position per se. It does work. It does just allow me to find Jack almost instantly. And yeah, he has had a bit of traffic. He's got one of the Ovendons ahead. I don't think it's Will in the cart anymore.
Yeah, it's the Rallycross mechanics who are ahead at the moment, but this might be a case of working together, because what was the last lap like? 50.4. Yeah, not a bad lap time. That's more what we're expecting at this point. Loughborough Legends will be crossing the line shortly. We'll see what sort of lap time they will be setting, and working out whether or not they close the gap even more. Now, gap has extended a little bit, nearly, well, 1.5 tenths there, so Goldsmith working through it now. So yeah, a bit of traffic on that last lap, but that's to be expected in this long endurance.
Motorsport Magpie says in the DDMM comments, that's the quickest I've seen Andrew move, whether by cart or not. You shut your face.
I mean, it was quick, wasn't it? It was quick, wasn't it? Bolted out of there.
You gotta go. I want to get back on comms as quick as possible.
Well, that's it.
Mitchell Barnett asks, any teams that you thought would be doing better? To be honest, I'm not just trying to be kind here. Not really. I think maybe with one exception, maybe the Motorsport UK Academy, but you've got to take into account the 10 lap penalty that they've had.
Yeah.
Again, that will be an experience thing. They won't do that again.
No, that'll be
that mistake again. But generally, everyone I think has been trying the hardest and doing the best, which is all that you can ask for in a race like this, and having lots of fun along with it.
Yeah, I think as well, you know, it's great to get one of the top 3 trophies, but I mean, completing a 24 endurance must be one of the best feelings ever. You know, whatever the motorsport gods threw at you, you managed to overcome. You know, whether it be a wayward NASA panel, whether it be, you know, slightly it's too thirsty on the fuel, for example. All of those things add up. You know, you might have got on a contact warning. Your teammate might have got 2 of them. You might have accidentally made contact, avoidable contact, but you're the one that has to serve the penalty. All of those reasons why. And I think, to be honest, a lot of entries here will be here just to see how they get on. And I think, as well as that, I can't really say any teams underperformed because average lap times across the board have been so competitive. I mean, we're looking at Milne GP at the moment, 26th running at the moment, 51.6. Race leaders, 50.0. I mean, 1.6 separating first and 26th, lap after lap. It's amazing. It's so close, remarkably close. I think that's an achievement in itself.
Yes, indeed. I'll run down of the order in about 8 minutes' time.
Set your watches.
Set your watches, indeed. A couple of questions about cams. I think Tom just went to the booth. So
don't give away the secrets.
We're hard working sparse screwing this one because so many Alpha Live events on this weekend. 5 across the country, which I think is a new record, or at least matching a previous record. So plenty more majority motorsport. Why do I keep saying majority? That's not a word.
We can make it a word.
On the majority motorsport content here on Alpha Live, but Alpha Live have been known to stream other sports and other things as well. If you do like your motorsport and you haven't subscribed already, definitely the place to do so. And if you also like listening to your podcasts about motorsport, the Alpha Live podcast, fairly new but very good, hosted by Anthony Jordan, and they've just released the 2nd episode of the Alpha Live podcast in the last week or so. You can watch it in video form here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We had an episode interviewing Caden McQueen and Rob Stubbs as well, 2 well-known names of the owner karting circles. So do go and give that a watch. It's about an hour. Sit down, have a coffee, have a biscuit. It's good stuff.
Unwind after this race.
Yeah,
that's
a very good idea.
There you go.
Very good idea.
A couple of questions in the chat asking, do these drivers have any sort of drink tubes? I haven't seen any.
Haven't seen it. You can get kits. It's like I say the same with the top echelons of the sport when they race in particularly hot places. You know, you almost like have not a body warmer, the complete opposite of a body warmer.
Body cooler.
Body cooler and a bag that sits under your suit, and then it's got some cool drink in it, and then a tube up into your mouth and sip away. Unless you're Kimi Raikkonen, of course, and no, Kimi, you shall not have the drink.
Never. Yeah. No matter what team you race at.
I can't remember. It was a British. It might have been David Coulthard. I remember many years ago. I don't know what things stick in your head from when you see things when you're younger. Remember when they first started racing out in Malaysia, which was kind of like one of the first Herman Tilke tracks, probably still one of the best Herman Tilke tracks if you ask me. It's a shame we don't race there anymore. But David Coulthard, I want to say it's David Coulthard, he was one of the British drivers, so it might have been Johnny Herbert as well, was saying that the drinks bag that they had almost became like a cup of tea midway through the race because it was so hot in that part of the world. So yeah, it can be done, but I think generally in karting, you don't want to carry the weight as well. So you just make sure that you've carried your fluids beforehand. And the other bit that as you also move around in the kart a lot. So I don't know about you, Kieran, but I wouldn't want a potentially wet bag of a thing that if I move around in the kart potentially pulls a line out and then...
Yeah, there is that.
You look like you wet yourself.
I think that's the least of your worries if that happens. But yeah, I mean it's a driver choice. I mean these are hire karts, so there's no system built in for that. It would have to be a driver or anything much similar to the radio comms. You can have radio comms. It's optional though. You don't have to have it. But I think we're going back to the old-fashioned just have a drink when you're out. Yep. Make sure you keep yourself hydrated, especially after the stint you do. And that pretty much goes out as a general message to all drivers. You might not feel like you need a drink, but take one anyway. Take two, take three anyway. You just don't know. The last thing you want is to be dehydrated and realise you have another stint.
No Jet TV action over the circuit. We did a little bit of this last time we were here for BUKC. Coming into Rochester Airport. Easy.
Steady
easy.
On. Steady on.
Steady.
Steady. Keep it nice. I always wondered actually, their runways are grass. That's interesting. These are just little bye-bye. We've gone massively off topic.
We have. We've reached that stage.
Was anyone going to complain? I don't know.
No. Is anyone going to stop us? No.
No.
Question in chat, already answered by chat. 390cc, 4 strokes on these karts. Contact warning for Motorsport UK Academy.
And this was a real test because we've had the RT8s here twice before go through 24 hours. This is a new fleet.
Yeah.
So this is pretty much them being broken in. And they've done pretty well, haven't they?
Very well.
A couple of NASA panels, but that's by the by. That's probably through the vibrations on the track. It's phenomenal. They really have done a super job, these RT10s.
24, 27 and 25 coming through. How's the 24 getting on in terms of ditch finders? They're just lap by lap bringing this one home. They don't need to do anything silly because it's probably a little bit too far for them to try and catch Team ARD. It's a similar situation for Club 73 Mafia, so you just consolidate the position if you're in this scenario for the ditch finders. It's a good place for Harry Lewis, aka Rota Shaw, to be just behind, because that means there's a nice marker to just push along. How is that battle that we were talking about with everyone around 25-26 laps? The gap from Senor Frogs to Motorsport UK Academy is 3 seconds. Behind Harry, there's a 26.5 second gap to RX Mechanics, and they've pulled away from Club 73 Team Silence. That again, the stint that we're seeing here from Harry Lewis, what we saw from Chris Dixon before. We were talking about them attacking and going forward, but there was also a threat from behind.
Yeah,
I would say that threat from behind, at least out on circuit, yes, they're in that zone of if they have a mechanical, it's all going to go wrong and they'll lose behind. But they're not looking over the shoulders at this stage, just going, oh crikey, they're 30 seconds behind and a second a lap quicker than us.
Yes. It's a difficult one. Ryan in our DDMM chat says, great impression of Big Jet TV there, Andrew. Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
It's amazing.
That storm that came over.
It was the week before we were down here for a BUKC round.
You were in one of those planes.
Producer Tom's just said in our ear that he was in one of those planes. So you're a star of Big Jet TV.
Oh.
Excellent.
Oh, God. It's horrible. He's decided.
So you're not hearing this on the Alpha live stream.
Probably not worth repeating back. It was
grim.
It was graphic. That was. Thank you for that.
Let's do a rundown because we're at a half an hour point of an hour. So this is your order of events here at Buckmore Park for the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours. 2 hours and 30 minutes on the clock to go. Dab Motorsport are your leaders, and they're about to hit a bit of a milestone. They have gone past the distance achieved 2 years ago in the last running of this race, and I'm just going to pad for a couple more seconds because they're about to complete. There it is, 1,500 laps of this circuit. Their lead is 2 laps over the number 10 of Accelerate Racing, so the 2 still ahead of the 10. In third place, 9 laps off the overall lead, but in a brilliant squabble that I think is going to go to the end of this race, is the number 1 of Send Hub Limited, to say, in third place, 18.5 seconds ahead of the Loughborough Legends and Neil. That's the number 3 kart in fourth place, and they both want to be on that podium taking those trophies home. Fifth place is the number 5 of Fox Motorsport. They keep pounding round. If anything were to happen to those 2 karts ahead of them fighting for third place, they are in a brilliant position to pick up the spoils of war there. Further lap back in 6th place is the number 18 of Broken Rib Racing, reclassified into the pro category, so ignore that they are black on their timing tower on the number 18. They are a pro kart, so consider them yellow. 7th place is the number 11, Club 73 Young Guns, the top Club 73 kart at the moment. There is a bit of a rivalry amongst those Club 73 teams. They've completed 1,486 laps. They're 15 laps off the overall lead, and running nicely there in 7th place. 8th place, key position this, leading in clubman category. It's the number 15 of Team ARD. They are 17 laps off the overall lead, but crucially now lead by 4 laps over the number 24 in 9th place overall. That is the Ditch Finders. 10th place, completing the top 10 at the moment, trying to fend off attacks from behind and doing so very nicely. It's kart number 8. It's Team 87. That's their team name. That's Jimmy Broadbent and the crew. They are 22 laps off the overall lead, and they have a lap over in 11th place the number 21 of Club 73 Mafia, who've just had a contact warning. Is it going to start getting a little bit spicy out there as we get towards the final stints of this race? 12th place, and probably the team that's had the most drama in terms of the top half of the table in well, since we came back on the commentary airwaves at 9 o'clock this morning. It's the number 7 of Motorsport UK Academy. They were in the competition for at least a top 5, possibly more, but that 10 lap penalty that they've had due to being 2 kilograms under the weight limit on a spot check during a driver change. They are now registered as 26 laps off the overall lead there in 12th place. 4.3 seconds ahead of the number 27, the Senor Frogs, in 13th place, who are so close. It's 4 seconds and 2 laps away from getting onto a club podium in their first ever major karting race. I'll keep going though. Road to Shore doing 50.7 last time. I think he's found his 2nd win, 3rd win, 4th win. Some win has been found, and he's going along very nicely indeed. 24 seconds ahead of in 14th place, the number 9 of RX Mechanics. That's one of the pro karts. 15th place, the number 23 of Club 73 Team Silent. They're 27 laps off the overall lead. 30 seconds they are ahead of the number 6, which is in 16th place, the BAR Humbug team. 17th place, the number 12 of South Coast Racing. 28 laps off the overall lead, 8.3 seconds ahead of Formula None, and that gap's going back and forth very close between those 2 teams. So Formula None, the number 20, in 18th place. The number 25 of HWB Racing are in 19th place, 3 laps further back from Formula None. Wrapping out the top 20 at the moment is the number 4 of Team Rango, 32 laps down for them. 21st, the number 13 of TVP Racing, 36 laps down for those guys. 22nd, the number 16 of TR6, further lap back. And then we go 10 laps back to find in 23rd place the number 22 of the Club 73 Pirates. Take no prisoners to 24th, and their number 26 kart, who are around 50 laps off the overall lead. 56 laps off the overall lead are Mini Boost, the number 17, they're 25th. The last of those running at the moment is in 26th place, the number 19 of Milne GP, 71 laps down. Refined Metals Racing complete your standings at the moment in 27th place. They haven't been running for a while. They're registered in the pit lane.
And they are currently 226 laps off the overall lead. Big moment that, Kieran. 1,500 laps have been completed round this Buckmore Park circuit.
Well, hey. What are you doing to celebrate?
I'm going to have another gummy sweet.
Are you? A non-brand gummy sweet. Yeah.
Non-branded gummy sweets.
That's the one. Those are my favourite. They really are. Dad Motorsport then leading the way as we pass that milestone, completing the 1,500th lap. Accelerate in second place. I actually bumped into Paul Gasson as I was walking up the stairs there, back to the commentary box. Part of Accelerate Racing. He was in the karts when that little bit of rain happened, and I know Paul very well. He loves the rain. He absolutely loves it. And he was saying to me it was great because he had a couple of karts in front of him, so he knew exactly the moment when the grip just started to fall away.
Yeah. As they careered off into the side.
Exactly, yes. Exactly that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, mate. It's Jack Williamson out for the race leaders at the moment. Jack Pottock embroidered on the back of his race suit. 13 passing through shot there, TVP Racing. 36 laps down. Jack Goldsmith continuing to pound round. That's the number 10 in second place, Accelerate Racing. But very, very good stuff so far. So not quite at the range, folks, where if you stop there and you get to the end of the race, you'd have to be very, very, very light on the throttle between now and the end of the race to even try that, and I don't think you'd do it.
I mean, talking to Jimmy last night, it's just fuel saving's not really a thing. It just costs you too much time to actually get it done. The amount of time you can save is not worth it. It's absolutely not worth it. So it will be full send up until then, and yeah, it's just a case of when they come in. An hour and 49 according to our timing sheets. It's going to be close. It is going to be close.
Yeah, you'd want to give it at least another 10 minutes to get you under 2 minutes, 2 hours and 15 to go. Chat's getting very excited because I think Chip is being prepared to be inserted into the car. We had a chat with Ethan earlier. The reason why I was concerned about Chip, I was seeing their driver changes. Ethan was getting out, Chip was going in. That was just as the rain really started to throw down. Now, everybody else in the paddock, actually no, this is a thing that they can improve on. For kit next time. Love the kit, love the custom suits. Really nicely decked out. But I felt really sorry for Chip. He had no wetsuit. So everybody else I can see in the paddock is getting their wetsuits on, which make you look ridiculous, by the way, because it's putting on, as Jimmy puts it, you're putting on a body condom. And Chip did not have one of those. And it's like, oh, that poor man, he's going to get potentially quite wet.
Yes.
But yeah. So the branded suits, we now want. There are some wetsuits that you can buy, like the see-through polythene ones. I had one for quite a while and I ditched it. It's like, do you know what it's like when you're out there? You know those microwavable vegetable bags that you chuck in the microwave? There's a portion of it. It's like being one of them.
I imagine as well, it's if you don't do it up properly as well, I assume that you start to get a bit parachutey at the arms and the legs.
You get a bit parachutey and you get almost a little like jet propelled through the inlets, and it's really unfortunate if you're a northerner and you've not bought one in a while and it's got a hole in a particular area. And you then go karting on the day where aquaplaning is a thing.
You've not sold that in a particular place very well, but
what was I saying earlier about wetting yourself? Yeah, I've got a new one now, and it's not.
What were you saying about that? Yeah.
It's not a polythene one. It's one of the proper black ones that you can put all that logos on. They look really cool. So do that for next time, because there's no way you're going to get as dry a Buckmore Park 24 hours this next year. No way. No, not 2 years.
This has been unprecedentedly dry for a 24-hour here at Buckmore. Considering this place has its own climate, it's surrounded by trees and it's a little bit lower than everything else around it. So you normally start to develop a little bit of its own climate here. But this was the first year, as far as I can see, the first Buckmore 24-hour that didn't have any mist in the morning.
Yes.
That's the first. This is the first one. And with that little bit of mist, obviously there's a little bit of visibility, which was a bit of a concern in 2019. So I was here for that. Was a little bit of a concern. Not too concerned that you couldn't see anything, but you could see to the next sector and through the next 4, 5, 6 corners. So it wasn't visibility as such. But what mist and fog also does is it's a light spray of water on the track, and that does make things greasy.
Or again, it can be that perception thing of I was at a event. It was a bit more no jet TV coming in. Oh, that's easy. Get on. He's got a wobble on. He's got a huge wobble on. Get it together, son. Was at an event at another circuit back end of September, October-ish last year. So you are at the mercy of the weather, where we actually had a really dense but low fog, but it hadn't come into contact with the circuits. The circuit grip was dry, but it was one of some of those bizarre conditions I've ever driven in, because you do it a bit, you go out, you see that mist, and as you say, it's like, oh, it's going to be slippery, and it wasn't.
It just wasn't. Yeah, it's bizarre.
Until someone who you mentioned earlier, a certain Yusuf bin Sahel, dragged half of Northamptonshire onto the circuit with him and then ruined everything. And about 6 of us all went off behind him because he just strewn a load of grass all over the track.
Absolutely sunk him there. That was really nice. That was very nice, Andrew.
It was a good time. I was cursing. I was like, Yusuf, why have you done this? 2 hours and 18 minutes of the race to go. Tom Thickpenny, how's his pace looking? Good, 50.5 last time around. In fact, make that a 51.0. There's the yellow flag out down through Symes. Sweep for some Barry R replacement.
Who's Barry?
He's right there.
He's right there, is he? Barry R. Thank you, Barry R.
So there you go. Number 7 continuing on as well, Motorsport UK Academy. I quite like their response to the penalty. Every time I see that car around, it looks like it's having fun.
Yes.
Which, as I say, is the most important thing.
Yeah, dark visors in the daylight, it's obviously you don't get a chance to see what the facial expressions are like, which I totally understand. I have a dark visor as well. So I don't want people seeing my eyes or reaction to anything. Come to night time, floodlights lit up all around the track. Everyone can see exactly how you're reacting. So everyone could see how the altitude change was getting to me 2 hours in. But yeah, there's number 11 then. Young Guns Club 73 trying to get some moves on against the Motorsport UK Academy. Now they would have been really locked in a sort of. This battle could have been Motorsport UK Academy getting back onto the same lap as the Club 73 Young Guns. This could have been a huge battle here, but that 10-lap underweight penalty really has taken that one away. And 2 kilos underweight. I'm trying to think what 2 kilos would be, because 2 kilos done, it seems too much to be solely fluid loss.
It'll be 1 medium-sized block of lead.
Yeah. Because some of that would be fluid loss, I think.
So some will be. But generally, the lead blocks or the pieces that you see strapped to seat inserts normally they come in sizes of 1, 2, 4, and 8. Someone's lost one of them. Anyway, and then they've got caught. All the rules. 10-lap action.
And then comes to the other point now where they'll probably run overweight in every single driver, because now they know if they're caught again, they're out. And to go through 22 hours only to be excluded because one of your drivers is found to be underweight, you don't want to do that. It's not going to go down well for the team and anyone in it.
Track limit warning for the race leader there. Just came in. I think that's their first in this period of the race. Not a penalty. We don't want to be doing that too many times because, if they were to get a black flag right now, they would still hold the lead. just to be absolutely clear on that, because it's around a 30-second delay once you've come in the pits, you've sat there for 20 seconds, thought about what you've done, and then gone back out again. And in terms of absolute time, based on 50-second lap, you're looking about a minute 40 is their lead at the moment over Accelerate. To keep tabs on them. We're about to pass through an interesting minute in the race, because 2 hours 15 is as Harry's going to look down the inside there. Lovely move. That is textbook. Brilliant stuff from road to shore. Getting past some more traffic and continuing on there in the Senor Frogs. Number 27. But yes, if you're pitting now and you're feeling brave, you could get to the end of the race without having to come into the fuel box again. We did see some we saw Loughborough Legends do very close at least to a 2 hour 15 stint earlier on in the race, the early stages of the race. And I just wonder as well, we're talking about how the karts have changed. We had Luke Battersby on very early on in the race. We've seen how, you know, the engines are still bedding in, so they're changing in terms of how much fuel they use. Jimmy was saying the karts are very stiff, as he's unfortunately found out to his now injured consequence. I hope he's okay. The karts are morphing almost over the course of this race in terms of how they drive.
Yeah.
So it could potentially be, now that if they're running a little bit leaner, where a kart may have done 2 hours 13 at the start of the race, now that they've been running it round for 24 hours, or nearly 24 hours, we can... Do you want to do this next one, mate?
I can do.
Yeah, so into the chip. That it would be a case of you can't do those extra few more minutes. Gordy Much there, carrying on. We're going to have an interview, I think, in a minute. I think it may be a very quick one, because I think it's a driver who's going to get in the kart very, very soon. I have 2 hours 13 to go. Keep comments coming in. Hello to Shannon King, who's been here since 5 PM yesterday. Again, thank you so much, everybody, for your support of this stream, tuning in. But we're going to head over to the little studio we've got. Kieran is stood over there with a from the Senor Frogs team, Mr. Chip. Apologies for slight technical hitch. I think we can now. Now we can go over to Chip and Kieran over at the podium.
It's all right. I'm a professional.
You're a professional.
I'm
you
a
know
professional.
what you're doing.
Take two.
Take two.
It's fine. It's fine. Chip, lovely to hear from you.
Yes.
Let's hear from you properly this time.
Okay.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right, but I mean, I'm worried that I won't make it to the end of the race because I'm battered. I've done 4 hours already. This is my third stint. There are a couple others doing 3 stints as well, so... But the thing is, I started my first stint like 10 hours into the race, so they've all just come in the final bit. Barely any rest. So, can I go out there, see what I can do, see if I can keep us up? But yeah, I mean, I've got to go down in 5 minutes. And you've
literally got to go.
Yeah, I got to go now. Yeah, but wish us luck, Senor Frogs, and hopefully Club Mafia or whatever they are get black flag.
See ya. Bye. Back to you, Andrew.
Short but sweet. I love that. That's good. But yeah, we cut that one fine. But thank you, Chip, for coming in and having a brief chat with us. As I say, he's going to be taking the kart to the end of the race, and yeah, back with us here in the commentary box. Nobody has been in the pits in the last few minutes, so you've not missed any action on that front. So. Now we very much are getting to the point where anyone coming into the pits now will be fueling up and trying to get to the end of the race. To see a couple of drivers prepared in the pits. Someone very relaxed there on the grass verge. If you're just tuning in and you're wondering how does all of this work, well, the drivers coming into fuel will come and park under that black-topped gazebo. Now, the fueling cannot start until the driver has fully left that area. They've got to get out, take the seat insert and any other lead weights that they have with them, any other bits of equipment, step out of that area under the tent, then the fuel can start to flow in. And the replacement driver cannot get into the car, cannot approach that area until they're summoned by the events team, the guys that you can see in the orange bibs on the top right hand side of your screen. Big thanks to our sponsors. Again, G. Collins and Sons, like-minded family-run business based in Kent. Discover their range of jewellery designed in-house, created in their on-site workshop, and provide the highest standard of British jewellery making. Visit them in their showroom in Royal Tunbridge Wells for a truly unique experience. 2 hours and 10 to go.
2 hours and 10 to go. It's getting to crunch time. That was a short and sweet interview, wasn't it? Some of the best interviews are just short and sweet.
Yeah.
It's good.
Quality over quantity.
Quality. Well, you say quality over quantity. It did take me 2 takes. I don't know if that's in my favour. Well, I'm going to mention it, so it's fine. If anyone's going to throw me under the bus, Andrew, it's me. But that's that.
There's a number 5, Fox Motorsport. Nice move there. Carrying on their run. And it's a strange position to be in because fate kind of isn't in their hands. They're reliant on other cars having moments if they're going to take something significant into the trophy from today. But their pace is still good. They're carrying on around 51.3, which seems to be the pace that John Moody is setting. Every time I look at the timing screen, I see a 51.3 from this kart. And Tati Sparko suit or not, a lot of experience, running really, really well. Just shows you don't need all the gear, you don't need all the shiny gear to be quick. Number 16 goes down the inside of 21. That's Club 73 Mafia, who... Now that was a very nice defence actually. Now it won't have looked like a defence, but they held the speed around the outside of Garda Hairpin there. Squeezed down a little bit on the car that was trying to get by them, and it means that they've kept that position on the road.
Yeah, and what it meant was that TR6, the number 16, would have had to have lost a little bit of momentum as well, having to try and slow that down, slow that kart down to then get a tighter turning. So that would have slowed them down a slight tad, and yeah, it would have slowed them down. And momentum is so important here. Garda is one of the most important corners on the entire circuit. You've got to get the apex there, you've got to get the power down because you've got the rise, you've got Cafe Curve, you've got the Sicily Straight, you've got to use that momentum then into turns 1 and 2, and then you can start braking towards the first hairpin. It's a really, really important part of the track, and the last thing you want to do there is lose any sort of exit speed.
It's a corner that you can get a bit ganged up on as well, but probably not so much in a race like this. The field's more spread out, it's an endurance race, but when you're in a shorter format and you've got, say, 15 cars all in a line and there's one driver at the front and they get lunged into Garda, it's a bad moment, that, and again I'm speaking here from experience, because you can almost guarantee that the next time you come round someone else is going to have a go, unless you then start defending, at which point people get even more frustrated at you for defending. It's a thing with karting, in especially. It's all about momentum. Yes, there are definitely times when you need to defend, but a lot of the time you don't want to. You want to keep that momentum and flow up, and if a driver does start defending, the train behind will quickly deal with that matter with a robust overtake, usually.
Yes, and yeah, it's one of those. You've got to have a bit of aggression behind you in order to get those moves. It's one of those things. There's very tight margins when it comes to karting, especially at a track like this where there's not too many heavy braking zones. You've got to make the most of them, and you've got to make the most of those opportunities. If you show half a gap down the inside, you've already shown too much.
Yes.
And you will expect that gap to be exploited.
Here is Road to Short coming down through Syme Sweet. Looking at the pace, it's still good. It's still really, really good for the 27. 51.0 last time around. Generally, 4 or 5 tenths a lap quicker than the karts they are trying to close down. The time is starting to get short. That's the first time I've said that in this race. But 2 hours and 5 minutes. If you think back to the first few hours of this race, you know, I want to say an hour in, there's still a number of karts that were on the lead lap. Probably half the field was still on the lead lap, or 10 karts or so were on the lead lap. So have they got enough time to close Club 73 Mafia down? And number 7 is in for a pit stop. This is Motorsport UK Academy. This should be them going to the end, I think. Yeah. 2 hours and 5 minutes.
So,
Question in our ear.
yeah, producers just asked what are the warnings like for the top 3? How close are they to black flag? Well, I'm having a look here, and there's not a lot to report. Send Hub got a track limit penalty at 10:45. Well, that's one. They got a contact warning at 10:18. I'm trying to work back to when the slate was wiped clean, nearly 2 hours ago now, isn't it? So it was around, what was it, half 10?
Yes, half 10.
So that contact warning I mentioned was before the slate was wiped clean, so that is gone. From the looks of it, I can only see that it's just Send Hub Limited with a track limit warning. Oh, they got another one at 11:28. So, by my calculations, they're a track limit warning away from a black flag, our Send Hub.
Okie doke. Whilst
Club Mafia as well, just having a look.
who are in. They are in the pits, so this is a key stop.
Now they're on 2 contact warnings and a track limit warning.
Ooh, okay. So that's a bit tight.
Fine lines.
Very fine lines. So it's not noting down. 21 has pitted with 2 hours and 3 minutes to go. 2 hours and 4 minutes. There's quite a few. The Fox Motorsport cart was also in there. I think it's Harry Rook who's got in for them to see this kart to the finish.
Now there is Sam Lutz jumping into the number 21. I had actually a chat to him the last time I spoke to him. Last time I commentated over him, he was racing at Brands Hatch in the Enduro car, and he managed to roll the car at Paddock Hill Bend. He found himself in the gravel. He was absolutely fine, but he said, I'd rather you not mention that, so of course I'm going to mention it. But no, he's a quick driver, great guy as well. It looks like he's taking that team to the checkered flag.
I really want to have a go at that Enduro car.
It is good fun. It is good fun. I mean, I spoke to Sam after that. I mean, even then, he had a smile on his face. I think I got to speak to him about 2 hours after that incident, and he just had the biggest smile on his face. He was like, oh, it was so much fun. I was like, you ended up upside down. I was like, yeah, but it was so much fun. It's honestly, not much can put off a smile of his face. Not much at all.
Ditch Finders have just, there's a lot of key pit stops happening at the moment. Ditch Finders have just completed what they will hope is their last pit stop of the race. There is Rota Shaw, and he's doing a great stint again. This is very similar to what we saw from him earlier on in the race when he was second in the kart after Will and E. More pit stops going on. And 26 is going to have to queue for a little bit.
Take no prisoners. Going to have to take at least one in the pit lane. Having to wait there just to get the fuel stop. And that is the problem you have. It was made clear in the briefing that there is only one fuel bay. So if you're in a queue, that's tough. I think that was, you backed me up on that, and the official saying from the race director. I love the use of the. Hopefully it's their own seat insert, but to use it as a seat to just sort of recline and relax. Wow, that's good. That looks comfortable, to be fair. Just waiting for the driver change.
Right, so I'm just trying to track how far behind, because I know people are going to want to know. I'm going to have to do some maths again and get the stopwatch out. So we know there's at least one lap between Club 73 Mafia and Senor Frogs. It's actually going to be like one lap. I think it's going to be about one lap in 15 seconds. I'm just going to get the timer up, stopwatch, and wait for Mafia to come over the line. I'll be able to tell you exactly, or at least in more reasonable state, what that gap is. They've just come across the line now. 23 is in for what they would hope is their last service of the race.
Yeah, that's the Club 73 Team Silent team. So
About 10 seconds, so it's a lap and 10 seconds. It's a minute. It's a minute effectively between Club 73 Mafia and Senor Frogs for that last spot on the clubman podium. Away go the number 23 of Club 73 Team Silent. It's been a mixed day for those guys. He had a bit of a wobble early on, got a black flag, then started tearing the timesheets up on one of the quickest carts in the field.
they did try your strategy.
They were into the top 10 as well, solidly up into the top 10. They had a difficult night. Now find themselves in 17th place. The team of Max Hamer, Jordan Braxton, Molly, Connor Ambrose, Jack Craig, Dimitri Oros and Nathan Parker. I'm sure they'll be back for another edition. Good group of guys there. And we're inside the last 2 hours of the race.
We are indeed. 2 hours to go, which is, again, now we're going to start to see the final stops of this race, what we think are, and what we should expect to be the final stops of this race. And you can see there's a lot of drivers waiting to take over, to take the checkered flag for their respective teams. A lot of them just enjoying the scattered sunshine that's poking through the trees. There's Jack Goldsmith being pointed through by Take No Prisoners, and following him through is one of the Ovendens, the number 9, the Rallycross Mechanics. There's the 27 into the pit lane then, Senor Frogs. I was speaking to Chip very briefly, very briefly. Message from Mazinga was, "You've got to go." Well, he'll be jumping in very shortly, and he'll be taking the team to the checkered flag. Poised and ready. Jumping in as well with the seat insert, and away he will go to get the team to the checkered flag. He had that nighttime stint as well, so he will rejoin. Now bear in mind, Motorsport UK Academy are not in the same class. They're really looking at Club 73 Mafia, and they have rejoined around about a lap and a half behind at this moment in time. Could be 2 laps now, just waiting for the timing screens to update themselves. Does take a lap or two once a team has exited the pit lane for the timing to give us an accurate representation of where each team lies. And there goes Chip then going through in towards Garda, through the centre chicane, up the rise, and heading his way towards the Cafe curve. There's the 18 into the pit lane. That's Broken Rib Racing, 5th in the pro class. They were reassigned to the pro class by our race director. So although they have the black number plate indicating they're a clubman, they are actually a pro. They did get promoted up a class. Still plenty of drivers in the pit lane ready to go. That is Chris Bridle as well, ready and waiting for Team 87 to come into the pit lane. They were discussing that Chris was going to be taking the checker flag, so that looks like that's exactly what is going to happen. And there go then, Broken Rib Racing rejoining. Looks like they're going to rejoin in 6th place. And heading off their merry way now to try and take the checkered flag. Just trying to have a look and see if we can pick out who the driver is. Another one into the pit lane there. It's the number 25, HWB Racing, looking to refuel for their final stop. Refueling underway then, so they pitted in from 19th overall. Senor Frogs, meanwhile, where have they rejoined? Yeah, it is about a lap and a half between themselves and the Rallycross Mechanics, but they find themselves a lap behind Club 73 Mafia, so it's around 2.5 laps between themselves and a class podium position. We'll see how that all plays out. So Dab Motorsports still leading in the Pro class then. 1,541 laps on the board. 3 laps behind them is Accelerate Racing, the number 10. And in third place, 6 laps down on the race leader, number 1, Send Hub Limited. But again, 17.9 seconds between themselves and the Loughborough Legends and Neil. And I think Andrew's found another person to have a chat to. Andrew, over to you.
Back here at the little podium that we've got at the back of the studio with Harry Lewis, Rotor Short, a very bleary-eyed Rotor Short.
I haven't slept yet at all. I tried to sleep in a cupboard before, but didn't really work. So I'm running off no sleep. I'm done for.
You've got to be pleased, though. Of the 2 stints that we've seen you have today, even with the mechanical issue, you've been on top form, plenty of 50-point-somethings really quick.
Yeah, well, I had 3 actually. I had one in the night as well. So I thought that was going to be me done, and we're going to send Ethan out. But then last minute they're like, "No, Harry, you got to go." So I was like, ah. So I had a cold shower downstairs and went out. But that one didn't feel great. My night one was all right, but I've done all right. I'm doing great.
And the position's still good. You're running P4 in class. You're in that range that if the guys ahead do have an issue.
How far ahead are they? Do we know?
I've measured it at a minute, so it's a lap. It's a lap and 10 seconds, so a minute.
It's Chippo Crimes up next, who's our golden boy. So hopefully something goes. Well, I wouldn't want to wish any bad on the other team, but hopefully their car blows up or something, and then we can go and take a 3rd place.
The enthusiasm we've talked about a lot with the team, but generally in motorsport, because you've been doing a bit of playing F1 on Twitch. How did you get into it?
Yeah, well, I just started watching F1, and then I got my own little wheel rig at home to play F1 online. I'm awful at F1 online, but I'm a bit better at go-karting. I really enjoy go-karting, so I've been getting to that recently. But yeah, man, it's fun, but it's tiring. It's very tiring. It's very tiring.
And Chip in the middle of the night, he had to deal with the rain. But he's clearly got that pace. He's the fastest driver. Do you think he can go even quicker than he did before?
I don't know about now because the tyres are all worn. I think he might have said he went like 50.2, which is his fastest. But Chip is our wild card, man. He's just born to race. He can do it in the wet, the dry. When there's traffic, he's a legend, man. So hopefully he pulls through in the next 2 hours and we can do something.
Brilliant stuff. Well, cheers, Harry. Well done again. Really top draw, and we'll hopefully see you again next year.
Legend, mate. Thank you very much for that. Cheers.
Harry Lewis there from Senor Frogs. Kieran, back to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And just as that interview was taking place, Send Hub Limited came into the pit lane for their last stop of the race. And Jack Goldsmith making way then. That's going to put Loughborough Legends and Neil into 3rd place, but they are yet to make their final stop. As there goes Chip then up the inside of the number 24 cart. That is going to be Ditch Finders. They're running 2nd in class at the moment. I think Ditch Finders at the moment just making sure they just get to that checker flag. They're 4 laps behind the class leaders, but they are, they're 2 laps ahead of 3rd in class. So they're just looking now to get this to the end. Nothing silly at all, and just make sure they get to the checkered flag.
And they've pushed so hard. They've put their hearts and souls into this. And there they are. Chippo, first time on the stream, of course. We didn't get to see him driving earlier. As the guys have said, he is their fastest driver. Did a 50.2 earlier on in the race in the night. That'll have been, so the rain was coming down as Chip was getting in the kart. So a good chunk of his time in the kart will have been dealing with a damp circuit. There's another very tired driver there. That was the 17 of Mini Boost. Got to give it to these guys as well. They have kept going from lap 1. They have had this great battle with Milne GP that it looks like they're gonna win out. And in a strange way, they've been a victim of the reliability of the karts, because I'm thinking back to races of this nature that I've seen before. 58 laps off the overall lead normally would have you a little bit higher up the order, so they've had a great achievement there, and they'll go back out now for their final stints. 15 is in as well. Team ARD. This is it's going to be Poppy Stevenson getting back in. There she goes to, fingers crossed, drive this kart to a class victory. Away goes Poppy. Races for GMS. There's a good amount of owner driving outside of what we're seeing here today, and this is a good choice. I like this choice to get Team ARD to the end of the race. Poppy's had some great speed today. He's got to do 1 hour and 51 minutes to see the checkered flag.
Yep. There's another driver, another team into the pits. That's Damp Motorsport. That's the overall leaders. They're making their last stop of the race. A tired driver staggers away. Last fuel stop for our overall leaders. They lead by 3 laps at the time of their pit stop. Fuel going in up to the brim. And
so who's going to be getting in to take this kart to the end? In gets the driver, and away they go. It's going to be Bo Sullivan. So Bo Sullivan with the Sodi suit and the orange, the helmet. If I like this, because sometimes drivers change helmets if it's wet or not. But helmet if sunny, red, white, and blue. It's definitely red, white, and blue helmet. And Bo Sullivan out on circuit now, same as our leaders, effectively in the clubman category. Just over an hour and 50 to do to get this kart to the finish and become champions for the Buckmore Park 24 Hours in the year of 2022.
And Bo Sullivan is quite a driver to chuck in there to take the checkered flag. Very quick, very consistent, and there's nothing of him either. It's quite astonishing. Yep. There is that minimum weight limit, but he will be running to the absolute minimum there to make sure he can get as much performance as possible. But a very quick driver in that car, in the lead, to try and take the checkered flag. And already the leans are happening.
4-time junior champion here at Buckmore Park, a 6-time Brentwood champion, a 2-time Buckmore Park star pupil. But all of that is, no disrespect to those titles, insignificant to the fact that this guy is a Sodi World Junior Champion, one of the best drivers in the world in Sodi karts. UK Series #1 driver, ranked #1 for 91 weeks. The number 20 complete their last pit stop for this race. Yeah. Bo Sullivan coming around to complete what will be his first flying lap of this stint. The number 9 just behind, RX Mechanics. Still that lap time that we saw earlier in the race, 49.690 from Accelerates Racing. I don't think that's going to be beaten today. As Rotashaw was saying earlier, the tyres are a little bit too worn now. Karts are a bit tired, as you would expect after 24 hours. The number 9 having a look down the inside there.
Yeah, I believe obviously we've had the service stops, which we wouldn't have seen. But every team is subject to a mandatory 10-minute service stop. That would be to change the tyres, the front tyres at least, and make sure that it give the kart the once over and make sure everything runs to spec as much as possible. That's a maximum of 10 minutes, that one. So even if the crew there, the maintenance crew, fixes everything in 3 to 4 minutes, you're still held there until the end of your 10-minute service stop, just to make sure it's fair for everybody involved. So they would have had a fresh set of fronts fitted to the car to make sure that it can run the distance, go the distance as well. But even so, that's a long, long way for those tyres to travel, isn't it? A very, very long way. I mean, if we take about, about a kilometre this circuit, isn't it? Just over. So you're looking at easily 75, 80 kilometres on those tyres. It's a long way for them to go.
Final change for Team 87. Gordy Much gets out, and I think, is it going to be Chris Bridle getting in to take Team 87, the team led by Jimmy Broadbent, to the checkered flag. Fueling complete.
It is Chris Bridle. Yep, he was waiting in the pit lane there, and away he goes. And whilst we were talking to Jimmy earlier, he did give us a little bit of a wave in the commentary box and then swiftly left. So he was definitely getting ready for his stint, which he will be taking the checkered flag. And well, a lot has been thrown at Team 87 today, hasn't it? Unfortunately, Jimmy got injured. He has his arm in a sling from today, going over the drain down at the bottom of the circuit. So he's unfortunately had to be ruled out for the rest of this race. We wish him all the best in the recovery. But yes, that means then that they've had to have that art of reaction. You know, they've had to make sure that they make it to the checkered flag, and that would have meant that the driver lineup and the driver schedule would have changed massively on the fly.
Yeah, very much so. Here comes the final driver for number 13. One of the gurneys. Contact warning for the number 5, Fox Motorsport.
TVP Racing taken to the track then after their final stop.
effectively Harry Gurney taking them to the finish.
Yep, Harry Gurney, all the gear, no idea, self-described there. We did describe, well, actually, yes, I do remember. I do remember now, because we were talking about whether that was yellow or fluorescent green, and it is yellow. We discussed
It's yellow,
this.
yeah, it's definitely yellow.
As our producer Tom said, it's Valentino Rossi yellow,
yes.
which I agree with.
I've got to say, I think that's one of my favourite painted lid designs in this race, because it's one that stands out very much. It's. I do not mean this in a disrespectful way at all, because for my eyes it's better, and it's my helmet's over. It's simple. You know, you can draw that one out and describe it very, very easily. Like you've got pink on the top, geometric shapes on the side of the yellow, and a bit of white and black in there as well. It's a good helmet design. Too many helmet designs for me look like someone's had a terrible accident in an art classroom. But that one's good. I like that one.
Terrible accident in an art class.
It's a mesh. Yeah, lots of colours everywhere. Sorry. I'm getting boomerish again.
Wow. No problem with that. I will say though, is comparing the last lap then, we're looking at sort of top three between each class. They're evenly spread out in terms of Dav Motorsport, Accelerator, Loughborough Legends, who we think have to stop again. They've been running nearly an hour and a half on this stint. They will have to stop again. They can't run to the end of the race. To the end from here, they need to stop again. So that will put Sendhub back into third place, but they're all evenly spaced out.
It's interesting as well, the big guns are clearly coming out here. We've already seen Bo Sullivan come out for the race leaders. Ollie Smith on your screen now going over start finish, and the number 10 is back out. This is the driver that we saw set pole position pretty much 24 hours ago. This will have been the period of time when we were running the practice qualifying session. So we know his credentials. He's been one of the fastest drivers, if not the fastest driver out there today. It'll be interesting to see who do the Loughborough Legends and Neil stick in. I would not be surprised if it's Piers Pryor, who started the race for them.
I would be very surprised if it wasn't Piers.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised.
And they've had Tom Thickpenny in for this stint, which is, again, I said when he came out, I like that choice because that's a fast driver that you know is going to get the kart through the stint and doesn't have a reputation of making mistakes. Here he is on your screen now in third place with the Legends and Neil. Contact warning for HWB Racing, that's the number 25. The gap between them and Sendhub at the moment is 20 seconds. Now remember, a pit stop, it costs you around 40 seconds in terms of track time to come into the pits, refueled, gone out again. So they will hand the lead, or the position I should say, back to Sendhub when they make their last stop. Still got a while on that, 1 hour and 26 minutes. The other interesting bit for me, Kieran, is when do they make that stop? They can make it now. They'll absolutely get to the end on fuel. I'm thinking here, if it is Piers or whoever it is who's getting in this kart for the last stint, how much time do you give them to try and chase down what will be an inevitable gap to Sendhub? You can't do it, say, you know, you say to someone, oh, we want you to do a 20-minute chase down in 20-second chase down in 20 minutes. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. You've got to give that time, surely, for their final driver to chip away at that gap.
I mean, you would think the longer you have, or the more time you have, the more opportunities you have to cut down the gap and try and make an overtake. But the flip side is, you've got to take into account of driver fatigue. We've just been through, you know, we're now into the 23rd hour of this race. How well rested is Piers? You know, is he going to be at full attack? How long can he be at full attack for? That may be something that they're going to have to take into consideration. He might not be able to go full attack for 2 hours, but if he can go full attack for 90 minutes, say, then maybe just hold out. Just get that fuel down a little bit. See if we can get some, or see if they can extract some performance out of the kart with the fuel it's got. Because the longer they leave it as well, the heavier their kart will be compared to everybody else at the end of the race, which is going to make closing down even more difficult. You see, these strategies, I'm glad we're up here, Andrew. I'm really glad we're up here.
And we're in the best position, of course, because we can see all the data, we can see all the information, log it down as the teams have changed. Just as we get towards the latter stages, and I know we've got a lot of people tuning in, just to be clear on the timing, because it can confuse, understandably confuse. Broken Rib Racing Kart has been reclassified into the Pro category. So ignore that the number board on the timing tower is black. That is actually a Pro kart in terms of classification from Race Control. So your leader in club is Team ARD, Ditchfinder's a second, Club 73 Mafia are in third, Senor Frogs fourth, and South Coast Racing in fifth. Who are another team I don't think we've praised enough. Kart number 12. We've just gone across the line. Where are they on circuit? Can't quite see the little blue line running across the screen. But no, they're doing quite nicely in 15th place overall. They've had a good run. They owe us a stop. They've been out for an hour and 22 seconds. I think they've just come through sector number 1 and into sector number 2 now. You can see they've just ticked through on timing. Now sector number 2. It should be nearby where our cameras are, unless I've gone completely blind. That's number 1 down the inside send hub. Going past another one of the back markers.
Gave him a thumbs up there as he came up the rise there. Nice little gesture there. I have to say as well, Motorsport UK Academy on that last lap set their personal best of the entire race.
Yes.
In Sector 3. And we are getting closer and closer to those 49s again. Closest we've been so far, really, 50.059 from Motorsport UK Academy. Very close to those 49s again. So, again, the track's evolving again. And this is something that the drivers have to take into consideration. The track is constantly evolving. It's constantly changing as to how much grip you're going to get. There is, then, Loughborough Legends and Neil into the pits for their final stop. I wasn't bad at a guess. 98 minutes is going to be the time. We'll take them to the flag.
And it's not going to be Piers Pryor in to finish off for them. I've been caught short here. I don't actually recognise that helmet. At least if it's a new one. Oh, I'm going to have to text him now. Who's in? But their change has been done. Here's the thing, we haven't got all the driver names necessarily. They haven't filled in the Google sheet. Naughty drivers.
I mean, it was absolutely not mandatory, but we'll have to wait and see who it is. Yeah, there we go. Andrew straight on the phone there. Straight on there to ask, who's driving your car for the last stint? Give us a clue. Give us a clue. At the moment then, Club 73 Young Guns into the pits then for their final stop. And obviously Seat Insert's got to come away and fueled up. In the 11, he's going to be taking over for this one. I believe that's going to be Toby McAllister Brown, and it is Toby McAllister Brown who jumps in. 4 years in junior rookie, and podiums and trophies, including finishing 4th twice in junior rookie of the year, and at the age of 13 moved up to the RTA Junior Championship, which is a recent addition. So it's fair to say that McAllister Brown is well rounded for this one, considering he's been in this kart since he was 13. And I believe that's number 12 that's come into the pit lane now. Number 12 being South Coast Racing. So in goes their final driver to take them to the flag. And I'm going to hazard a guess that could be Ezekiel James. Pink bell helmet, yes. Black overalls. Yeah, that's my guess. Ezekiel James has jumped in and will take the team to the flag.
That is another track limit warning, is it not, for the leaders? Is that their second in the last hour or so?
Put me on the spot. Yes, it's their second one.
Okay. Let's note that down, that the leader has now, in terms of track limit excursions, they've used up their get out of jail free cards. So if they do one more, they will have a black flag. Now, that wouldn't cost them the lead of the race at this stage. Definitely you know, take a big chunk out of it. It would put Accelerate back onto being 1 lap down. So we're going to keep an eye on that. They don't need to risk anything here. They are very much in that mode of with the speed that Accelerate will no doubt have in this latter stage of Ollie Smith in the car. I don't think Ollie Smith's going to be able to overcome a 2-lap gap in just over 90 minutes.
Just seen a familiar name in one of the chats there, Chris White, saying if you read this, Kieran, fancy doing the next one? I'd be well up for the next one. What about you, Andrew? It's been great fun.
No, it really has been one of...
If they let us back.
That is very true.
That's true.
That is true. I've not caused too much trouble. But no, it really has. It's been. So I've done quite a few of these 24-hour races in a ride and drive machinery and pro kart machinery from a commentary perspective as well. This has been one of the best. This honestly has been one of the best that I've done so far. And the whole crew, the whole team here at Buckmore Park can be very proud of their efforts. As we mentioned, compared to where this circuit was 12 months ago and the real concerns that we had, it's been a brilliant return for the Buckmore Park 24 hours, and very, very much hope we get to do it again in 12 months' time. There is your race leader, Bo Sullivan, for DAB Motorsport. I did see a comment earlier saying, Bo, a big gun. It's like, well, I see what you mean. Yes, he's
that wasn't very nice.
He's smaller in stature, but not in terms of pace. And he's definitely showing that track limit warning for Chris Bridle and Team 87.
Phenomenally quick. Absolutely brilliantly quick. I've seen him really rise to the ranks here at Buckmore Park through the Junior Academy. And as you say, really handy in a Sodi kart, as he's proven. His track record is very good.
Just to clarify as well, that the teams that have had their designated class changed, you will have seen on live.alphatime.co.uk/Buckmore that they have now in brackets, unless you're Loughborough Legends bracket and Neil, if you have had your class changed, so Broken Wood Racing as an example, you can just about see it on the timing tower on the Alpha live stream as well, where you can see like the brackets of Pro. That's how we're defining it, because that race control have the ability to change. If they had the ability to change the number boards, they would have done so. But yeah, that would mean stopping the whole race, which I don't think we're really willing to have happen. Yeah. So there we go. So just for a couple of people wondering about that. Yeah, we'll do another rundown in a couple of minutes' time. Keep your comments coming in, both here on the Alpha live stream and also on the DDMM comms box feed. If you're enjoying the commentary across your Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Sphere, and all of that business at @MM. Thank you for your continued support. Give us a subscribe on YouTube as well. It really does help us out. Things that we've got coming up across both channels in the next few weeks here on Alpha Live. From a DDMM commentary perspective, we'll be at Glannygores for the next 2 weekends actually. For Super 1 next Sunday, there for a little bit on Saturday as well. We won't be streaming on the Saturday, but we'll for all of the racing on Sunday. And then we're there the following weekend as well for Club 100 Sprints, taking a visit out to the Dragon Straight and the Carousel and corners like that. That's one of the best circuits in the UK. So that's the next 2 Sundays will be at Glannygores for both of those events. On DDMM, if you like sim racing, Wednesday night. And I've told the guys they've got to behave themselves extra special because of the new people who might be tuning in. So it's Club 100 iRacing. It's the championship that offers a prize of a drive in a Club 100 race in 2023 in the Endurance Championship. Will be at Imola, like Formula 1 are today. But we won't be in Formula 1 cars, we'll be in Mazda MX-5s, which will race far better. So that's on Wednesday night on the channel. Do make sure that you click the notification bell both here on the Alpha Live channel and on Double Dash Motorsport Media So you don't miss a single video. Out go the number 16 for their final pit stop. That's TR6. Currently running in 22nd place. Just having a word in our ear whether that's everybody's completed their pit stops. I think it may well be.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
not
so.
seeing anyone who's had a very, it's the longest stint that we've had at the moment.
I think accelerate 38
minutes. Yes, so yeah, and we know that they're going to the end of the race. So that is it. That is all. That's quite rare for one of these endurance races. Normally it is a case of someone's coming in for a splash and dash, but all the teams have. This is what I'm talking about with these teams. I know there's a question like, is there anything that you think is underperformed? Genuinely, no. I think all the teams have been on top of their strategy. They all know what they're doing, and this is a great piece of evidence for it. That there's nobody who's ended up with a bitty 45-minute stints at the end of the race to get them through. They've all gone, yeah, we need to work this fuel back from the end of the race and do the best part of 2 hours for whoever our final driver is. It's been a very, very good job by the whole field.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, coming into the last 90 minutes of the race, we'll let you do your rundown.
Yeah.
The penultimate rundown it would be, wouldn't it?
Rundown.
Penultimate rundown. God, how time flies.
And now we really see the state of the race. We have a look at Chip going round. Let's have a rundown of the order for, as I say, the penultimate time in this race. We'll do another one in an hour's time with 30 minutes to go. It'll be very interesting to see what has changed between now and then. Let's just get the full timing tower back up on the screens for you to let you know that with 1,571 laps completed so far, your leaders of the 2022 Buckmore 24 Hours are DAB Motorsport. 2 laps is still their lead ahead of Accelerate Racing. So it's the 2 still from the 10. In 3rd place you've got the number 1 of Send Hub Limited. And the gap has come down since the last time we did one of these readouts. It is 8 seconds between Send Hub Limited, the number 1, and the number 3 of Loughborough Legends and Neil. That's the number 3 and 4th place trying to get 3rd, and the pace at the moment is a little bit quicker for the Loughborough Legends. So they're doing very nicely indeed, and that battle is going to go to the wire. 5th place is still the number 5. They are 12 laps off the overall lead. So Fox Motorsport looking to consolidate that position. They've lost a lap in the last hour relative to the Loughborough Legends and Neil Cart and Send Hub, who I should have mentioned, they were both 9 laps off the overall lead. So looking like they're bedding in for 5th place there. 6th place, the number 18 in Pro, and overall it's Broken Rib Racing. Raced very nicely today. They're 13 laps off the overall lead. And then the last of this bunch of pros at the top of the order is the number 11 of Club 73 Young Gunners, who've done fantastic work today. 7th place, 15 laps off the overall lead, and looking good for that position. Leading in the club category are the number 15 of Team ARD. They are 17 laps off the overall lead, but crucially 4 laps clear of the next kart in overall and in their category. It's the number 24 of Ditch Finders in 9th place. Still completing the top 10. It's Jimmy Broadbent's Team 87 squad, the number 8 kart, currently being piloted by Chris Bridle to the finish of this race. They're 1 lap behind Ditch Finders, but crucially 2 laps ahead of the team running in 3rd place in club. In 11th place, it's the number 21 of Club 73 Mafia. 24 laps off the overall lead for them. Motorsport UK Academy are next, the number 7 in 12th place. A little bit out of position in terms of speed across the course of the race, because of course they had that 10-lap deduction a few hours ago for a weight infringement, but they're there 26 laps off the overall lead, 21 seconds ahead of the number 27 in 13th place. It is of course the Senor Frogs, with Chip taking them to the end of the race. 14th place is the number 9 of RX Mechanics, who are 10 seconds behind Senor Frogs, in different categories of course. So if they got by, I don't think Senor Frogs would be too concerned about that. But there they are, RX Mechanics in 14th place, still plugging away They're 26 laps off the overall lead. We've got a 2-lap gap ahead of Club 73 Team Silence, the 23 kart in 15th. Then we find the number 6 BAR Humboldt reclassified into Clubman. In 16th place there, 29 laps of the overall lead. Only 12 seconds though behind Team Silent, and only 8 seconds ahead of South Coast Racing. It's very much this group have been where the battles are over the last few hours. But South Coast Racing, the number 12, in 17th place. As I say, 8.5 seconds is the gap, and it's not a huge gap behind them either. 14.6 seconds further back, you find the number 20 of Formula None in 18th place. HWB Racing in 19th place, the number 25, 31 laps off the overall lead. In a bit of no man's land, 2 laps behind Formula None, but 2 laps ahead of the 20th place number 4 kart of Team Wrangler. That's another kart that's been reclassified from Pro into Clubman. Outside the top 20, you find TVP Racing, the number 13, 37 laps off the overall lead. They're 1 lap ahead of TR6 in the 16 kart in 22nd place. Club 73 Pirates are next up in 23rd place with their number 22 kart, 49 laps down. Take No Prisoners, the number 26, are 52 laps down there in 24th. Mini Boost, the number 17 in 25th, 57 laps down. The last of the karts running in this race in 26th place, the number 19 of Milne GP, 73 laps down. 1 retirement from the race, the number 14 of Refine Metals Racing. There we go. Only 1 more of them too.
They're going to be the ones I miss the most. Those rundowns. They really are. I am going to miss them.
Homework question for you. From Spreen, we've been bringing them in. Fastest lap on this track. Well, in fact, no, that's a very easy, in this group of karts, a very easy question to answer, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's the RT10s.
Yeah,
it's the fastest lap today. Looks
fastest
like
lap today,
49.690 in these karts around this track. So, so fastest lap of the day and in these karts. Aha!
Oh, big moment, huge moment in the context of the battle for 3rd place. Send Hub Limited, black flag. They're going to have to come in and sit for what is going to feel like the longest 20 seconds of their racing lives. This is an enormous moment. I wonder, is this going to be track limits? Because we were talking about them being on the edge a little bit.
Yeah, it will absolutely be for track limits.
Oh, but then the Loughborough Legends have just had a warning as well.
It's all kicking off now, but yes, that is not good news at all for Send Hub. Sammy Venables, who's driving there, he's not going to be happy.
That's very unlike Sammy as well. That really is unlike Sammy.
Well, the thing is, if Sammy's only got the 1 track limit, then the 2 others have come over the last 3 hours. So that is going to open things up here for the Loughborough Legends and Neil. Wow.
Well, there's going to be no arguments with it. I can just see the number 1 going round Cafe Corner now. Let's see if they come in. It's only just come out, so they may only be acknowledging it on this one. The driver change for the number 25. There is the number 1. There is Sammy Venables in the blue and yellow helmet. The SV on the side. Sammy on his legs there. And it's that body language of a driver thing. When the driver is just sat looking dead ahead, eyes slightly down, you can just feel the frustration coming out of that kart. There is the kart in the number 3 that is going to inherit 3rd place here, and they were closing in as well. As I say, this isn't oh, they've looked into this one. They were closing that gap. It was down to 7 seconds last time around. In comes the number 1, last year's winners. Are they losing a podium here? Sammy Venables stops to have a chat with the event team. There's being pointed. It's a fairly, it's a well-mannered conversation. You can tell from how things are being discussed. Sammy's accepted it there.
And, that's his teammate Matt Hill there explaining, no, it is 3. We've got 3 warnings. That's why you're in. It's not a case of you've done 3. It's a case of the team's done 3. So it's always great to see the drivers sort of encouraging each other. But there they go then, Send Hub back out then. They've lost the position to Loughborough Legends. 21.7 when they cross the line. Does take a little bit of time to get back up to speed in these karts, especially when you're joining one of the fastest parts of the circuit. So we're looking at probably around 23 seconds will be the gap between Loughborough Legends and Neil and Sendhub. 80 minutes on the clock, 20-odd second gap. Has anybody got any popcorn lying around?
They've got another challenge though. Now this is something that I'm going to try and explain as well as I can, folks, because I do realise we've got a lot of people new to the sport watching. The leader on circuit as they're going round the track, DAB Motorsport, are in between Loughborough Legends and Sendhub now. Now it seems quite prolific here. I can't fully explain why. But when I've been doing endurance races before and you're getting into that last segment of the race and you weren't wondering, well, who's where and where at this other team, having the leader behind you and your opponents even further back, and as long as you can keep that position, it's quite a nice situation to be on, I find, because when you get on to like 2 laps to go, 1 lap to go, it's not like that case in the back of your mind of, we're on the same racing lap as the people that we're chasing. Oh my goodness, if we make a mistake on the last lap, they could get us, because how the race will work, the checkered flag will go out as a black flag now for broken rib racing. I don't think that's going to change too much because they've got a good lead over karts behind them. The checkered flag will come out when the leader crosses the finish line for the first time once 24 hours are completed. So that could be 24 hours and 1 second. It could be 24 hours and 40 seconds. If you're ahead of that point, let's say it's 24 hours and 30 seconds, and you've crossed the line with 15 seconds, you get to do another lap. And it's the best lap ever, because your opponents, being behind the leaders, see the checkered flag, and that's it. That's the end of their race. They can't go on. They can't, re-overtake the leader after the checkered flag and carry on and try and catch you up. No, your race is over. So this is going to be a really interesting dynamic, I feel now. I hope you've understood that at home, that Sendhub, in their minds, with all of these karts being fairly evenly paced, Sendhub are thinking, we've got to get past the leader on circuit, because if we can, that gives us, even if it's 50 seconds more, a little bit more time to try and chase down the Loughborough Legends. And in endurance racing, you never know what's going to happen on those last few laps.
Yeah, and
Loughborough Legends, they're going to be trying to do the opposite. It's like, no. Keep ahead of the leader. The leader in all of this just wants a nice quiet drive to the end of the race. They do not want the third place battle literally happening around them and trying to do stuff in their vicinity.
And it's not something they need either, it's going to be one of those as KT there straight back out after their black flag penalty, broken rib racing, saying let's get on with it. And yeah, definitely looking to make up for that 20 seconds. He's 2 laps ahead of the kart and the team behind, so not too concerning at the moment, but with less than 80 minutes on the clock, still anything could happen. Black flag penalties could still play a huge role in this one, as that was Sendhub just making their way through. Fox Motorsport just there as well. Now, as you were saying, you're really looking out for that number 2 kart as well of DAB Motorsport, because at the first part of this challenge is going to be Sendhub need to get back past the leaders, which is not going to be an easy feat at all.
No.
The other thing they need to do, or need to try and rely on, is DAB Motorsport putting another lap on the Loughborough Legends. Both of them are not going to be easy feats, because one of them is going to be, it's a case of it's out of their hands.
Now, what's happening here? This is the number 15 back in. It's Poppy Stevenson. We were expecting Poppy to go to the end of the race. That's clearly not happening. This isn't going to change things, just to be clear. This isn't going to change things, because the lead for Team ARD is quite large. It's going to go from 4 laps down to 3 laps. Maybe that was a scenario with the comms of driver reporting back to say, I'm struggling a bit here, let's put somebody a bit fresher in.
Yeah.
That looked like a very precautionary stop to me, which is a wise thing to do. No point trying to risk something like that. Taking on a bit more fuel as well. Definitely are able to get to the end of the race now.
Yes, and yeah, a smart, wise decision. That's the decision of a well-oiled machine of a team. If something's not quite right, let's fix it before it becomes a huge problem. We've got the time, we've got the laps. we might as well not take any risks at all. And it's a smart, wise decision. And we see Chip then in that number 27. And how's he getting on, I wonder? What's his pace lap like between himself and Club 73 Mafia? Good is the answer to that one. Good indeed. It's roughly, it swings, the pendulum swings backwards and forwards between the 27 and the number 23, the number 21 Club 73 Mafia team. But on that last lap, it did swing in the favour of Senor Frogs by 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, into the 50s again. Here's Chip. Saw 50.2 from him earlier in the race, which was on lap 1085. So that's, yeah, that sounds about when those new tyres will have been on. They're not new anymore. The Chip's looking smooth. He's looking content with how he's driving at the moment. And he's just got to keep hoping, because as we've just seen in the third place battle in the other class, all it takes is one penalty and it all completely changes. 25 seconds, by the way, is the gap between the Loughborough Legends and Sendhub. We've had that confirmed on timing, but as we say, Bo Sullivan in the number 2 is between them, so it is acting as a racing barrier at the moment to Sendhub to try and get back up to the Loughborough Legends. In terms of pace, what were we looking at? Well, we're looking at a 50.8 for Sendhub last time around, a 50.5 for the Loughborough Legends and Neil. Leaders doing 50.6s. So that's a continuation of the trend that we saw beforehand as well, Kieran, that before that black flag came out, the Loughborough Legends were closing in.
That's true, yeah. And looking at those last lap times, yeah, it's going to be Loughborough Legends 55, Sendhub 50.9, so, sorry, 50.5 I should point out there, and Sendhub 50.9. And a black flag goes out then to team number 8, team 87, and
Thank you, Ollie. Thank you. My brain has now come back alive. I have seen this helmet before. It's Charlie Bennett. It's Charlie Bennett's race suit. Do you know what it is? I'm used to seeing him in a red and white suit. That's my racing commentator's excuse for that one. But thank you, mate. Thank you for letting us know and confirming that it is Charlie Bennett, who's another, I know from the BUKC, very, very quick driver. He's raced in the Loughborough A team in the British Universities Karting Championship. And if you're in the UK and you're lucky enough to be a younger person than both of us in the commentary box, and you're wondering, oh, what's this BUKC that they're speaking of? Can I get involved? Well, yeah, if you're at a British university and you've got a team of 4 drivers, get involved. We've just completed the 2022 season. It's a season that runs through the winter, in line with the academic year before exams get going. But a very, very popular championship and a great starting point for people who say from 18 years of age haven't done motorsport before. They can come to circuits like this and others around the country, racing some fantastic machinery and have a wonderful time.
Absolutely, yeah. See it, yeah, a good sense of community, you could say, from the BUKC for sure. There is that rivalry, of course, between university to university, but on the whole, it's a very good atmosphere.
There's Chris Bridle and the Team 87 kart number 8. And I've really liked this drive from the team. They've had to really, really battle, but they have done. Plenty of spirit in the top 10 at the moment. He's on the cards. Gap to the ditch finders ahead is 1 lap. 2 laps back are the Club 73 Mafia. The pace between those 2 karts going for 3rd in club. This is, I mean, there's some of the strongest lap times in the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And the only issue is that it's quite a gap, and is it coming down enough? The 11 is now changing drivers, the Club 73 Young Guns.
This is another precautionary one. Wasn't scheduled on fuel. They changed driver there. They had 3 laps ahead. As what's happening here?
This was the black flag, so they got a black flag.
Okay, sorry, I missed that.
And so Chris Bridle just having a chat now with the crew there. So the black flag, I assume, is going to be multiple track limit warnings.
Yep.
But I can only assume that one. So a little bit of a chat. It seems in good spirits as well, does Chris Bridle. Understands that it's for the team, not for him. Possibly. Well, at least one of them was for him. The other two, possibly not him. Possibly not. Possibly not him.
Blame
That'll do it.
70 minutes to go in the race, and they won't have lost position there. They've kept ahead of Club 73 Mafia in the overall stakes. Formula None just behind them. 18th place at the moment for the number 20.
Just trying to work out, did we discuss who was in that 24 ditch fighters?
I don't think we did. I don't think we did get to work that one out.
Well, I'm going to see.
Just to confirm as well, as we thought would happen, Accelerate Racing are now classified as 1 lap behind DAB Motorsports.
70 minutes. That could be a game changer if that's the case.
It just puts the pressure on a little bit on DAB Motorsport that they've got to be clean now to the end of the race.
Yes, there they are, Accelerate, and I believe that is Ollie Smith.
Yes.
In the cart. Paul Gasson was telling me that it would be him in the last stint. Again, a heck of a drive to throw in for your last stint, isn't it?
Just
when you really need a gap to close down. I mean, this is a thing that drivers would be discussing as well. Is it a case of, you put your fastest driver in the cart to take it to the checker flag? It makes the most sense because they're the ones that can make up any lost time throughout the race.
Indeed. It's actually nearly 2 laps still for Accelerate Racing. I just spotted the number 2, not physically too far behind. In fact, we may be able to see them in this shot as the number 10 comes down through Simon Street. There's the 2. So there's the 2. So that length of between those 2 carts, that's how far away DAB Motorsport are from being able to say they lead by 2 clear laps again. It is coming down. 69 minutes of this race to go. And the nerves just start to jangle. Every single little bump feels a little bit harder. A little noise that the cart makes where you go, ooh, what was that? It starts to play on your mind at this stage of a 24-hour endurance race. Bo Sullivan carrying on his pace is solid. It doesn't need to be track lap record breaking at the moment. 50.6 last time around. Accelerate are pushing though. I think they're kind of in the mindset, and I can understand this because they have got an 8-lap gap over third. They are just going, we've got to go for it. We've got to go for it. If the cart breaks, the cart breaks. We've got a good gap. We'd need something really, really big to lose that second place, but we could put a little bit of pressure on DAB Motorsport in the last 30 minutes of this race if we push on. And there's another good lap from Ollie, a 50.1. This race isn't over, folks.
No.
Don't go anywhere.
Not by a long shot. And yeah, I mean, they're quite close together in proximity out on track, so there's still work to do here for Ollie Smith, but it's work that, consistently lap after lap so far, he's up to the challenge, he's up to the task. The problem is that the longer we go into this race, the more time goes against him. Sounds like a bit of an obvious thing to say, but it's absolutely the truth.
Yeah.
Sometimes the truth is obvious.
No, they'll keep pushing. They've got a bit of traffic ahead of them, though. I want to try and clear this quick. And the thing with this stage of the race, because everyone's done so well on getting their strategies right, he's going to have to overtake these drivers. It's not like, oh, well, they'll come into the pits in 10 minutes' time. No, they're going to have to get the job done on track. Change for position to tell you about. South Coast Racing, the number 12, have got by the number 6 of BAR Humbug. So more good stuff from South Coast Racing. Could they get a top 5 in club? It's possible. 15 seconds is the gap now that they have to catch Club 73 Team Senor. So that's a battle for the 15th place overall. See it on your timing towers. 29 laps off the overall lead. And that could close, because they're doing low 51s, a 51.029 last time around for the number 12 cart. 52.0 for Club 73 Team Senor. So that is quite a chunk of time being pulled out there by the number 12.
It is indeed. And we'll see how they have to, well, how they can get on in these late stages. There was a track limit one in there going out to Broken Rib Racing. Pretty sure that's their second one since their last black flag, which wasn't too long ago. And, you know, it could cost them a position here to the Club 73 Young Guns. If they keep up that, they might find themselves in a little bit of not only hot water, but they might find themselves in a bit of trouble as well later down the line. And a black flag then for BAR Humbug in the Clubman class. And I can only assume as well that is going to be track limits. Looking back through the history, it's been a while since they've picked up any sort of warning. But normally there is a reason behind that. There is the number 12 then. South Coast Racing trying to just make that late charge as well, putting in good lap times, high 50-second lap times at the moment. That's good pace so far. Really good
stuff. Hello to Jess Games 95 and Lee Collins. Give them a shout out. They've subbed to DDMM YouTube channel where we've got the comms box camera. Big thanks if you have subscribed this weekend. Google doesn't tell me all the people. It's to do with people's profile security settings, which is absolutely fine. So if you have subscribed and I haven't given you a shout out, it's not that I don't love you. I love you a lot. But Google doesn't tell me who you are. Thank you for your continued support there of both streams. It's been an amazing weekend. We've still got 64 minutes of this race to go. I'm going to have a chat with Tom, mate, because some thoughts have just entered my head of what we do after 64 minutes have been completed.
Well, there we go. Oh, exciting. You don't get to hear that bit yet. You get to see the part when that all comes to fruition. But for now, that's going to be a discussion in private. Here comes the number 6 then into the pit lane. That's going to be BAR Humbug serving their black flag penalty. They'll be discussed. The crew down there will tell them what exactly is going on and why they've been called in. And then they'll have to wait for the remainder of the 20 seconds before they're let back out onto track. So Dab Motorsport then leading the way as we pass 1,600 laps here at the Buckmore Park 24 hours. Second place, Accelerate Racing, the number 10, a lap down on our race leaders. Then it's the Loughborough Legends and Neil in kart number 3, in position number 3, 8 laps behind second place, 9 laps down on the leader. Then we have Sendhub Limited in the number 1 in 4th place. Looking then at the clubman classes, it's the number 15 Team ARD leading the class. Ditchfinders in the number 24, 2 laps down on the class leaders, so they are starting to try and close the gap. Can they do it with 2 laps? Tall order, but nothing's impossible. 3rd place in class, Club 73 Mafia. They are a further 3 laps behind Ditchfinders, and Senor Frogs in the number 27. Looking at it, that's okay. Yeah, so they're still a lap and a half down at the moment. But again, we've seen mechanicals change on the fly. We've seen Senor Frogs have a mechanical that has changed the course of their race. But 4th place right now, with just over 1 hour left. We're almost into the final hour of the race. How time flies by when you're having fun. It's been great to watch. Hopefully you've been enjoying it so far. One retirement just to make you aware of. If you're just tuning in, welcome along. Welcome to the final hour, pretty much. We're almost there. Refined Metals Racing, you may see they're 324 laps down. They have retired. So they retired roughly 4 hours ago, there or thereabouts. So they are out of the race completely. Hopefully, we were hoping that they might just chuck in a driver for the last 3 laps. Just why not? Just throw someone in there. But I'm not sure that's going to happen. We might have seen someone actually get behind the wheel before then, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. So we've got 26 runners out of 27 entrants. Not bad going, I would have to say. So, still more to play for, really. There's definitely some popcorn still left. That if you haven't topped up your popcorn yet, do that now. This is your last chance as we're entering the final hour.
We will be hanging around for a little bit of time once the race is finished. We'll go down and almost have like a reverse grid walk and see what people's thoughts are.
Are you going to walk backwards?
Oh no, that's far too dangerous.
No, I thought reverse grid walk. You might have been walking backwards.
I don't want to create shorts of me falling over and cracking my head open. But yeah, no, we'll have some of that after the race. We will have some more drivers up here in the studio with us in the last hour of the race also to have a talk to. Get some nerves on the stream as the key teams are getting ever closer to the checkered flag. If you're enjoying the commentary, it's Andrew Mather and Kieran McGinley on the microphones for you at @MM across your social media networks to give us a like, share, follow and all that business. It does help us out. And if you haven't done so already, do make sure that you've clicked the subscribe button to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and given their buttons a press, notification bell, share button, etc, etc. Plenty of more content for the coming weekends. And if you've been with us for any part of the 24-hour really, but particularly if you've been here for a very long time, do have a watch of some of the other series going on this weekend. Don't go now, as I say, we've still got 60 minutes and a little bit more of this stream to go. And if you like your motorsport, this is the place to be on YouTube. Big thanks to our sponsors as well. This is a team contact warning for Team 87 coming through. That's just the single one. I think there's a little bit of a moment there for the timing. But yeah, big thanks to our sponsors, G. Collins and Sons. Their family-run business in Kent. Discover their range of jewellery designed in-house, created in their on-site workshop. They provide the highest standard of British jewellery making. Visit them in their showroom in Tunbridge Wells for a truly unique experience.
Yeah, I noticed in the 15, Team ARD, Poppy Stevenson jumped out. Did we see who jumped in?
It might be Kevin Schofield. But it depends what people's definition of purple is. Oh, black flag for Club 73 Team Silent. They are racking up. That is good for South Coast Racing. That is very good for South Coast Racing. Their hopes of being in the top 5 in their class. Because the gap was only 11.3 seconds. Club 73 Team Silent have unfortunately cracked under the pressure here. I'm not sure if that's a repeat showing of a contact warning for Team 87 or not. That is going to be another team coming into the pit. And this is the thing. We will be talking about those that are in the fight for a key position. Yeah. Driver gets a little bit frustrated, runs wide and takes a couple of warnings out, and all of a sudden they're in the pits. Kieran, I'll leave you to it.
You will indeed. Yes. We see a track limit warning going to Send Hub then. Sammy Venables currently at the wheel of the kart, already having been subject to a black flag earlier on in the race as well. Not great news, but again, still a little bit of way to go in this one. We say a little bit of a way to go. About 57.5 minutes left of the Buckmore Park 24 hours. And a massive thank you to the organisers, all the staff that really has made this tick by like a well-oiled machine. It's been fantastic, and a big shout out to all the drivers, all of you in the chats as well, giving your support for your favourite teams and your favourite drivers. It's been great to be a part of this with you, and hopefully we've been a great part of your stream as well. So, I think Andrew's found somebody else to have a chat to. Andrew, who have you found now?
Cheers, Kieran. We've got a very nervy Scott David from our race leaders. Scott, you've got just over, or less than an hour to go. How are you feeling?
Very, very nervous. Worried because we're slowly being caught up. Yeah, the heart's going.
You've just got a clean slate, though. In a way, getting a black flag out the way and a few more warnings in your back pocket can be good at this stage. Just trying to run it straightforwardly now to the end.
Yeah, we was thinking strategy. I mean, the driver's trying not to push too hard, trying to keep it clean. Said to just keep calm and just hope for the best, really.
It looked like quite a difficult start to the race, which will seem a long time ago. What was going through your brain in that first hour, particularly when you were down, I think, in around 15th place?
It was a bit of a rush start. We wasn't really ready. It happened so quick from the photos. Jumped in the car, went, and it was just a bit overwhelming, maybe. I mean, I was just getting picked off, couldn't get comfortable. There was quite a bit of contact at the start as well. Again, trying to keep it clean, and then slowly got back into it, got a few spaces up. Yeah, I was relieved to get out of the car, to be honest with you. And I think all the drivers sort of felt a bit nervous and overwhelmed on their first stint. And then going forward after that, it was pretty all right, to be fair.
We're talking a lot about the new karts and how they may be changing across the course of the race. We've seen some karts get slower, some karts get quicker. Have you felt any changes in yours?
Yeah, definitely. Of an evening, I seemed to get a lot quicker. It opened up a lot more. Now the sun's come back up again, it feels like it's got a little bit slower. Not really sure why. It might just be a mental thing, but that's what we've noticed.
Good stuff. And in terms of the team, I'm suspecting you've got a lot of backroom support. Who's been really putting in the hours and making sure the team's running well?
Well, parents, mums and dads. We've got good support from Brentwood Karting. Live stream there, everyone's watching us today, so thanks for that. And yeah, just all trying to muck in and get the job done.
Fantastic stuff. Well, hope we get you to the end. It's not long now, you're in the lead, less than an hour to go. Best of luck.
No worries, thank you very much. See ya.
Kieran, back over to you.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, great to have a chat there. Bit of nerves, but that's completely understandable. You've got this far, you just want to make it to the line and make sure everything works to a T. Looking to see if you can make it to the flag. It is a nervous time for some of these drivers, especially if it's been a case of this is a good position, they've worked so hard for this, just making sure they get it across the line in one piece so they can have a proper celebration once the checkered flag falls. And we are only 54 minutes away from that happening. Gaggle of carts making their way through, and just keeping an eye on accelerate again, half a second quicker than Dab Motorsport on that last lap as well. It's a bit of a mountain to climb in these final 53 minutes, but I mean, more power to them. It's still possible. You just never know. They're
giving it a really, really good go. You've got to give them credit for that. It's, you know, for people getting into these karts for the first time, 20 minutes is a long stint. You come out of the kart afterwards and you're like, oh, had a bit of a workout there. So you've got more than double that distance still remaining between now and when the checkered flag comes out at 2:30 p.m. local time. If you're watching around the world, I know that we've had quite a few people watching from the States in this one, and it's quite late. Or it has been quite late in the day. I think they've come through now into their morning time. So thank you very much for those guys who support. We've got people in Australia watching. Definitely is very late for them on the opposite side of the world. But wherever you're watching from around the globe, thank you for your continued support for what's been a really, really top event. Gap coming down between first and second. It was nearly 2 laps, but Accelerate Racing, Ollie Smith are just chipping away at it. It's a good response from Dab Motorsport though. Back into the 50.4s. All teams, we think, will be running towards the end of the race with no pit stops. To talk about fuel just again, I know you're probably sick of us talking about fuel by this stage of the race. How much of an advantage do you think, Kieran, it's going to be that Accelerate, in theory, are running with a lighter car by the tune of 20 minutes or so, because they've really got their fuel strategy absolutely bob on in this race so far?
Yeah, I mean, 20 minutes worth of fuel is a lot. It is a lot. I mean, you cover quite a distance in 20 minutes. It could be tenths of a second in that, for sure. The weight of the karts have always got to be taken into account. And in theory, the less fuel you run, the lighter the kart, therefore the better it handles, the faster off the line it is, especially out of the hairpins, the faster you can get the power down, the faster it actually revs up. And yeah, I mean, in theory, it should be a quicker kart right now because of how light it is.
Well, they've just popped in another 50.0. Really, really good pace considering how many laps those tyres have done. Not just the fronts, but the rears. The rears haven't been changed at all throughout the course of this 24-hour. And we'll have another interview very, very shortly. So we're getting drivers who, in some ways, they're relaxed because their work is done if they're not out on circuit now. But at the same time, the teammates are out there trying to get to that checkered flag that all of these teams have dreamed about reaching. 2:30 p.m. yesterday. Saw Chippo going past us in the box. Give a little roll of the wrists, keeping things nice and loose. We're going to head over to the podium though, because I think Kieran has got one of the guys from Accelerate Racing.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm here with Tom Langford from Accelerate Racing. Tom, it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy race for your team, but you're closing in. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it has been a really good race. From a driving perspective, I feel like it's been really, really good. Everyone's put in really good stints, and especially the people that have done more than one stint, pushing through that pain barrier where you think, hands start and wrists start to hurt, back aches, because the track is a lot more a lot bumpier than it has been in previous years. So yeah, from a driving perspective, it's been really good, and we are feeling quite good. I mean, we can't help but feel a little bit, hard done by in the sense of. We did have quite a commanding lead at the first sort of phase of the race, but unfortunately we've been plagued with a little bit of bad luck with a mechanical problem with the kart and stuff, which we lost 4 laps for, or to repair. So yeah, it has been tricky. It has been up and down, like you say, but yeah, like I say, we've done everything we possibly could to try and bring it back, and to get it down to 1 lap now, I think is quite an achievement. There's still 50 minutes to go, so anything can happen, as we know. So just see how it goes.
Yeah, and obviously, karts getting a run in today for the full 24 hours. How have the karts been out there?
Karts have been really nice. They obviously have felt a little bit, I say, easier to drive, or a little bit. Just a little bit nicer to drive, I suppose, just because they're brand new. The steering's very positive. They turn in really, really well. That's probably testament to the tyres as well, because obviously we're running softer compound tyres on the front this year, which is really nice. But yeah, I have to say the karts are lovely, really, really good fleet. I've always liked the Sodis. I think that's the ones that I'm personally most experienced with. So yeah, I'm always happy to jump into a Sodi kart. So yeah, can't fault them at all. They've been brilliant.
And Ollie's in the car right now, taking it to the flag. Was that always the plan for him to take the flag?
I mean, as a team, we tend to have quite a fluid strategy. It kind of depends on weather conditions and how fresh people are feeling. We've got quite a big team, so we've got 8 drivers. So yeah, it all depends on the conditions and how how people are feeling and all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, it's nice for Ollie to start the race and finish the race. He definitely has been putting in phenomenal drives, both at the start of the race and now. I don't really know how he's doing the lap times he's doing at the moment. As the commentator previously said, these tyres have done a huge amount of laps, and how he's finding that kind of pace out of them, I don't know. So yeah, he's definitely been. He's definitely done a great job, but we all have, we've all given it 100%, and yeah, it's just so nice to be part of this team, because everyone's really, really got that team spirit, and we all try to have fun, but we take it seriously to the point, to a certain point, because we all want to do well, and yeah, we've definitely done ourselves proud today for sure.
Absolutely. Well, Tom, I'll let you get back to your team for the final 50 minutes, but thank you so much for talking to us. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and yeah, thank you to Buckmore Park for hosting such a good event. We love coming back here, and it's amazing every year, and it seems like it's growing and growing year on year as well. Seeing the F1 cars out there for John Surtees' his old F1 and F2 cars out there, and the Ford GT40, it's getting bigger and bigger, and yeah, I'm loving it. So yeah, we'll be back next year to try again.
You heard it here from Tom. He'll be back next year. Back to you, Andrew.
Cheers, Kieran. Good to hear from Tom Langford there. He's had some great stints earlier on in the race. I think it's the guys should confirm that we have still got audio on the DDMM comms box camera stream. Streamlabs has had a bit of a moment. It's got long into the race, but it's all right. We've only got, some 46 and a half minutes to go. A couple of questions coming in. What's that gap looking like between Club 73 Mafia and Senor Frogs? I'm going to estimate it is around 80 seconds. I'm basing that on Senor Frogs being overall 30 seconds behind Motorsport UK Academy, and then there is a gap of 1 lap between Club 73 Mafia and the Motorsport UK Academy. So I'm going to sleep for a second then. So it's still looking possible, particularly as we know that Club 73 Mafia have used up some of their warnings. Kieran rejoins me on the desk.
I do indeed, yeah.
It's that calm period of the last hour that tends to happen, I feel, at 45. When we get into the last half an hour, I think then the temperature will come up a little bit. Not quite sure what was happening there with Broken Rib Racing, just having a little look down. He was trying to look through the side of the fuel tank. It wasn't going to work because they're all encased fuel tanks. You can't see in them. You sometimes see that in pro karting, looking in the fuel tank. But it's not going to do much good here.
It might be one of those, as you were alluding to earlier, you're hearing the sound of a car and thinking, does it normally make that sound? Is that a normal sound? Stuff like that plays your mind, especially if you're relatively new to this sort of endurance racing. But yeah, I mean, it's just great to see all of these drivers putting in a great stint. And I mean, Tom was very honest there, you know, a couple of mechanical issues, but still, after everything, they're still running in second place, still trying to close in on the leader, still trying to close in at nearly half a second per lap. You know, it's phenomenal pace that Ollie Smith is doing right now.
It's also phenomenal pace that Charlie Bennett is doing. He's just flashed by me here in the commentary box for the Loughborough Legends. The gap is now up to 34 seconds over Sendhub. This has been a really, really good effort. Is the number 27, Senor Frogs. Chippo, is that him leaning in, or is that him getting a little bit tired? Is the head starting to bobble a little bit here? He's only got 44 minutes. I say only 44 minutes. We were talking about how that was more than 2 sprint races around this circuit a few moments ago. They're still pushing on. 50.4 from Chippo last time around. That's quicker than your current race leader. That is the pace that those guys have got here today. Who else has got some good pace at the moment? I like TR6's pace, 50.9 last time around. Team Rango have come alive again for a little bit of a late flurry, 50.6 for them. Fox Motorsport, we've been talking about 50.5. Temperatures coming back up. Beautiful conditions here at Buckmore Park this weekend. I know we had a little bit of rain in the middle of the night. You couldn't ask for much better conditions. It's not too hot, especially around such a circuit that tests the body. There's a few broken bodies out there today. It's not too humid, it's fresh. So actually, in a way, the rain that we had around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock has served to these conditions that we've got here today.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just what was it, a light dusting we could call it of water on the track. Speaking to drivers earlier, the rain evaporated off the track surface rather quickly, maybe unexpectedly quickly as well. You know, you could get back to a dry racing line much quicker than these drivers thought. So the rain period we did have wasn't too, you know, didn't throw too much of a spanner into the works for these teams. Might have had a headache because it changed around so quickly, mind, but they'd rather a little headache than a massive headache of, oh no, we haven't got our wet weather specialist out there.
There's Ollie Smith. What's the pace looking? Look at this. Ollie Smith is back in the 49s.
Wow.
That we have not seen for a while. Oh, he's poor now. He's just on a 50.088. Come on, Ollie, get on it. But this really is. This is the very definition of endurance racing throwing the kitchen sink at it.
Yeah.
They may as well. They've got 8 laps over the Loughborough Legends and Neil. So even if they were to have a similar issue to what they had earlier, they'd still come out ahead in 3rd place.
Yeah, sorry, there's a position change for Formula None.
Yes.
They've moved ahead of South Coast Racing, so that's them up to 15th overall. I believe that's 5th in class.
Yeah, it's a really good battle going on for that fifth in class, and Formula None who've been strong in this last quarter of the race. Really, really good stuff from them for the 20 and the 12. Looking at the track, I think they're just coming up around the hill now. Yes, they are. But what can Ollie Smith do here? Look how cleanly he's getting through all of this traffic. Gives a little thank you to the number 15 for not fighting that too hard. Team ARD running really nicely here.
You missed an opportunity to say they didn't fight that too hard. Ah, there you go, there it is. Someone had to stoop that low. Someone had to do it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening with Team 87 because it's flashing a contact warning. So if you're looking at that on the time, don't worry. I think that's a bit of a glitch. They're not constantly hitting people and giving people a contact warning. In fact, I can see Chris Broadbent going past me now, and he's nowhere near any of the cars. He's absolutely fine and behaving himself. Another 49, 883.
Bear in mind,
where has Ollie Smith found this pace from?
Bear in mind, their best lap of the entire race has been a 49.690. It's phenomenal pace.
Has a little bit of a touch there on the rear bumper of Sammy Venables. Ollie Smith is in sprint mode now. He's just got to try and get past as many cars as possible as quickly as he can. And keep putting that pressure on. At the moment, Dab Motorsport did a 50.486 last time around.
Yeah, Broken Rib trying to get their way and try and find their way through as well. They're part of this pro battle as well, as they all now make their way up the hill through Cafe Curve and onto the Sicily Straight. And there you can see Accelerate Racing and Ollie Smith making sure he just tries to negotiate his way through as well. That's going to be a really important stage of it. Down the inside he goes. Oh, down the inside he goes. And was there contact made between himself and Broken Rib Racing? I mean, the team behind, BAR Humbug, are sort of holding their hands out going, are you joking? Well, he's got the position anyway. He's now right onto the back of Broken Rib Racing.
Got to set this up into Garda, I think. They have, and yes, there is a contact warning.
Yeah, that's deserved, I think.
Yep, and the 18 realises as well, you go through, you can see what the situation is here. We don't want to ruin things, and thanks there from Ollie, but I think you kind of take that one at this stage. And yeah, there's an apology there from Ollie.
Or at least an acknowledgement.
That is almost like the karting equivalent of a football tactical foul, where you just clip someone's heels and take a yellow card. You know, when they're looking like they're on a bit of a counter attack, you take those sometimes in any sport. As long as he doesn't do too many of those, which I'm sure he won't, he'll be absolutely fine. The crucial thing is he's got through this traffic now, and there's a bit more traffic as the number 19 very kindly pulls to one side. That's Milne GP. That lets that group of drivers go through. This really, really is something that I'm just trying to track where the leader is particularly on track. So there, Ollie Smith goes over the line. Warning 1487. It's a lap and a half, isn't it? That's what we're talking here. We're talking a lap and a half, because Dabber just coming down through Sam Sweet. So what do we call it? 75 seconds? 80 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, roughly a lap time here is going to be 51 seconds, because you've got to take into account of getting past the car and all that good stuff. So if we say 51 seconds or 50 seconds to add to the maths, maybe take away from the maths, then yeah, possibly 70, 75 seconds is roughly a good judgment there.
Now, the current rate at which Ollie Smith is going, he's not going to catch Bo Sullivan. Bo's got enough time in the back pocket, and that's what they'll be thinking as well. It's like, we don't need to push. We've done our hard work earlier on in this motor race. But if that number 10 comes up behind the number 2, again, it's the psychology, isn't it, of an endurance race, and you just start to think of, like, have I got this fully under control? You start questioning yourself as a driver. That's when you can make mistakes. Bo Sullivan's just got to keep calm in this situation.
The lap before for Ollie Smith was a 49.7. I said, where's this pace coming? I'm with Tom Langford, his teammate. Where is this pace coming from?
Yeah, absolutely, over the line. Go Dab then. That was a 50.7 last time around for Bo Sullivan. But what will come at this rate is that interesting moment of Accelerate going back onto the lead lap. Now, yes, they will then have to do that whole lap again. They'll have to catch up that 50 seconds or so to then be able to try and overtake for the lead, which I'm still thinking there's not enough time on the clock for that to happen.
But they're going to try anyway.
They're going to try. They are really going to try.
They're going to throw everything at it and the kitchen sink now to try and get themselves. And you just never know what's going to happen up the road. You just don't know. And if you're throwing everything and the kitchen sink at it, you still give yourself a chance.
It's a real shame that they have had that, whether it was an admin error or a bit of lead or ballast fell off the cart, which can happen. For the Motorsport UK Academy, which meant that they were 2 kilograms underweight on a spot check and lost their 10 laps, because they're flying along as well, 50.374 last time around. So it's trying to go for a position overall, but they could still catch Club 73 Mafia. They are dropping Senor Frogs. Also, squabble between South Coast Racing and Formula None carries on. The number 12 and the 20, it's just swapped back again, Kieran. So back into 5th place in the clubman category are South Coast Racing.
They are indeed. It's a very nice battle between them. I think we're just heading through the hairpins at the moment, but yeah, very nice between them indeed. And to be battling this late on, 35 minutes left on the clock, great to see, great to watch as well, as we see them now in the number 20 Formula None, leading them now down through the S's, through Simon Sweep, through Pullman's, and then in towards Paddock. And there's the number 12 there, and look,
and Chippo's there as well.
Chip's there as well, getting himself involved as they make their way through Garda, through the centre chicane and up the rise before we head our way in towards Cafe Curve. And that has allowed South Coast or Formula None, to take a little bit of leeway with the time as Chip goes up the inside, going through now Henry's Bend. He'll have the inside line going in towards hairpin 1. He's showing some good pace and he's got to move on. It may not have been for position there, but I mean, that was a great move from Chip there. And that allows him now to clear some more teams and drivers, and again allows him to lap at more of his pace. He's doing a great job out there.
Yeah, he really is, and trying so hard out there. Formula One just pulling away a little bit now. The number 24 of the Ditch Finders in there also, who've run a really good race. This is what I like to see from a clubman, a second division effort, because they've done what we said earlier. They've minimised the mistakes, they've had good speed, they've worked well as a team. At the moment, Kieran, they're being rewarded with a second place in class. Remember, on your timing board, albeit marked as a black and white number 18, Broken Rib Racing were reclassified into Pro halfway through the race. There's a change of driver there for number 19, taking them through the last half an hour of the race. And a track limit warning for Ollie Smith, the number 10, Accelerate Racing. That's another get out of jail free card used up there. A couple of problems for Milne GP here. Just trying to get the pedals reset.
Yeah, pedals adjusted there. And away he goes. So problem solved, and Milne will now rejoin the track. Of course, keeping as much to the left-hand side as possible, because you do rejoin at one of the fastest parts of the circuit, just as you chuck the kart in towards Conway's there.
Plenty of support coming in for Chip. Has Chip got the pace to beat the Mafia, the Club 73 Mafia? I think just at the moment, it's in one of the similar for the race leaders as second place Accelerate. If this race was going on for another 2 hours, yes, but it's unfortunately not. It's going to go on for another 32 minutes. But it's putting that pressure on, that keeping them in range, that should something happen, unfortunately, to the Club 73 Mafia number 21 karts, they are there and within striking range. And there is the number 21 on your screen, moving fairly quickly there with Sam Lukes at the wheel.
Yep, getting a shift on as well. And for Sam Lukes, he knows he's got the advantage, you know. He's not the one that has to chase. He can set himself some lap times. You see on the left-hand side of his lid, he's got radio comms. Yeah. So he's going to be constantly updated of the lap times behind, and they'll probably be just saying to him, this pace is okay, we're happy with this, keep this up.
Having said that, though, this has just been such an amazing run. We have a personal best. It is Chip. It's the Senor Frogs. He is the fastest frog once again, and on battered tyres. Probably a slightly worn engine now as well. After 23 hours and 29 minutes, Chip has just thrown in a 50.238. What a lap time that is.
He's just dropped that in there. Why not? Now he's trying to challenge away with Formula None. This won't be for position, but again, it's that clear air, and that is what Chip needs at this point.
Push
in towards
him along.
hairpin 2.
Push him along, because that Formula None kart is fairly quick at the moment. This is a good position to be. Work together. 2 sets of engines better than one. Sit in a little bit of slipstream, which you do get a bit as you go over the top of the hill, and just keep pushing that 20 along. That will get some pace here, even more pace than the 27 has got. But no, Chippo's going to throw it down the inside. He wants to race, he wants to overtake. Oh, defended well on the outside there by the number 20. Now this is where the experience plays in, I think. This is where the experience is. If I was on the radio to Chip, it's like, nah, this 20's quick, push him along, work with him. Might cost a bit of time. It's entertaining to watch though as Chip throws it down the inside again, side by side to go through both Conways and Henrys. He's going to have the inside line for hairpin number 1. Gets the move done very nicely done from Chip. Now, can he pull away? This is the thing now. If he can pull away and put that the driver in the number 20 into the position of being the other way around and going, oh, actually no, this guy's pretty quick. I'll push him along instead of trying to fight back. Could then get the same effect, but how's Chip going to react to that? Maybe because it can be disconcerting if you're sat in the lead and you feel someone bumping up your rear end and going, oh dear, I don't quite like this. But it's actually a good thing, especially coming over the top of the hill.
It is, and that might be what the number 20 machine is going to do. Formula None, that's what they're doing for now, up towards hairpin 1. So at the moment, then. Looks like they're working together for now.
For now. But now they've got the number 3 on the scene. Charlie Bennett up the inside of the Formula None number 20. Uses all of the track, asserts his dominance on the situation. This Loughborough Legends and Neil kart is still going pretty quickly, 50.435. They've not quite got a full lap on Send Hub yet, but they're getting closer and closer. The hairpin of Garda they go. Let's do the last rundown then. 28 minutes to go. We'll make this one a quick one. Dab Motorsport lead in the closing stages of the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 Hours with their number 2 kart. 1,643 laps is what they've completed. They have a full laps lead over Accelerate Racing, but the number 10 is pushing hard in the low 50s, sometimes creeping into the 49s as well. They are throwing everything in a last-ditch attempt to win this race. 3rd place, and we'll come on to that black flag in a minute that's just popped up on the screen, because that is good for overall position for some of our well-supported teams. 3rd place for the number 3, which they've received as a result of a great stint from Charlie Bennett here in the latter stages, who's now going to go up the inside of Chip for that bit of track position. Formula None slipped by as well, but Loughborough Legends and Neil running in 3rd. They've pulled out a gap over the number 1 of Send Hub, who've had a black flag in the last hour of the race, and looking like they're going to be off the podium here for the 2022 edition of this race, the winners from 2 years ago. It's P5 for number 5. Fox Motorsport's still there, 13 laps off the overall lead. Looking good ahead of the number 18 of Broken Rib Racing, now reclassified in Pro, so not in Clubman anymore. They're 6th in the number 18. The number 11 of Club 73 Young Guns taking the prize for the best cake in the paddock, and they're also going to hopefully take a top 10 with that as well, running in 7th place with 16 laps off the overall lead. We then find our first 2 runners that are in the Clubman category. Team ARD have completed 1,627 laps in their number 15 kart for 8th place overall, and they are still 3 laps clear of the ditch finders, the number 24 kart in 9th place. Team 87 are there in 10th place in their number 8 kart, looking comfortable there because they've got 2 laps to the kart ahead, 2 laps to the kart behind. The Club 73 Mafia number 21 are in 11th place overall, but crucially that is third in Clubman. They're holding on to it, 51.3 last time around for them. And they've also got a little bit of relief from behind, because in 12th place is the number 7 of Motorsport UK Academy, who have had a black flag. They've not come in and served it yet. The Motorsport UK Academy are going to fall down the order here, and well, they were 48 seconds behind Club 73 Mafia. They're not going to be there for much longer. Big recipients of that are going to be the Senor Frogs. They're going to get up to 12th place, but at the moment they're in 13th for number 27. Another 50 points something from Chip. They're throwing everything at this to try and get on the podium in Clubman. They're just ahead of the RX Mechanics, the number 9 in 14th place. Formula None are finishing this race strong. They're in the top 15 again. They're 29 laps off the overall lead, and they're currently holding 5th place in the Clubman category, just ahead of the number 12 of South Coast Racing in 16th. Club 73 Team Silent have had some problems in the last few hours. They've just started to fade away a little bit. Looks like they're going to be outside the top 5, but a good effort nonetheless from them. BAR Humbug Clubman are up next in the number 6 in 18th, and it's HWB Racing, their number 25 kart in 19th. Team Rango, the number 4, completing top 20. 21st position are the number 13 of TVP Racing, 38 laps off the overall lead, a lap ahead of TR6 in the number 16. That's in come the Motorsport UK Academy for their black flag. The number 22 of the Club 73 Pirates are in 23rd. Take No Prisoners are 24th in their number 26 kart. Mini Boost, the number 17, are 25th ahead of Milne GP, the number 19 and 26th, and one retirement from this 27 kart field. Refine Metals Racing. That was your last rundown of this, the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours. There are 24 minutes to go. Motorsport UK Academy have just come out from that black flag. Ooh, they might have still just held on to the position ahead of Senor Frogs. I think they have.
It looks like they are. Yes, it looks like they have. Meanwhile, though, you see Chip here trying to make his way through once again. I mean, it's been a spirited performance from Chip, and you know, he's throwing everything at this. Time is against him at this moment in time, but I mean, if you throw everything in the kitchen sink, you've still got half a chance.
Got to give it a go. Got to give it a go at this stage of the race. He's holding himself ahead of a fast group of karts behind. Formula None down the inside of BAR Humbug there. Take that spot on the road. They have been ahead of the number 27 in recent laps, but as it's all shaken out, the 27 has got back ahead. He's looking relaxed, is Chip, which is good to see. Quite a lot of the drivers out there are looking relaxed and fairly fresh for the end of a 24-hour race. There's the number 12 of South Coast Racing. They're trying to get back onto the rear bumper of the number 20, because that is a fight for position. You see the number 20 kart there with the orange and blue suit. Can the number 12 respond here? Can they capitalise on an error? It's Ezekiel James in for them. I don't think we've got the driver information for the number 20. They're driving very well indeed.
Well, I have to say, just over 20 minutes to go now. At Dab Motorsport, number 2. It's not often, you know, you see a 24-hour race that's had so much eventful things happen to all of your rivals. They're leading by a lap. They're comfortable at the moment, and with Bo Sullivan at the wheel, they're very happy. You know, it comes down to a point of Ollie Smith in the Accelerate machine is pushing, and you know, into the 49s. I mean, let's have a look at his last lap as well. 49.9 his last lap in the Accelerate kart, but you know, it's a similar scenario to Chip. It's just not enough time at the moment. Time is against them, and you know, Bo Sullivan's a really experienced driver. He knows he doesn't have to push. He knows at that point he just has to cruise, just make sure that car gets in one piece, don't do anything silly, and Dab Motorsport are 21 and a half minutes away, plus the end of that lap, to wrap it up with a bow and take the trophy home.
People are asking for cursings. I'm cursed out for today.
I would not put that past you. I mean, he had his cake. He hasn't eaten it yet, though.
No. I think I'm going to save it for the cameramen. And if you haven't already, press that like button for the cameramen and all their great work here today at Buckmore Park for Alpha Live.
That's a very nice of you.
Well,
Mr. Mather.
as I say, and I mentioned it a couple of times, I've got a race in 2 weeks' time, and lockdown has not been kind, and I haven't raced so far this year. I've not kept myself in svelte shape, so you know, having a how much mass does this cake have? 460 grams of finest Victoria sponge cake. I don't think is going to be conducive to doing a good performance in 2 weeks' time. And the cameramen are probably quite hungry after all of their waving the cameras around, so there we go. 20 minutes to go here for the Buckmore Park 24 hours. Andrew Mather and Kieran McGinley on commentary for you at @MM on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and we're on YouTube as well with our cosy little stream. Thank you to those of you who are watching both streams. There's Ollie Smith still pushing along. Really, really good stuff from him. Got to give it everything. And they are trying. Just going to see what their lap time's like in a moment. And it's the extent that at certain parts of the circuit, I think they'll even be able to see, just in the distance, the number 2 DAB Motorsports cars. Now, when they catch them, they will still be a full lap down. It won't be a case of if they get by, that will give them the race lead. They've got to go round and do it again, and as we've been saying, there's just not enough time, but it will play on the mind. And will DAB Motorsport even maybe defend the position to keep them off that lap? You never know. You never know. It is a key thing. It's we've got a lot of football fans in the chat. It's almost like, I know they don't do it anymore, but an away goal. It's so important. It's more than a normal goal. It's more than a normal lap in this case. You know, and if the DAB Motorsport crew can control and slow Ollie Smith down, even if it's for just a couple of laps, you never know. Could be the difference. Just expire a bit more time. Play this defensively. That's the number 4 ahead of them, Team Rango.
Yeah, reclassified as a clubman team during the race, and how are they getting on? 20th overall. Not a bad day at the office there.
Fastest lap of the race is still owned by Accelerate Racing, 49.690. That was set, I want to say about 4.5 hours into the race. Around 6 p.m. when we did, looking back at it, we did have a little bit of a happy hour where the track conditions and the kart conditions just mean that there's some more pace. The planets align, as it were, to put in some fast lap times, and we did see quite a few quick lap times around 6:30.
And there is Club 73 Young Guns. Now, they did have a black flag, so this is them serving that now. So, yeah, the event team just telling the driver there that what's going on. Toby McAllister-Brown has to sit there, though, for the 20 seconds. And away he goes. Fires it down 2 straight away. Did that right on the finger point as well. That's pretty good.
Should hold on to their position ahead of Team ARD. Go by the number 19 of Milne GP. And in fact, they go straight back past Milne GP. Out there, 17 minutes to go. And still Accelerate Racing closing in. Trying to build those nerves. Another really good lap from Ollie Smith, 50.010. They're having to do this because of the issues that they've had previously in the race. Remember, they lost at least 3, possibly 4 laps due to a bodywork failure earlier on in the race. Probably again around. In fact, it was just after the fastest lap, wasn't it? They set the fastest lap, and then they did 2 more. And the Nassau panel came loose and they had to come in, and at the moment they will be looking back at that and thinking, oh, if that hadn't happened, but that is motor racing sometimes.
Yeah, it is. I was speaking to Mark Puxley about it. He says, the last 3 times we've been here, we just cannot catch a break. One day the endurance gods will shine down on you, but second place after all they've been through is not bad whatsoever. It's been so phenomenally close in terms of lap times. You know, the calibre of drivers as well that have entered this race have been really good as well. You know, a few black flags, yeah, that's to be expected for contact, for track limits. It's to be expected, but, you know, it's been great to watch. I've been swapping my guesses round every so often. We've had a bit of drama as well.
Yep.
We've had the 2 NASA panels really change up some of the orders. I mean, what has this race not had? And whoever was in that number 18, Broken Rib Racing, we saw that. We saw that.
Another meeting, business meeting with Barry R there.
Barry R, yes. He's very established. Bit of block barrier.
Chris Bridle continuing to circulate, trying to bring that number 8 kart home in the top 10. Been a tough day for them, but as we say, we're very lucky to have Jimmy in 2 times.
Oh, there we go.
There's that'll be for the meeting with the illegal meeting with Barry R.
That'll be one of them.
Has been punished with a black flag for the Broken Rib Racing. But yeah, big thanks to Jimmy Broadbent. He's popped in twice to see us, and he didn't have to do that. He didn't. And I really like the sound of the future plans that they've got for Team 87 and encouraging, giving people the opportunity to come into motorsport, real life motorsport more from the sim world. And if you ask me as well, like a lot of endurance racing, especially in sports cars, especially classes where there's a pro-am element. The am is the person or the group that fund the car, fund the car's activities. And I'm thinking of a particular example, say at top end in World Endurance Championship, someone like Paul Dall'Olano, who funds one of the GTE AM Aston Martins every year. He's there every single year, and he loves his racing and he gets involved with it. But without him, without people like him, with that backing, a lot of these teams can't run. I do wonder in the future whether we see something like Team 87 with the great following of the people in the chat and the interest, that whether a team, say at a British GT level or something like that, might go, oh, there's something in that if we bring them into the fold, you know, we can get eyes on our car and get it running for a season at a higher level, and that being an opportunity for them people who don't have the money to be able to step into higher levels of motorsport. That's me just thinking. It's as I said in my ear, that is essentially what they've done in the Praga series, but on a bigger scale.
Absolutely. There's Broken Rib Racing taking their black flag penalty, being explained as to what's happening there. Bit of a discussion about it. As long as you keep your discussion less than 20 seconds, I guess you'll be okay.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
I'll give it 19 seconds.
Yeah. Well, sorry. I don't know. 19 seconds is cutting it a bit close. Give it 18 seconds. And then at 18 seconds, hold your hands up and say, OK, fair enough.
Hello to Harvey Goody. Apologies if I've pronounced your surname wrong, mate. Come on, the Frogs. Moonchild as well. It's been a great race. Been here from the start. Come on, the Frogs. They're still pushing. You never know. There's still time to play here. There's your race leader, Bo Sullivan. 1,662 laps completed so far. They've still got this clear laps advantage. And that every lap that ticks by, and that is still the case. Probably feeling a little bit more comfortable. We've got the number 6 of BAR Humbug just ahead of them. Number 7 has had a black flag, but has served it and back out again. Hence why the gap is now 9 seconds between Motorsport UK Academy and Senor Frogs, but still advantage Motorsport UK Academy on the track at least, because at the moment Senor Frogs are quicker. 50.7 last time around for Chip in that kart. Who else is trying to close in and maybe gain a position in the last few laps? Well, I mean, we've still got our battle between, as Chip has just gone and set a personal best sector number 1, but he's been overtaken there by Formula 1. That possibly means that it won't be another fastest Frog lap, but it's going to be pretty good. And that battle's still going on. The number 12 not too far behind, trying to get back on terms with Formula None. as Chip goes back down. This is brilliant. This is pure racing now. Loving this. Senor Frogs keeping it ahead of the Formula None car. This isn't for position, but we don't care. We don't care at all because it's really, really entertaining stuff.
I mean, the last, what's it now, 23 hours have been good. And a black flag then for the race leaders.
Wow. Now this is a big moment. We've been talking about this for a number of teams and whether they've got enough shots in the gun remaining regards warnings and penalties. DAB Motorsport have run out. Hold your horses. Wow. This race is not over. Now they're going to see it this time around, Kieran.
Yeah, Bo Sullivan is straight in. Straight in. So, what's this for then? Having a discussion. It is going to be. It looks like it's going to be a penalty. So he's going to have to hold there for 20 seconds. Now, what does that do? Well, accelerate. Now back onto the lead lap.
Back on the lead lap.
Oh, as if it couldn't get even more dramatic. 10 minutes now on the clock.
Are we hearing that is a straight takeout in our ears? Or, well, either way, the 20-second penalty has been served. Race leaders are back out on circuit. To be clear, they are still the race leaders.
Yes.
They are still the race leaders with 10 minutes to go. But now, Ollie Smith, and this is why he's been pushing. This is why he's not been giving in and trying to keep the speed up, because you never know in endurance racing when it's all going to change. This is no longer a 24-hour race. This is now a 10-minute sprint, a pursuit-style sprint around the opposite side of this Buckmore Park circuit to decide who's going to be the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 Hours champion.
And it's still, 26 seconds is still a big gap. 9.5 minutes left. Less than that now. It's still a mighty gap. But the job now is just to try and negotiate your way through. If Bo Sullivan's under a bit of pressure now, he'll have that black flag. He's going to have to take a moment to sort of calm himself down, get back onto the pace. At the moment, I mean, I'm looking at Ollie Smith. Last lap, 49.863. A man on a mission right now.
Just got to go, and that will be playing on Bo Sullivan's mind. What did Will Ennie asked earlier in the race, and what was it, the third hour of the race? Is 37 seconds. Thereabouts a big gap, and I said to him, well, if the gap's less than 37 seconds in the last hour of the race, I'm going to get very excited indeed. It's 24.6. It's got to be clean now for DAB, and that's 2 black flags that they've had in this this last couple of hours.
Yeah, it's, I think having a look at that, yeah, 50.6 from Accelerate last time out. Last lap from DAB Motorsport, 50.7. They've just come across the line there. So it should still be a relatively comfortable gap, but I'm pretty sure Bo Sullivan, when he sees one lap...
Oh, they will have seen him! He will have seen him at that point.
That's, there you go, that's 24.5 seconds right there. Less than that, 24 seconds. That's the gap. And wow. I did not think we would be talking about seconds rather than laps coming on to the final few laps of this race. It's still, don't get me wrong, it's still a huge task here for Ollie Smith in the Accelerate machine. The cards are still stacked in Bo Sullivan's favour in DAB Motorsport, but that's the sort of pressure he's invited on himself, Bo Sullivan.
So the key thing here right now is what is the traffic doing? Because this is on sheer pace, Ollie Smith is not going to catch Bo Sullivan in the number 2. But one more trip over a back marker, a tired driver at the end of this race, another takeout, and that will be another black flag and in the pits and a change of the lead. At the moment, it's looking fairly equal for the two of them. They've got sporadic traffic ahead of both of them, and Bo Sullivan will be hoping that stays the case and doesn't get any worse between now and the end of the race. The number 13 is directly ahead of him off your screens at the moment. I don't think they'll get in the way too much because that's been a sensibly driven kart in this race, TVP Racing. To be honest, all of them have been sensibly driven. The number 18, Broken Rib Racing, has pointed Ollie Smith through. And that will probably have been a communication thing to Broken Ribs to say, you've got second place charging hard right up behind you. Just let them through. Let them through. Let them go.
Don't worry about it. Just let them go. They're not in your race at all. Just let them go. Let them do their own thing. Gap has come down another 2.5 tenths at the moment. I mean, Ollie Smith 50.1 on the last lap. Dab Motorsport 50.4, so 2.5 tenths taken out of that gap right now. 6 minutes left on the clock. Don't get me wrong, it's still heavily, the cards are weighed in Dab Motorsport's favour. But for the final few minutes, we're going to have two leaders in the class finish on the same lap. I don't think I could have predicted that 1,600 laps ago.
We have seen races on Alpha Live, 24-hour karting races decided on the last lap before. We had it 2 years ago at Teesside. 5.5 minutes to go. And Ollie Smith will be able to see that he is quicker than Bo Sullivan at the moment. It is a thing that you get round that section of the circuit. You have a quick glance over to the right, to the left. You compare yourself to the painted helmets that you were recognising from a lap or two before. So this will be a good feeling for Ollie Smith. He'll just keep pushing. He's in a rhythm. He's got clean air ahead of him, but he needs the racing gods to come on into his favour if he is to win this race. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to go. It's going to be 6 laps to go here in the 2022 Buckmore Park 24-hour. Bo Sullivan's just trying to keep it cool. He's got a nice, fairly clear track at the moment, and every lap he can say that to himself. That is a good thing.
Yeah, and it is a good thing for Bo Sullivan at the moment, because the laps left is much less than, you know, a second per lap, if you were to say, which, you know, gap was closed in by half a second on the last lap. I mean, I have to send all the praise to Ollie Smith. He's absolutely thrown everything at this, including the kitchen sink. But time was against him before, time's against him now, and it just makes, you know, that fight for the victory even more bittersweet for Accelerate. They have had their issues in this race. Dab Motorsport getting those black flags as well that opened up this pressure in the late stages. 4 minutes on the clock, not long left now for Bo Sullivan to keep his nerves.
5 laps to go, including the one they're on. The leader crossed the line. There was a little glance there. There was a tiniest of little glances by Ollie Smith to his right to go, where is he? Where is that number 2 that I'm trying to chase down? Are they still circulating well? I mean, I was going to ask, does he need to keep pushing? He definitely needs to keep pushing, because, you know, a slight off track, for example, that could be 5 or 6 seconds. You just don't know. Another lap ticks by. 4 to go. There'll be a little bit of time still on the clock when they come round for 3 more laps time. Ollie Smith's having to deal, and I like that as well, that he's been very respectful to all the other drivers. Oh, every time black flag comes up on the screen, my heart skips a little bit as to who it is. It's TR6 this time. Unfortunately, they're not in a battle for position as the number 12's trying to fight, and it's understandable because that kart is still in a fight for an overall spot. They're not that far behind Formula None, so they're not going to give way to anybody out there. They're in a similar situation, not as serious in terms of the story of this race. Ollie Smith has dealt with that well. 2.5 minutes to go. Leader coming round to complete another lap. That's 1,674 laps completed by Dab Motorsport. 3 laps to go, and still Bo Sullivan leads.
Bo Sullivan does lead, and Ollie Smith in second. The gap's now under 21 seconds, 0.8 of a second on that last lap. Someone get on the phone. Can we have an extra half hour? I don't think it works like that.
Yes,
I really don't think it works like that.
Oh dear, how are your nerves if you're in the Dab Motorsport crew at the moment? It's still in your control.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think Bo Sullivan's not helped, but it's still okay right now.
Less than 2 minutes on the clock. Sullivan comes through and round Cafe Corner. Ollie Smith heads down the hill. Still all comfortable, by the way, for Team ARD in club. They've got 4 laps over the next competitor, which is the Ditch Finders, Club 73 Mafia. have held on to a fierce attack from the Senor Frogs, and Chip in particular, Chip and Harry in these last 4 hours have been supreme, and they can still be very pleased with a top 5 in class on their first ever major karting event. 2 laps to go for both of the leaders now. Loughborough Legends and Neil are holding on as well for their 3rd place overall. They've got that comfortable. They've got a clear lap now over Send Hub Limited. Last year's champions will have to come back again next year to try and retake their titles. Slight bit of concern here for Ollie Smith. He's got a bit of traffic ahead of him that he's going to have to deal with. This is going to stop his momentum, I feel. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts ahead. On to the last lap then. 49 seconds were on the clock. Well, this has been a brilliant run for Bo Sullivan. He actually can just lift off a little bit here, and then now it has been declared as the last lap. Kieran, he's heading on his way down to the S's.
He is indeed. I mean, that late black flag would have raised alarm bells over at Dab Motorsport. A little bit of pressure at the end, but now making his way through Sime Sweep, through Pullmans, and onwards he will go then towards Paddock Bend. Up the hill he'll go, up Damon Hill, in towards Garda for the final time. A last flick in towards the right-hander, through the centre chicane, up the rise and towards a cafe curve. Your winners of the Buckmore Park 24 hours Dab Motorsport win the Buckmore Park 24 hours. A phenomenal job from the team there, and second place across the line. We're expecting them very shortly. Is going to be the number 10 Accelerate Racing. They gave everything towards that. And here they come across the line. Second place for them. Brilliant stuff from them. The Loughborough Legends do cross the line in 3rd place. Can't forget Neil in that lineup as well. And in the club classes here, I believe, have we had our race leaders? We've had Ditch Finders in the 24 across the line in 2nd place. So that will confirm them. Team Ard will be winning. There they are, the Clubman winners. Team Ard taking their trophy home with them. Ditch Finders in 2nd place, and 3rd place in class, Club 73 Mafia in the number 21. Senor Frogs 4th place in class then. What a phenomenal job those guys have done. A full pat on the back. What an event we've had here. 24 hours, Andrew, and the gaps between them, less than 20 seconds between our 2 pro class finishes.
What a race. What a race. Unpredictable throughout. Fierce pace throughout. I wonder, is that a new distance record for the Buckmore Park 24 hours in the first race of the RT10 era? But yeah, you can't complain about any kind of endurance race when the distance after 24 hours, the time between the 2 leading karts is 18.788 seconds. There'll be a big feeling for XLR8. They'll be a little bit gutted because of the circumstances, but they can be thoroughly proud of their efforts, and they gave it everything. It wasn't their fault today, and I'm sure, you know, I've watched a good amount of these. When you're a team that come back year on year on year on year, it will fall for them at some point, and you wish them best of luck for 2023. The Loughborough Legends and Neil as well. It was an up and down race for them at times. They will probably think that on pace they could have won it today, but luck didn't go their way. Again, that's part of endurance racing, but they've been richly rewarded there with 3rd place. A parade lap now for Bo Sullivan and the winners, Dab Motorsport. And we'll try and catch a sight as well of our Clubman winners, Team ARD, Team ARD, ahead of Ditch Finders and Club 73 Mafia. Great to see a Club 73 kart on the podium as well, considering how much they've supported this event here this weekend and in the months leading up to it. Big support to everyone on the balcony there and up the side of the racetrack. But they'll be pleased with that. Pleased to see that they've had a class podium in club. Their young guns have got into the top 10 as well. So a fantastic 24 hour for the whole Club 73 family.
It's brilliant, and a big thank you to all of the officials and staff here at Buckmore Park for having us. It's been phenomenal as Bo Sullivan takes the car around Calf Curve as claiming the winning winning kart then, Dab Motorsport in the pro kart. And of course, can't forget Team ARD in the Clubman taking the class victory there as well. Both, or all 6 teams there in pro and Clubman, all will be able to take home their own trophy. And I did see the trophies. They're very, very good.
They're
very
good
worth the
trophies
effort,
indeed.
that's for sure.
Here's your provisional result then. Dab Motorsport from Accelerate Racing, Loughborough, Legends and Neil, that's your 1, 2, 3. Sendhub Limited and Fox Motorsport in the top 5 in pro and overall. Broken Rib Racing finishing 6th, were reclassified in the middle of the race. That's a fantastic run for them. The Club 73 Young Guns are in 7th place, finishing 7th place, and that's a great effort from them. They'll have taken a lot of experience from this race today, and I'm sure we will see a number of those drivers back next year. 8th place for Team ARD, winning in club. Ditchfinders 2nd in club, 9th overall. What an effort from Jimmy Broadbent and the whole Team 87 squad, with injuries and a very fatigued team, but they get their top 10. That I think is the least that they deserve, and they'll be back for future events, I'm sure. Club 73 Matthew, as we mentioned, finished 11th and are 3rd on the podium in club. 12th for the Motorsport UK Academy. They'll have learnt a lot today. Got to give it to them. What a result. They moved up from where they started, which is always a good thing for an endurance race. The Senor Frogs, the team of Cal Freezy, Rota Shaw, Chip, Chris MD, Bazinga, all of them out there. I've forgotten one of them as well. That's really bad of me. But what a result for them. The 27 finishers in 13th place. The number 9 of RX Mechanics finishes there in 14th. Formula None in 15th. South Coast Racing in 16th. Club 73 Team Silent in 17th. BAR Humbug in 18th. HWB Racing in 19th. Team Rango 20th. TVP Racing finishing 21st, TR6 22nd, Club 73, Take No Prisoners, Mini Boost and Milne GP all finished the race there, and one retirement, which was Refined Metals Racing. Shall I head down?
I think you've earned it.
Down.
I think you've earned it.
Lie down and go with the roving camera and see who we can find. And Kieran, I'll leave it in your very capable hands.
Capable? Oh my goodness. I don't know if anybody else saw, but I did see Jimmy Broadbent.
It's Will and E. It's Will and E, forgot. That was really bad. The man who came on to help us.
You got it though.
I got it
just before you went
you,
down. Yes, thank you, chat, as well. No, it's been a fantastic event. Just a huge thank you to everyone who's watched along, whether it's been for a second, a minute, an hour, maybe the whole event. Maybe you've just left it running in the background. Thank you so much for tuning in as well. It's been fantastic to have you along. All the questions, the interaction, it's just been phenomenal. Absolutely brilliant. If you've liked it as well, make sure you do like the stream. Make sure you subscribe to Alpha Live. Don't miss any of the future races as well, as they'll be well advertised in the near future. A big thank you as well to Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you've been watching on the stream there, a hello to you. Unfortunately, you have to see my face for the time being, but we'll work on that. We'll work on that. What a thoroughly enjoyable event it has been. I mean, it's been amazing. I really couldn't have predicted this race whatsoever. If you told me, how many laps did we complete anyway? 1677. 1,677 laps. 1,600 laps ago, we were looking at the field being spaced out. I mean, even 800 laps ago, we were looking at 3-lap leads at that moment in time. Phenomenal that with those problems as well, for every team, it was Dab Motorsport who took the victory in the end. And I have to say, commiserations to Accelerate Racing. I know I was talking to Mark Puxty as well when I was down there on that little bit of a break we had between the two streams, the two commentated streams. He was saying, just for once, we just need a bit of luck going our way. They had that NASA panel failure late on in our first stream, I should say. Then, of course, we had a little bit of a problem with the fuel tank. I think it was Mark Puxty who brought it in to the pit lane. Kart then ceased. They tried to put the fuel in, tried to start, it didn't happen, which is a common thing, really, that happens if the kart is too low on fuel. They had to then pretty much wrench at the cord to make sure that they got enough air in the system and enough fuel down there. And I do believe that Andrew is down there. Let's see who Andrew's found. Andrew, over to you.
down in the paddock, everyone looking a bit bedraggled, myself included. I always love this feeling at the end of a 24-hour race because it's relief more than anything. I'm just going to grab Ollie. Ollie, if you could come in for a second. Just let you take your helmet off.
Andrew, right?
Yeah, what a stint. Those were some incredible lap times towards the end of the race. You threw everything at that.
Yeah, I've no words. I'm so happy because I couldn't have done any better. It's the stint of my life. And my team did everything to get us in that position, and maybe luck wasn't on our side early on, but we can't complain because it happens to everyone. And I can see why Bo is a world champion for sure, so I've lost my voice. They just nailed it. They were perfect in every area. Hats off to them. I've obviously I'm a bit overwhelmed to finish 19 seconds at the end, but like the tension at the end was like the last lap of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. I was like, what's happening, you know, when they're in the pits? But I'm just so happy it came down to such a brilliant finish for everyone.
One of the great things with this circuit and the way that it's especially around the top end and it folds in and out, am I right in saying that you could see Bo was there and you could see you were quicker than him and closing in? What was going through your head at that point?
Just keep looking, keep making sure I'm pulling him in, not giving him any time, not easing myself off and getting out of the rhythm. My team were excellent in relaying all the information. Yeah, just can I do it? Can I do it? What's going to happen next? It was so much fun. That's what racing's about, isn't it?
Well, we were going wild in the commentary box. Thank you so much for a fantastic race. Hope we see you again next year, and fingers crossed P1 next year.
Hope so.
Ollie Smith from the Accelerate team. Another driver that I want to find is Charlie around. Here he is. Charlie did the goods. You weren't looking like, it was looking a bit shaky for that P3 when you got in the kart. Yeah. You made them crack and you're on the podium.
Yeah, it's really good job from the whole team, to be honest. No, we had a few minor incidents through the night, which set us back a lot. But yeah, I just went out there and tried not to get any warnings, to be honest. And I got one with about 5 minutes in, and I was told on the radio, calm down. And then we kept going. And I think we almost caught up to fourth in the end. So we almost got to him again. So it was really good.
How good has it been having this squad in particular after all the success that you've had previously in the BUKC and Neil coming in as well as part of the family? Yeah. You've all got smiles on your faces. It's been a good weekend, yeah?
Yeah, well, I'm the youngest. I'm the newbie. So yeah, it's been brilliant. It's sort of a last hurrah for us. There's the original sort of BUKC that won it 2 years ago. Obviously, we finished fourth this year. But yeah, hopefully it's been a really good experience. And I'm knackered, and I'm sure everyone else is, but it was worth it, 100%.
And I'm going to ask a question. Are you guys entering BUKC 24-hour? Because surely that's quite a statement if you are.
We'll have to discuss that, I reckon, but I'd be down for it, but it said whatever. I'd love to do it with these guys, so yeah, we'll see what happens.
Oh, good stuff. Well done, Charlie. Brilliant effort from the Loughborough crew. We're going to go out this way, I think, and sneak round. Try and catch you through the door. Try and catch some of the thoughts of some of our other drivers. You could see the emotion there with Ollie Smith in particular. The teams and drivers, they have thrown their hearts and souls into this race, and even though they've had that disappointment, you know, to not get the win, they're still delighted because the way they've done everything that they can. So that was really special. And just to let you know, so I'm just going to try and find Sam Lukes for a second. Let's have a chat with Sam. Sam, could I pull you away for a second? What another driver. You had a great finish to the race. You've got to be pleased with how that's all panned out.
Yeah, that went really well. We was doing our stints and making sure the fuel stops went on time. The big difference was having the radios, because we was able to do our pit stops and not get held up. And then, yeah, I was lucky enough to have the last stint and bring it home. Happy days.
Those YouTubers are pretty quick. I think they've surprised a lot of people this weekend. What were you thinking when seeing Chip was putting those lap times in?
Well, to start with, I could see them pulling away, and I think they had to come back round again. So I knew I had to get a wiggle on to get down the track. Yeah. But yeah, we managed to hold them off at the end. So happy days. I think I've got to go.
You've got to go. You've got to go and pick up a trophy. I think we're going to wrap things up here, guys, because I say the podium ceremony's going on. Thank you so much for everybody's support. This has been one of the most amazing streams I think we've ever done, both as Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media. We very much hope that you will join us for more streams, whether it be next weekend, next month, whenever, and definitely for next year as well, when hopefully we'll be back for the 2023 Buckmore Park 24 Hours. This has been a production for Alpha Life Productions and Double Dash Motorsport Media for Buckmore Park Kart Circuit. Thank you very much for joining us at home. We'll see you very, very soon.